Yeah, I was gonna say, if you don't endorse it by June 7th, I'm gonna.
There's two agendas. This is all there is. Oh, you see, yeah, you see. Right. So, cause he's still, so I wanted to change this up. Anyways. That's true, but I was thinking anyway. That's a good thing. Or Jesus.
Well, he's the one that introduced it.
Yes,
Actually,
Jesus.
see, ouch.
Yeah, but it's yeah. And it's the funniest thing in the world.
I guess we're good. We will go ahead and call the meeting to order. And we'll start off. You know what? I'll lead you in the flag salute today. Ready to begin. Let's get roll call, I guess.
Councilmember McCune,
Here.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Here.
and Mayor Vasquez.
Present.
Okay, your first item you have is a public employee evaluation. Title of employee is the city attorney, and you have now 13 requests to speak. I have 3 more to bring you.
So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing before we go into closed session. If I can start off, let me call off the first, I guess, 3 names here, and we'll have people get in the queue here. Cheryl, is it Kushner? And then you have some time being donated, I understand, and I see, okay, B's there. And then we have Andrew Nastari, okay, and then we have Denise Barton. While we go ahead and get started.
So B's given me the 2 minutes, and I'll
Yes.
speak for 4. Cheryl Kushner, 38-year resident, speaking on behalf of the Santa Monica Coalition for a Livable City. The council's performance evaluation of our city attorney is one of the most important responsibilities, given the central role she plays in our form of government to provide advice and enforce laws. You have already received our detailed written comments about Ms. Mutri. We now recommend using the sample city attorney performance review rating sheet prepared by the League of California Cities, and you should have it in front of you. It combines quantitative and qualitative analysis and comprehensive evaluation criteria. We have highlighted portions of the form that we believe require your special attention. Let's start on page 1 under Roman numeral 1, legal consultation. Has legal advice provided by the city attorney proven to be accurate and technically correct? According to the Houston report in the federal court, in the real federal court judge in the real case, Ms. Mutri wrongly advised former city manager Gould that firing Ms. Reel would not violate her First Amendment rights. Additionally, the Houston report indicates that she wrongly advised counsel about the viability of the case against Mr. Gould for accepting employment with management partners. In the same section, items G and H, does the city attorney proactively identify potential issues when aware of them to avoid problems from occurring? And H, are alternatives and innovative solutions provided rather than just raising problems? With respect to the Oaks enforcement, or rather lack thereof, Ms. Moutry asserted a conflict of interest in investigating or enforcing Oaks against most City Hall staff. She then rejected all suggestions on how to resolve the problem. Thus, there was no review or enforcement of Oaks complaints. She failed to provide alternatives and solutions, but only raised what she deemed was problematic. Further, she summarily rejected one of the suggested alternatives made a year and a half before by the DA and the Attorney General, which council later approved. And finally, letting the statute of limitations expire on what Mr. Houston found was a charter violation by then Mayor O'Connor was a significant legal failure. Still on page 1, item 1, is the city attorney able to maintain the city council's and staff's confidence while informing them of the different legal risks that proposed actions might generate? Many Santa Monica residents have lost confidence in Ms. Moutry's ability to inform the city of its potential legal risks, as evidenced by the outcome of the Reel case. Has the council similarly lost confidence, especially in the light of the fact that she failed to inform you of the O'Connor-Gould emails, which were central to the Reel litigation? Going on to page 2 under Roman numeral 2, legal representation, item B. Is the city attorney's approach effective in achieving the best possible legal outcomes for the city's interests given the issues that arise? We don't believe that the $1 million settlement and attorney's fees incurred by the city and its taxpayers in the Reel settlement was the best possible outcome, a direct result of Ms. Moutry's ineffective counsel. Further down on page 2, under section Roman numeral 4, cost, fiscal accountability and control, we would modify item B and simply ask, has the city attorney been effective in minimizing legal costs? The answer is reflected again in the unnecessary litigation and settlement costs borne in the Reel case. And finally, page 3 under Roman numeral 4, communications, items A and B. Does the city attorney communicate effectively with the city council, staff, and the community? Are answers provided in a timely and understandable manner? Shortly after Ms. Reel was fired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise, I think before you go, I think it's Andrew first, then you come up. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for holding the session. I will not use all 2 minutes. My name is Andrew Nassatier. I'm a 27-year resident of the city. I'm also the chair and treasurer of the Santa Monicans for Democracy. I understand that 5 years ago, thereabouts, it was determined by the council that all department heads would have annual reviews, and I understand this is the first review for our current city attorney. I don't want to relitigate everything that was just said. It was very thorough, but I do think the combined weight of the firing of Elizabeth Reel, the Oaks Initiative, malfeasance, I'll call it, and just general lack of responsiveness suggests that we have reached we're past the sell-by date. It's time to make a change and move into a new era. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Denise, as you're coming up, let me call 3 more. I have Art Casillas, I see back there. David Mraz, if you come up, and then it looks like Ben Fordham. Thank you.
Good evening. I think now is a good time for Legal Loophole City Attorney Marsha Moutry's evaluation. Let's see. She's a criminal, guilty of the same thing as Pam O'Connor and Rod Gould, which is obstruction of justice by withholding information and evidence so Pam O'Connor couldn't be prosecuted within the statute of limitations, which, by the way, is a felony. So the real question is, why is Marsha Moutry still practicing law as the city attorney? Has anyone here contacted the bar about her actions? Because one would think that her ability to practice law would then be taken away due to her participation in criminal acts. And one would think you'd want to distance yourselves as far away from her as you can, so you're not seen as an accessory to her criminal actions, like you did with Pam O'Connor when you decided not to prosecute her and let her off scot-free. I hope you do realize that just being disappointed in her makes you as guilty as she is. But why would anyone think you'd do anything different to legal loophole Marsha Motry? I mean, come on, she knows as much dirt on you as Pam O'Connor or Assistant City Manager Elaine Polachek. So in an effort to keep that dirt from coming to light, obviously you'll excuse anything by only saying you're disappointed. Again, not making any of you sitting up there on the dais look any less guilty than them. Of course, that only covers the Elizabeth Reel scandal. What about the torture the tenants have to endure as a result of the settlement agreement she signed with building owners not being enforced, leaving tenants, including seniors and the disabled, to have to fend for themselves? And one doesn't have to wonder why the residents aren't important to her when she is constantly looking for legal loopholes for you to slip and slide through. Again, why is she not being prosecuted and fired? And why is she being allowed to still continue practicing law as the city's head attorney? Looking more and more like Bill, huh? Thank you.
Good evening, Art Casillas. The time has come to say goodbye, City Attorney Marsha Motry, and not too soon. The slopper you got with a real case is really where you did yourself in. Your sin is not of being dumb, but a sin of thinking we were really that stupid. It is evident you really were here to carry out the wishes of Santa Monica Renters' Rights City Council to make everything work and come out wrong or right, and to turn your head in any other way when need be. At $450,000 a year plus benefits, it made you rich. But in God's eyes, you were the poorest example of your fellow man. I've been here 31 years fighting, as anybody knows, drugs, gangs, and housing issues. How many times should you or could you have stepped in, even in private, with your partners in crime and said they're telling the truth and there are too many killings and drugs by police reports, newspaper reports, calls for service, and people's complaints? And Art Casillas steadily reminding us here at City Council. We know police are at Pier, Promenade, and Palisades Park. Why aren't we making police chiefs make better decisions other than to say you were all in on it? After all, it was just Mexicans and blacks in Pico neighborhood anyways, on drugs which you all allow and enable. My opinion is City Manager Rick Cole, with lawyer Mr. Houston's legal and corruption findings, you must fire City Attorney Marsha Motry for illegal practice, corruption, and willful endangerment to others for personal gain. God watch over you and us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. With regard to the city attorney's handling of the Big Blue Bus transit advertising policy, I'd like to lay out a timeline which points out to patterns on non-action, non-responsiveness after repeated requests in multiple forums. When this issue first came before the City Council on September 11, 2012, City Council made a clear directive to the City Attorney to, quote, review Big Blue Bus policies regarding advertising on its vehicles in light of current law, in particular the First Amendment of the United States Constitution, and return to Council with information, alternatives, and recommendations, which could be an item or an information item depending on what you would come back, end quote. I would invite the members of the Council as part of the review process to find the response to this directive. We believe that you would not find it, that it was never prepared, and that it does not exist. Over 2 years later, on October 14, 2014, the issue of whether to allow non-commercial advertising on the Big Blue Bus came before the Council again, in light of the 3rd Street Promenade Business Association, whose ad had been recently denied. Included in a public comment, which was a request for a 30-day report back, which was then taken up by a council member who asked to know when such a report would become available. Ms. Motry responded with this statement. Quote, I don't know. We'd have to consult with the manager about meeting schedules. We'd understand from your previous comments that you would want to know more about what happens in other jurisdictions. That will take us a little time, close quote. A bit later, Ms. Motry continued to quote, so I can't really tell you we'd be able to come back in 30 days. I could tell you we'll try to come back as quickly as we can, consistent with your other scheduled items or with the ability to process your request, close quote. The City Council again directs staff to bring back a report for discussion at the earliest possible meeting. The possible earliest meeting was still years away. Then on August 6, 2015, as a council member left us a voicemail that said, to paraphrase, the member had been promised a timetable to complete the nearly 3-year delinquent request for the staff report and expected such a timetable to come in the coming week. To our knowledge, there was no timetable produced, and if there was, it did not yield a report. Should the council request this recorded message as part of their evaluation process, we can make it available for the council for private viewing. Only after a comprehensive memo by a predominant private attorney detailing advertising options and alternatives in place of various other cities was hand-delivered to the City Council was a report finally issued on February 9th, 2016. As a result, non-commercial ads are again allowed on the Big Blue Bus, with the city being able to retain reasonable controls over content. And the ability is always had, and despite the city attorney's many representations on the contrary. From September 2012 to February 2016, nearly 3.5 years, had the work not been done for Ms. Moutry, it's pretty clear we would still be waiting. We've heard from so many others about similar examples of this pattern of non-responsiveness over periods of years, of being directed but refused to produce. I'm sure that each of you can recall many other instances. When making your assessment, please consider what a reasonable employer would see as an unacceptable pattern of poor performance. Thank you.
Ben, as you're coming up, let me read off 3 more names. I have Craig Miller, Mary Marlowe, and David Kloss. Go ahead. If you could just state your name.
Sure. My name is Ben Fordham. Thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm going to also speak to this Big Blue Bus issue. We've heard from my colleague David about the long periods of non-responsiveness, and I'm also going to highlight another issue in the same matter, which is the decision to simply present one side of this issue. That throughout our whole experience, when we first brought this to the city council, the city attorney insisted that there was only one way to protect the city from having to run non-commercial advertising that perhaps would be considered objectionable, and that was by banning all non-commercial advertising. She even went so far as to suggest at one meeting that images of aborted fetuses may appear on the buses if other non-commercial advertising was allowed, such as those for AIDS Walk Los Angeles. The problem with this is that it's never been true. One need only to look at the city's old regulations, which prohibited, among other things, obscene and explicit advertising, or prohibited the promotion of alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. So at the meeting when this was first addressed in 2012, she insisted nobody had thought of anything that sounds good so far. Again, that just wasn't true. Meanwhile, there were other cities, Chicago, Seattle, many other jurisdictions throughout the country that had indeed successfully implemented advertising regulations that would allow for nonprofit advertising, such as those from AIDS Walk Los Angeles. So again, we have this 3.5-year period, comparable options available in front of us, and an insistence that this was the only way to do it. So either the research was not done, the research was not presented, and again, that's just not the way that office should be run. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Greg.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm suddenly finding myself feeling rather badly for Ms. Moutry. As one who has long championed underdogs, I just want to take a moment to say thank you for your 22 years of service. As an employer that's run a company for about 32 years, I've engaged in many employee reviews, and I would say I can identify with what an unenviable task it must be to sit through a public review of one's employment, which I would imagine is rather uncommon experience. I also want to say that I don't think any employee should be judged entirely based on any one matter. But when you look at the recent performance in recent years of the city attorney, and you consider the Susan Leal scandal and the lackluster approach to the Oaks Initiative and the really poor performance and disinformation disseminated by Ms. Moutry regarding this body's options regarding advertising policy. When you look at the body of recent work, I think it speaks pretty clearly to a problematic and troubled performance. I also want to point to a systemic issue which I hope the council will consider moving forward. Years ago, I worked as a aide to a state senator, and in the state legislature there's something called the Legislative Council, and that's the entity that draws up legislation, regardless of what the legislation is, liberal, conservative, relatively meaningful, relatively symbolic. And those bills are drawn up in the sequence in which they are submitted. Here in Santa Monica City Council, ever since members Bloom and Shriver were replaced by members Vasquez and Winterer, it was really clear that the votes existed to implement a more sensible advertising policy. But numerous members said to me, you know, if we push too hard on this matter, it might affect the timing of something else that we care about, which in essence indicated that there's a real politicalization to the manner in which members' desires, intentions, motions are processed and brought to the body. So in addition to looking at the facts regarding recent performance, I hope the council will consider this systemic issue of the way politics seems to weigh in to when matters are returned to the council. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Mary Marlowe speaking today as chair of the Santa Monica Transparency Project. We've had significant interactions with Moosebury over the past few years on the Oaks Initiative, and we thank you for seeking input from residents in evaluating our city attorney's job performance. Ms. Moutry has advised council and the public for the past 15 years that Oaks has constitutional infirmities and therefore cannot be enforced. There are two issues here. One is bad advice, and two is failure to refer complaints to a disinterested party for investigation and enforcement if there's a conflict. Let's start with bad legal advice. She didn't even update 13-year-old research on Oaks when sending information to the LA County DA and the State Attorney General. It's her obligation to base opinions on up-to-date, rigorous legal analysis. Instead, she relied on a 13-year-old memo that cites a moot case, the Vista case. And then the only guidance that's been given to either council or staff is a memo that dates way back to 2006, and that's it for guidance on Oaks. And then her advice continued. She declared a conflict of interest on any Oaks issues, and then despite the conflict on the Mr. Gold case, proceeded to give detailed legal advice to the Transparency Project, the City Council, and even sending it to the press on why no lawsuit could or should be brought against Rod Gould for accepting employment with a contractor with whom he had previously approved city contracts while negotiating his own future employment with the same contractor. Her first reason was that Oaks doesn't apply to the city manager. The second, that Oaks doesn't apply outside the city. Mr. Houston found that the Oaks language clearly covers the city manager, and that Ms. Moutry previously had so advised, and that her second argument was just plain absurd. And then second, failure to refer complaints deprives the city of legal representation. In both our Oaks complaints, instead of seeking prompt resolution, Ms. Moutry rejected all advice offered and came up with no other solution. She's refused to enforce the law even after both the Los Angeles District Attorney and the State Attorney General said she could wall off an attorney in her office if she claimed a conflict, or she could ask to have outside counsel hired. Despite our complaints that brought up serious potential violations of the law, none of this was ever investigated nor enforced. Unfortunately, Ms. Moutry has damaged her credibility as to whether she can provide our city with sound legal judgment and impartial enforcement. She has not properly carried out her duties as listed in the city charter, specifically on advice to council and city staff and enforcement of the law. It's unfortunate we have to say this, but it's true. So we just wanted to make sure that that's on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. David, as you come up, let me just call off the last three members. We have Alan Levinson, I see back there, Jonathan Stein, and David Goddard.
David Class, council, city manager, and city attorney. Though what I disappointingly have to say about City Attorney Moutry is negative, she no doubt rendered positive and worthy services to the city during her career. To the extent valid appreciation exists, I wish to say thank you. That said, I alternately characterize specific conduct and professional performance. Poison emanates not just from aviation exhaust, but directly from the city attorney. When she caused the strategically, even purposefully filed the premature 2013 action to thwart allegation of Brown Act violation. Though luckily now remanded by the Ninth Circuit because the justices looked beyond the city's weak arguments, our case remains flawed because its original cause of action was and remains unripe. A great sum of money has prematurely and perhaps needlessly been spent on inside and outside counsel. When she violated her fiduciary duty to the city by advocating for Measure D in direct opposition to her client and employer. When she capriciously unleashed her public power against our own residents by bringing in unjustified and unnecessary action to slap our courageous 11 when they challenged the legality of Measure D. When in August 2014, she deceived council and the public by deliberately not refuting the erroneous statement of law that monthly lease rates could not be raised to market. When she violated unanimous instructions from City Council and in March 2015 recommended 3-year aviation leases. That violation was compounded when the grossly flawed lease appraisal was submitted that would have gifted millions in public funds to aviation. When at every opportunity she perpetrates the legal hoax that non-existent or misstated FAA claims prevent the city from effectuating its proprietary rights over our land. Her poison was demonstrated again when she sat on a legitimate complaint involving alleged council misconduct until the statute of limitations passed. Her hand was all over the initial draft of the leasing policy, which initial draft was essentially the implementation of Measure D. And lastly, she even bungled the Justice Aviation settlement, costing an unnecessary and additional $300,000. I fear she will yet improperly use her power to extend aviation leases directly in violation to the spirit and intent of the revised leasing policy and Measure LC. Her actions have demonstrated contempt for the will of the residents in the city of Santa Monica. She purposefully and persistently violates her fiduciary duty. It's time she resign her office or be retired.
Alan?
Hi, everybody. Alan Levinson. Good afternoon. Almost painful. Tonight's almost painful. After a certain point in your life, you realize who's on your side. We're assembled here because residents do not feel Ms. Moutry is on our side. Ms. Moutry signed off in 1994, 1999, and again in 2003 on the grant agreement that the FAA is now using against us. That grant was under her purview, and we are being dragged through the muck because of it. Ms. Moutry convinced the council to file an anti-SLAPP motion against 11 residents for doing what we believed was right, to stop a deceptive Measure D. In court, our city attorneys stood side by side with aviation attorneys right over there arguing against us. Those same residents, along with a lot of people from the city behind us, were simultaneously fighting to pass Measure D. Imagine what that felt like. On the other side of the coin, Pam O'Connor sits here and gets a pass after the city spends over $1 million. Our city's attorney's office is too protective of special interests and insiders. Ms. Moutri's office is not protective enough of those who have lived, worked, and continue to live here. Behind every speaker who steps up is a sign. It appears on the TV over our shoulder. Think civility. Let's tonight consider changing that sign and our motto to act responsibly. Let's start that tonight. It's time to stop sweeping things under the rug and looking the other way, here and on the third floor. Please, council, do not ignore us. We elected you to do a job. We need to bring some accountability and restore faith. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan Stein, I see you have your speaker there.
Yeah, so 4 minutes, Your Honor?
You get 4.
Thank you, Your Honor. Two very fast comments, and then I'd like to talk about the facts of my interactions with the city attorney and her office. The first thing is that we have 33 attorneys in a city that is sized probably for 8 or 9 attorneys. That type of administration leads to problems, including huge over-expenditures of money. Not only do we have too many attorneys, but out of the top 50 highest paid city attorneys in the state of California, that includes the city of LA, city of San Francisco, Long Beach, Sacramento, San Jose, Beverly Hills. Out of all those cities, out of the top 50 highest paid city attorneys, we have 13. We have 13. In 2013, I was asked by some people involved in the airport to get involved, and the very first thing I saw is that it was standard operating procedure for the city council to consider policy matters in the airport in closed session as if there was litigation. The idea, the beginning of a legal hoax that is still with us today, was that the FAA might sue us, so therefore everything about the airport should be done in closed session. When I went to challenge that, the answer to that challenge was a filing, not the FAA against the city, but the city against the FAA. I read that filing. In an hour, I put out an email to 200 people saying, this is going to fail. It's not ripe. The FAA's position, which is now very well known, is if you close the airport, if the city council closes the airport, we, the FAA, can keep it open. That's their position. The city council still, to this day, has not said, we're going to close the airport. The matter is not ripe for litigation, yet we have spent $1.5 million in legal fees on a matter that should have never been brought in the first place, or can be brought in the future after the city council says, subject to a couple of things, we're going to close the airport, let's litigate and find out if we can. That is ripe. That is what should have been done. Instead, $1.5 million was spent. After that, there was a ballot measure where national aviation interests tried to cram down the throat of this tiny little city with its 90,000 residents, a measure that they spent well over $1 million on. And we challenged that in court. To make a challenge like that, we had to sue the city. It's called a blameless defendant. The judge knew that the city was blameless. It assumed, the judge was very clear in assuming that the city didn't have a dog in the fight and kept asking the city, what do you think should be done? In fact, 80% of the legal work done on the AOPA position was done by the city attorney at taxpayers' cost, including legal work to show that 11 homeowners in Sunset Park, 11 homeowners with limited incomes should have to pay over $75,000 legal fees of AOPA, of the aviation interests, large, rich national aviation interests. 80% of that work was done by the city's attorney's office. Actually, this guy right here. Now, you'd think that that would be enough, but what happened after that was we had also sued the city of the county of Los Angeles as another blameless defendant. Their papers were 2 and 3 pages long. They made clear to the judge that they didn't care which way the litigation goes, but they wanted to provide the information to the judge and to the parties to make it all go. how different that was from papers that thick put in the city to help AOPA and to make sure that their lawyers could collect their fees from 11 homeowners in Sunset Park. Most recently, in the Justice Aviation litigation, there was an active litigation. Now, I'm a trial lawyer. I've been doing it for 30 years. And there's one thing you know. If you're going to settle a litigation, you get a signed settlement agreement before the trial. And then if you don't have a signed settlement agreement, you do the trial. That didn't happen here.
Thank you. Our last speaker is David Goddard.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for holding this session. This has been a very difficult decision for me to come up here and speak. I decided not to do it. I had a lot of requests from the community to come up and speak, but what has happened and what is happening in our city is egregious, and we need to bring it to a stop, and we need to start making changes. And instead of having this civility behind us every time, I think we need a sign that says ethics and that we need to pursue an ethics policy. So my experience with Ms. Moutry as the chair of the Airport Commission and as a resident of Santa Monica, number one, from 2008 to 2011 on the Class C and D ban, there were 2 litigation failures. 2008, the court said, more importantly, the city has not cited any case law which supports its limitation on the administrator's power to issue interim cease and desist orders. So the city attorney put forward a case that did not provide any case law, and she lost as a result of it. On the 2010 appeal, in 2011, the appeals court came back and said, although the city disputes some of the FAA's conclusions, there is no evidence that the FAA based its conclusions on irrelevant factors or that the FAA made a clear error in its judgment. We were told after that litigation that the city spent approximately $1 million on that lawsuit, and it didn't spend a penny on an engineering study to show that a Class C and D overrun or a Class C and D jet overrun at the airport would be catastrophic. I don't think that would be very difficult to do considering how much fuel they carry, and it's the likelihood of them taking out 10 houses if one of them were to crash. Number 2, 2011 false claims regarding Airport Noise and Capacity Act. When I started on the Airport Commission, every time we suggested some sort of limitation at the airport, Ms. Moutry told us that it was is that 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have the write-ups. Thank you very much.
That concludes the public hearing. We will go ahead and move into closed session, and we'll be back. We are going to go ahead and reconvene from closed session. And there's nothing to report out, so we'll officially close the special meeting, and then let's reconstitute our regular meeting, starting with the roll call. We already did pledge allegiance, so we'll go ahead with roll call.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Here.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Here.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Here.
Councilmember McCune.
Here.
Mayor Vasquez.
Present.
Okay, you have closed session items. You have 6 litigations, existing litigations, and you have 2 anticipated litigations. And you have no request to speak on this, by the way. The first item 1A is Pico Neighborhood Association, Maria Loya and Advocates for Malibu Public Schools versus the City of Santa Monica. 1B is Exposition Metro Line Construction Authority versus the City of Santa Monica. 1C is the City of Santa Monica versus United States of America, et al., United States Court of Appeals for the 9th District. 1D is Justice Aviation versus the City of Santa Monica. 1E is Justice Aviation again versus City of Santa Monica, Part 16 complaint, FAA docket. 1F is the City of Santa Monica versus Justice Aviation. This is a Los Angeles Superior Court case. And then 1G is anticipated litigation, and 1H is also an anticipated litigation. And you have no request to speak.
So listening to all these litigation cases or potential litigation cases, I'm going to turn to the city attorney. What time do you think we'll come back so we could announce that? So we're starting at 5:45, so let's say 6:45 to be safe. We will go ahead and adjourn into closed session.
There goes Jake.
I'm gonna go to hang out.
Nice, Jake. He's okay?
We're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting after closed session, and I'll ask the city attorney to report out on closed
Thank you,
session.
Mayor. The closed session this evening, the council discussed each of the items listed on the closed session agenda. And we have a report out on only one of them, which is item 1B, and Mr. Lawrence is going to handle that.
And this is 1B, which is the Exposition Metro Line Construction Authority versus the City of Santa Monica. And I'd like the record to reflect that Councilmember O'Connor has recused herself and is not present because she's on the Expo board. So the city has reached a settlement with the Exposition Metro Line Construction Authority for the condemnation of the 4th Street in Colorado, what we call the terminus site, the train station site, just a few blocks from here. The city will receive $19,950,000. That's contingent upon the Expo board approval of it, which we expect to happen next week. So I ask for council to approve this settlement.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved by Councilor McEwen, second by, it sounded like Gleam Davis beat you. And then Slim. Go ahead and call the roll or vote on it.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez?
Yes, so that's 6-0 of those present. We can go ahead and ask Councilmember Pam O'Connor to join us again. As she's coming forward or coming back, we'll start with, we have a proclamation.
Well, before we start that,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I need to ask, are there any travel reports from any council members to report at this time?
I rode the Expo line for free for a couple of days.
As we all did, probably.
Maybe you need to talk about what a travel report is. Oh, sorry. So, or I can, under state law, if the city pays for a trip for you somewhere?
Reimbursed, yes.
Oh, you know what it is? Yeah. Oh, good. Okay. I don't have any.
There she is.
Actually, while she's coming up, I did have one. I actually went back to the White House with our police department. We had officers being receiving the Medal of Valor. Matter of fact, it was a quick turnaround. It was a red eye, and I came back the same day. That would never do that again. But anyways.
Okay, Mayor, there was an, there's an item, is it item 2B? We were expecting.
Well, we're going to do 2A first, right?
Well.
Do you want to get to 2B?
Yeah,
or something?
let's do the 2B because I don't know if
Go
there are
ahead.
any speakers for it or not.
You want to call the item?
So the item was item 2B, and it was the boards and commission item. And I wanted to find out, there was a request to have it withdrawn. due to
Yes.
Time constraints.
And
Is that the will of the council?
I understand it is. And do we need an official motion to do that?
Yes.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move that we withdraw that.
So it's been moved by Councilor McEwen and second by Councilor Hemmerich. Seeing nobody in the queue, do we need actually a roll call vote on that?
No, you can just
Okay.
do a voice vote.
Just a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? So 2B has been removed.
Okay, so now we'll go to item
2B,
2A, which is a proclamation, Perinatal Depression Awareness Month.
And is Raul Martinez here? There he is, okay. Council members, we have a proclamation here declaring May as Prenatal Depression Awareness Month. And representing the community group here is Raul Martinez, community advocate for maternal mental health. And I'll start with this proclamation. It says, whereas the maternal health and more specifically the mental health of women before and during after pregnancy is an issue of great concern to women and their families. And whereas between a 10 to 20% of new expectant mothers are affected by prenatal depression and related mood disorders, and that they may experience associated symptoms which are often overlooked and heavily stigmatized as new and expectant mothers suffering from prenatal mood disorders often feel confused, ashamed, and isolated. And whereas the heightened awareness and increased education among all residents regarding the incidence of prenatal depression is critical, and prenatal depression is highly treatable with therapeutic interventions such as medication, professional therapy, and counseling and community support services. Now, therefore, I, Tony Vasquez, the mayor of the city of Santa Monica, on behalf of the members of the city council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Prenatal Depression Awareness Month. And we have Raul Martinez accepting it. And I believe he wants to say a few words.
Thank you, Mayor Vasquez, and thank you to the entire city council for putting this as an issue that's important to the city of Santa Monica. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 13 years. My late wife, Kelly Abraham Martinez, was also a resident of Santa Monica for a very long time. This issue has been something I've been dealing with since February of 2010, when my wife succumbed to her battle with postpartum psychosis and took her own life right before our daughter turned 3 months old. We had taken every step possible that we were aware of and been made aware of to do everything to have a healthy, happy pregnancy, to prepare for the birth of our daughter. We were overjoyed at this experience. Unfortunately, we did not know this at the time, and we were not informed that she was at extremely high risk for postpartum depression or another mood or anxiety disorder associated with the perinatal phase of a woman's life. I'm sorry. So, most women do not get to the point where my wife did with postpartum psychosis. But this is something that tears families apart and has long-lasting multi-generational effects on women, children, and families all across our nation, but definitely including here in Santa Monica. And, we have a very diverse community, and this affects women of different races, ethnicities, cultures, socioeconomic backgrounds. Our city is so progressive when it comes to addressing societal issues, and I'm so proud to claim Santa Monica as my city for what we do for the homeless, what we do with the environment, what we do with responsible development. This is something that we know how to treat. And because of these lovely women back here that are from the various organizations that have helped move this issue forward on the national, the state, the county level, these programs are already in place. Santa Monica just needs to embrace them like other municipalities, counties, and the state and national level have. And so I was hoping that this proclamation was just the first step in a collaborative effort where we can take the things that they've been doing successfully with community outreach, with education for healthcare providers, with legislative activity, to really grab and take hold of this issue and really truly support the people of our city, because it does have long-lasting effects. When women and children don't bond because of these diseases and illnesses, it creates huge problems for our community. When these children have a higher degree of being in trouble in school, criminal activity later on, and it's multi-generational, because when children receive this non-bonding with the mother, they pass that on to their children, and then they pass that on to their children. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for dedicating or making this proclamation a reality. I can't begin to thank you enough. Thank you.
We can go on with our consent calendar.
Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had the city manager first.
Thank you, Mayor. This would ordinarily be the time when I would make my report to the city council. We do not have a regularly scheduled agenda item to present tonight, but I thought, given the historic activities of the last 3 days, I could give you simply a brief announcement about the opening of Expo over the last week. Would that be all right to share with you a couple minutes of?
I don't think there's any objection from the council, so we'll
Great.
go ahead.
Thank you. So, as everyone, I think, in Southern California knows, on Friday at noon, Expo Extension officially opened with quite a rousing welcome from officials all over the Southland coming to Santa Monica, greeted by this city council on the platform in the downtown station. But to give you a sense of just how much the reach of that event was, so far we've tracked 303 different media items in print, broadcast, radio, and online, and totaled up over 50 million social media impressions. The overwhelming majority extraordinarily enthusiastic about the opening of Expo. In terms of ridership, of course, there was not a turnstile in operation. So these are estimates prepared by Metro. As everyone who is there knows, Metro had people all over all of the stations, and they believe that on Friday, when the line opened as of noon, that between noon and the end of the day, 30,000 riders took advantage of the free day. And the following day, when ridership was free the entire day, there were more than 70,000 riders on Expo between downtown and Santa Monica. And Monday morning, the first day of commuting, 7,855 Santa Monicans, or people originating in Santa Monica. Some folks probably found their way there through other means, but nearly 8,000 outbound passengers on the first day of weekday regular fare service. There are also 6,000 additional riders over a normal Saturday on Big Blue Bus because of the free fares on Saturday. In terms of what's next, this is really just the beginning. We are continuing with our Go Samo effort to acquaint folks who live in Santa Monica, visit Santa Monica, or work in Santa Monica with all of the many ways in which you can get around in Santa Monica, including getting to the train. You can bike, you can skateboard, you can walk, you can use our Big Blue Bus, you can use the Metro bus, you can use Uber, Lyft, taxis, and any number of emerging new models, including our Breeze Bike Share, Zipcar, Wavecar, etc. So there's a tremendous new explosion of mobility options, and we want to make those easy for, again, residents, visitors, and workers here. So we have a new website that shows people how to map it, tap it, and app it. Ways to make your journeys in and around Santa Monica easy, safe, convenient, and inexpensive. And I think that's the last slide. Have we got one more? Okay. I want to talk a minute about in just 10 days, we're again going to have a great activity where we're shutting down about 2 miles, nearly 2 miles of streets, Main Street, Ocean, and of course the Colorado Esplanade near the pier. That will be open for people to bike, to skateboard, to scooter, and particularly to walk, and to get to Coast using our expanded pedestrian and bike infrastructure. So we expect tens of thousands of folks to take advantage of that, and we welcome both our own residents to participate as well as people from all over Southern California. As exciting as all of this is, and as proud as all of us are, and as hard a job as it was to get ready for Expo, we are certainly not done, nor do we take it for granted. There are going to continue to be challenges and headaches. There were 2 relatively minor accidents on our section inside our city during the testing phase. So far, none in our city during operations. But that is not something we take for granted. We are monitoring the safety issues very carefully. We're monitoring the traffic impacts very carefully. We put a tremendous amount of resources into play over the weekend to help people get used to living with the train. We'll continue that effort. And we look forward to, over the next 6 months, learning how to live with a brand new transportation resource, not only for Santa Monicans, but for all of Southern California. So thank you, and thank you for all of your support, all of your guidance. This is a 20-year journey that got us here, and it's been a 6-month flat-out commitment by every single department in the city, with our community partners at the school district, at the college, at the Chamber of Commerce, at downtown Santa Monica, community organizations, neighborhood groups, arts organizations. I will, if I begin to thank people individually, inevitably I'll leave folks out. So I'm not going to go down that path. But there was a tremendous amount of staff time and volunteer time by staff members to make this a success, both in the last 6 months, the last 5 years, and over the last weekend.
Well noted, and I'll add to that. I had staff out there with me at 5 a.m. on Friday morning, and they were there all day. So I wanted to thank them as well. With that, we'll move on to our consent calendar.
We have the consent calendar. All items will be considered and approved in one motion unless removed by a council member for discussion, and you have 2 requests to speak.
I have Jonathan Foster and Denise Barton. Is Jonathan Foster here? We'll go ahead with Denise Barton then.
Hello. Hi. I originally wanted to speak on item 2B, but I have to ask, why are we doing Culver City Bus advertising and sales program? Isn't that their responsibility? And why are we having to pay for new city vehicles again, including electric vehicles? And would that be a givey to Terry O'Day's company? Why would we be changing to LED lighting? And does LED lighting have a flickering effect that causes people with epilepsy to have seizures? And why do light poles need to be changed? And then, of course, the contract for the ongoing for the parking meters. Do you really make enough revenue to pay over $17.5 million for a 10-year amended agreement for the parking meters to make it cost efficient? I really wonder. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see Jonathan Foster.
Thank you. All the way across the room. This cannot replace. This is on tasers. This cannot replace the gun. I called the San Francisco Police Department and said, no, if it's replacing the gun, hell no. I'd like to see nothing go on. Netting. We shoot a net out like military small teams of 5 to 8 police teams together. Santa Monica in America shall change its acceptance concept. It would have to be and understood in the officer that the situation doesn't have a gun present. Then it would be good to proceed with the taser when reality says if the arrestee is going for a gun and the officer is going for a taser, we're having a problem. These concepts are band-aids. I heard no one can address the root of the cause, that the person being arrested is always going to act in anger towards the police. And if we shoot a net on somebody and there's 8 officers in a team or 5, probably no one's going to die, even from a taser. Because police officers in training have been hurt and almost died from tasers in training. So they are still dangerous. People say they don't have enough money for the police department. I'm asking all the basketball teams to do basketball games for the police department and just flood the police department with enough money to have so many police officers, and we will accept in America that we're going out in teams, like 8 at a time, and we're going to have funded, paychecked Americans with big, robust paychecks as they do the greatest work on earth that we need. And netting would be better with a small team. That way, the police department ultimately is who I came here to protect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That closes the public.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We have one late that just.
What's the wish of the council here?
Move here for 1 minute.
All those in favor? Ayes. Opposed? Here we go. And it's, looks like Andrea, is it McPherson? McPherson? Oh, McPherson maybe. Oh, here we go. Come on up.
That's Andrea McPherson. I wanted to speak on, piggyback on what he was saying about the tasers and what Denise was saying about the lights in the parking structures. Okay, first, let's talk about the lights in the parking structures. If we're going to spend a ridiculous amount of money updating the parking lots, we need to actually spend that money on cameras, because I have had my car vandalized pretty bad. 4 windows were broken out. The car was keyed from the front to the back. And I still haven't heard word from the police yet. Made a police report, still nothing. Went there and they basically said what? There's a process, Andrea. Still haven't heard anything yet. No one's called me back or anything. I have absolutely no idea what to do about it.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. Now the consent calendar is before the council.
I move the consent calendar.
It's been moved by Councilmember Hemorich. That's the
Making
first.
strides every week is a new step.
Councilmember McKeown, I think, is seconded. Seeing nobody in the queue.
I'm pulling on my skates again.
All right. Well, go ahead and take a vote before she changes her mind.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Bless you.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemorich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's a 7-0. We'll move on to item 4.
Item 4A is the financial status update. Fiscal year 2016-17 proposed operating budget and fiscal year 2016-18 proposed biennial CIP. And you have, and I'll bring them to you, you have 19 requests to speak on that.
We'll start with the staff report. Oh, you know, before you start,
Yep.
you know, City Clerk, I noticed you had an item here. Did you have to announce the Housing Authority on this one?
Oh, yeah.
Tony.
I don't want to get it, you know, I have to catch you when I can, so.
Thank you. Yes, okay, well, let me do the roll call for that.
Yes, I thought.
So first of all, I need to announce that the respective payment for the redevelopment successor agency is no compensation, and for the Housing Authority is $50. Thank you, Mayor. And let me call the roll now. Agency Member Commissioner McKeown.
Here.
Agency Member Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Agency Member Commissioner Hemorich.
Here.
Chair Pro Tem Vice Chair Winter.
Here.
Agency Member Commissioner O'Day.
Here.
Agency Member Commissioner Member O'Connor.
Here.
And Chair Vasquez.
Present.
Okay.
Now I think we can start with the staff report.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. At tonight's study session, we're presenting an update on the city's 5-year financial forecast and an overview of our proposed budget for fiscal year 2016-17. The 2016-17 budget is the second year of our biennial operating budget and the first year of our biennial capital budget. You initially approved the fiscal year 16-17 operating budget plan last June. And now our exception-based process gives us a chance to make tweaks to the budget to keep it responsive to any operational changes. During the second year of the biennial budget process, we're able to take the time to develop our 2-year capital budget, which Martin Pastucha will present to you after I finish my presentation. We'll return to Council on June 14th and ask you to consider and adopt the fiscal year 2016-17 operating budget and the first year of the fiscal year 2016 through 18 biennial CIP budget in a public hearing. Our updated forecast puts the levels of spending and activity that are included in our upcoming budget into the context of the broader economy and shows whether we can continue to be fiscally sustainable. Our economy at the national level is growing at a very slow pace, and many economists are projecting this trend into the future, but there are conflicting reports about whether the global economic volatility will have a significant impact on the U.S. And according to normal business cycles, we are long overdue for a recession. The effect of this is that everyone is proceeding very cautiously. At the state level, revenue projections for the upcoming year were reduced by $1.9 billion to reflect lower income tax revenues. Oops, I'm sorry. There we go. Okay. I've reported on Santa Monica's very strong economic recovery for several years, and we're continuing to see growth, but we're now experiencing a more moderate growth. This is seen in 3 areas where we've lowered our projections this year: the hotel tax, the business license tax, and the utility users tax. Over the next few years, we expect a moderate 2.6% average growth rate for general fund revenues. And finally, the last factor that we look at when we're working on our forecast is our own operations. We have to take into consideration the existing cost of pensions, as contribution formulas reflect a more conservative approach to investing and projecting growth. We also continue to realize growth in workers' compensation and healthcare costs that exceed regular inflation rates. And while our commitment to maintaining our infrastructure has been given in our budgeting, the next 5 years will see an uptick in costs as the general fund takes on some large projects that are integral to maintaining our high service levels. Our general fund forecast shows the difference between annual projected revenues over expenditures and the ensuing surplus or shortfall each year. This view incorporates revenue increases that we've identified since January, new strategic expenditures that Council approved in the past 4 months. One of them was the reorganization of the Planning and Community Development Department, and the proposed fiscal year 2016-17 budget that we're presenting to you tonight. As usual, we offer 3 views of the future: the probable, the best, and the worst case. I'll take each one separately. The probable case scenario in the middle shows positive balances during the first 3 years of the forecast and shortfalls of 3.5 and 6.4 million in the last 2 years. That 6.4 million represents 1.6% of the general fund budget. As I mentioned earlier, revenue growth rates are expected to increase at an average rate of 2.6% during the forecast period, and expenditure growth rates are expected to average 3.9% during this period. This difference slowly wears away at the surplus, and the primary reason for the larger dip in the last 2 years is the introduction of $4 million in annual debt service costs for the City Yards Modernization Project. Also, the end of contributions that are being made from the general fund savings to workers' compensation self-insurance reserves, and continued increases to pension contributions. In the budget climate that we're projecting, we'll need to prioritize existing programs and operations, shifting resources to those that are most effective and important to maintain our balanced budget. In the best case scenario shown in the top line, the general fund is bolstered by additional increases in revenues and a slight decrease in healthcare costs. This scenario, as you can see, maintains a strong positive balance throughout the forecast period. And in the worst case scenario, shown on the bottom line, this shows the effects of a possible recession, an additional escalation of workers' compensation, and healthcare costs. We project that these negative factors would lead to a deficit starting as early as next year, actually 2016-17, and would increase significantly to $20 million or 5.2% of the total general fund expenditure budget by the end of our forecast period in 1920. Moving beyond the general fund, projections for the majority of the city's other funds that are shown here in the group above indicate that these funds will remain self-sufficient during the 5-year period. One fund, the Housing Authority Fund, will require general fund support, and this support is projected to be about $500,000 to $800,000 a year throughout the forecast period. So the citywide proposed fiscal year 16-17 budget, including operating and capital expenditures, is $621.8 million, while the general fund budget is $372.3 million. 18% of the budget represents capital projects. As I mentioned, with the prospect of slower growth and increasing expenditures ahead of us, it's important that we focus resources where they're most impactful. This year, as we reviewed the second year of our budget, we identified adjustments that would further the city's strategic goals and help lay the groundwork for a new operating and strategic framework for the city. This framework, based on the Well-Being Index and our sustainability principles, will act as a foundation for the city's fiscal year 2017 through 19 biennial budget and beyond. The following is an overview of the changes that staff is proposing tonight. In the general fund, we're proposing $6.2 million in revenue increases and $1.4 million in expenditure increases. The largest portion of these changes in the general fund are related to the newly adopted rates for the downtown and civic area parking structures and lots, some settlement payments, and tax revenue adjustments. Unrestricted ongoing general fund revenue adjustments total $2.5 million out of that $6.2 million. In other funds, staff is proposing revenue increases of $15.3 million. We reported on $6.3 million of these increases at mid-year. Now these carry through, and the remaining $9 million is new revenue that we had not anticipated at mid-year. This includes some development agreement contributions, mostly TIF funds, higher lease revenues in the airport fund, and in the Big Blue Bus, some increased grants and reimbursements that are partially offset by a reduction in passenger revenues, reflecting a decreased trend in ridership. These revenue increases are offset by $4 million in expenditure increases that are distributed across 18 non-general funds. Now and also we have the positions that are included in these changes in the general fund, 12.5 positions, and other funds, 5.4 positions. The following slides that I have put these changes in terms of the city's goals. First, we'll start with mobility. In the general fund, an increase of over $5 million in net revenues reflects council's adoption of new rates, as I just mentioned, for downtown structures and lots in the post-expo environment, as well as an increased usage of all parking facilities in the city. One-time expenditures of $750,000 will support the Gateway Access Master Plan and will assist in the implementation of new CEQA methodologies related to circulation measurement. In other funds, the city is expected to receive almost $3 million in development agreement funds, mostly from transportation impact fees. And in the Big Blue Bus, $1 million in capital grants and alternative fuel tax credits, and the conversion of temporary positions to permanent will support the transit program, where every route now is connecting to a light rail station at least once. Addressing the goal to secure local control of city land that's occupied by the Santa Monica Airport, proposed changes reflect a number of strategic moves to optimize the use of real property resources at the airport. These include increases in lease rates of non-aviation facilities, generating $3.5 million in new revenue to the airport fund, that are offset by approximately $1 million in expenditure increases that are related to the transferring of property management and maintenance functions back to the city. And a final change is a lease payment from the general fund to the airport fund that will help to expand Airport Park by 12 acres. The capital budget, which we'll talk about later, also includes funds for the design of the expanded airport park. To further the goal of maintaining an inclusive and diverse community, in the general fund, staff proposes to appropriate $300,000 for a pilot program providing rental assistance to rent-burdened households living in rent-controlled apartments as a means to preserve affordable housing. It's also, we are proposing to add a tenant relocation coordinator to serve as a central contact and facilitator for displaced tenants. And we're also proposing to appropriate one-time funds for the PICO Neighborhood Plan to review development standards for the boulevard in the neighborhood. In other funds, changes reflect a $1 million increase in Section 8 Housing Assistance Program vouchers, as well as the creation of a community broadband fund that will allow our CityNet enterprise to continue to make investments in our community, bringing Wi-Fi and broadband to all residents as it expands the city's broadband network. Focusing on the Learn and Thrive goal, staff proposes to adjust library staffing by a net of 1 position that will accommodate increased library programming and implementation of the library's strategic plan. Also proposes to add 2.3 positions to support a pilot aquatics program at the Lincoln Middle School pool that's expected to reach over 1,500 people a year. And we're also proposing to add an organizational development and training coordinator to expand our staff training at the Santa Monica Institute. A number of changes further the city's sustainability, not just from an environmental perspective, but also from the perspective of maintaining the long-term viability of the city's assets. In the general fund, staff is proposing positions to oversee the implementation of the Climate Action Plan and to maintain the hardscape of the city's new and highly used open spaces, Tongva Park, Ken Genzer Square, and the new Colorado Esplanade. We're also proposing a reorganization among our architectural services staff to increase the division's capacity to manage the city's infrastructure maintenance projects. In other funds, staff proposes to extend the terms of 3 limited-term positions that are focusing on water conservation, to add a position that manages systems, the system that integrates and monitors our water resource facilities and infrastructure, and a position in resource recovery and recycling to improve existing street sweeping operations, and finally a position to support the cemetery's new green burial operation. And in its efforts to support the goals I just mentioned, the City Attorney's Office has requested an additional 2.3 permanent and part-time positions to cover the increased legal workload that the city has been seeing. Finally, to lead the city's efforts in defining the data strategy that will serve the new framework and the performance management system that we'll be developing, we're requesting a chief data officer and a limited-term position to develop a customer relationship management system that will link services and track data on call topics, issues, and response times. Both positions will be located in the city manager's office. And as well-being will define the city's framework into the future, staff is proposing to add funds for continued data collection, building connections to the city's operations and goals, and facilitating collaboration across agencies. One goal that doesn't require any budget changes at this time is the regional effort to address homelessness. But I do want to assure you that the Jumpstart projects that you have approved in previous meetings are well underway. We also have some housekeeping to take care of. In the general fund, this includes revenue budget changes to reflect updated tax revenue projections in the areas of property, documentary transfer tax, sales tax, utility and hotel taxes, and the resumption of settlement payments from Boeing. And in other funds, we're correcting some revenue projections to match actual data. That's in the pier and wastewater revenues. And this concludes the operating budget portion of the staff report. Martin Pastuccio will now present an overview of the biennial capital improvement program budget.
Thank you, Gigi. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to present the proposed Capital Improvement Program biennial budget for fiscal year 16-18 and the 5-year budget plans for fiscal years 2016-17, 2021. Go in the right direction. There we go. Right? Okay. There we go. Sorry. There we go. Thank you. As we look forward to the new biennial budget cycle and the 5-year planning period for the capital improvement program, it is important to pause and evaluate what we accomplished in our last biennial budget cycle. Work is either complete or nearing completion on a number of large priority projects. The list here is not comprehensive by any means, but it touches on some of the most significant and most visible CIP projects that are nearing completion. The California Incline Bridge replacement and pedestrian bridge overcrossing will be completed July 4th, and the Palisades Park landscape replacement will be complete by August. The Fairview Library renovation is complete and staff is moving back into the library now. It will be open to the public on June 1st. Construction is underway on Ishihara Park, and the trees that Expo saved from the construction of the train line were planted at the park last week. The park will be complete in early 2017, and replacement of the sports turf at the airport park was completed last January. The CIP budget process is a 5-year planning cycle, updated biannually and facilitated by a CIP committee comprised of the city's department heads and the assistant city manager. Departments prepare project application submittals for funding consideration, and the CIP committee reviews and scores applications, provides funding recommendations to the city manager. City manager prepares a final recommendation that is submitted to the city council for consideration. Project applications are evaluated within the context of available funding limits to ensure that limited resources fund priority projects while maintaining the city's existing infrastructure. Project application requests, particularly for unrestricted general fund dollars, have exceeded available funding in recent years. The CIP committee scores projects that are competing for limited funds according to 3 broad criteria. Mandated activities, such as projects that are required for health and safety reasons, required by the state or federal government, or are required to adequately maintain existing facilities, infrastructure, or equipment, are given priority. Secondly, projects that meet a city council strategic goal, respond to a council action or directive, or that are identified in an adopted city planning document are also given priority. And thirdly, projects that will improve operational efficiencies, achieve ongoing cost savings, generate revenues, or leverage city funding to obtain external funding are also prioritized. This chart shows the trends in recent CIP expenditures and budgets due to the downward adjustment to the citywide capital budget after the elimination of redevelopment in 2012. Santa Monica's strong recovery from the economic downturn provided the ability to increase the annual general fund capital funding allocation, which was $13 million in fiscal year 12-14 biennial budget, and then it's now $21 million in fiscal year 15-16 and going forward. This has helped partially offset the loss of redevelopment funds. However, capital budget requests continue to exceed the available capital resources. The annual general fund CIP allocation of $21 million is insufficient to fund the very large capital projects while also funding ongoing maintenance and repair of the critical city infrastructure. As a result, alternative financing will need to be pursued in order to accomplish a number of the priority projects proposed in the 5-year plan. This CIP program is funded over 20 different governmental and enterprise funds. This chart shows the 2-year average of the CIP biennial budget breakout by fund. The general fund percentage is higher than average during this biennial period due to the use of one-time reserves to fund the city yard modernization design in fiscal year 16-17 and Fire Station 1 construction in fiscal year 17-18. And while this CIP budget breakdown by fund is essential for funding allocation purposes, a clearer way to communicate how capital funds are allocated is by project category. Project categories are programmatic areas that are intended to communicate how the projects align with the city's core services and strategic goals. These areas encompass broad project outcomes, and some are associated with specific city service or facilities. These project categories also tie to the city's council's 5 strategic goals, which are addressed by the proposed biennial CIP budget. In the general government category, general government projects encompass a wide variety of activities that are required to keep city facilities, technology, and equipment working effectively. This project category also includes 3 CIP projects funded via internal service transfers, the computer equipment replacement program, the telecommunication services, and the vehicle replacement program for the city's fleet. There are 19 general government projects in the 5-year capital plan. The community and economic development project category includes projects related to affordable housing, economic development, or human services. Ongoing efforts to produce and preserve affordable housing in Santa Monica are funded through the capital budget. These projects respond to Council's strategic goal of maintaining an inclusive and diverse community. The public safety project category primarily includes projects related to police, department, and fire department capital needs. These projects help keep Santa Monica residents safe by updating the facilities, equipment, and technology necessary to provide fast response times and excellent levels of service. The recreation and cultural project category includes projects related to parks and open space, beach recreation, and the arts. There are 20 recreation and cultural projects in the 5-year capital plan. Several of these projects represent ongoing capital maintenance work at the beach or at city parks. There are 2 projects replacing or repairing restrooms and accessible pathways. Tree planting and maintenance is also an ongoing priority in these project areas. There are also several new projects in this category. Park expansion and sports field continue to be a priority area for the community, and design is funded for 3 new projects in the biennial budget period: Airport Park expansion, Memorial Park expansion, and the temporary Civic Center sports field. Construction of the large projects would be beyond the available general fund allocation, so alternative financing would need to be pursued for construction. Mobility projects. This category addresses Council's strategic goal of creating a new model for mobility. It is subdivided into 3 subcategories that address different mobility modes. Mobility, roadway, and transit projects encompass a wide variety of activities that help Santa Monica public streets run smoothly. There are 15 mobility, roadway, and transit projects in the 5-year capital plan. Mobility, bike, and pedestrian projects encompass a wide variety of capital projects that promote walking and biking and improve safety and connectivity for pedestrians and cyclists. There are 9 mobility, roadway, and transit projects in the 5-year capital plan. And finally, mobility parking projects include projects that are required to maintain or improve public parking structures or lots. Parking projects in the 5-year capital plan, there are currently 5. New projects include projects that advance sustainability efforts by using LED lighting and provide electric vehicle charging stations. The Big Blue Bus projects include projects that support the Big Blue Bus operations funded by the Big Blue Bus Fund. There are 17 Big Blue Bus projects in the 5-year capital plan. The water and wastewater projects include capital projects necessary to maintain or improve infrastructure that delivers water to the Santa Monica households and businesses, and that handles wastewater generated in the city. Airport projects include capital projects necessary to maintain or improve the infrastructure at airport facilities. These projects are funded by the Airport Fund. Pier projects include capital projects necessary to maintain or improve infrastructure at the Santa Monica Pier. These projects are budgeted in the Pier Fund and are funded by the Pier Fund to the extent possible. While the Pier Fund can support its capital needs in fiscal year 2016-17, the CIP budget plan projects a need for general fund subsidy to the Pier CIPs in the amount of $1.4 million in fiscal year 2017-18, $1.4 million in fiscal year 18-19, and $1.7 million in your fiscal year 19-20. These amounts will be finalized with each annual budget adoption and will be deducted from the annual CIP allocation for the general fund projects. Only projects deemed critical to the pier infrastructure maintenance or safety are recommended for funding. The proposed biennial CIP budget has a number of major projects that cannot be funded from the annual general fund allocation of $21 million. Alternative funding and financing strategies are proposed for these very large projects. Fire Station 1 was built in 1954 and has surpassed the end of its expected useful life span as a city facility. The construction evaluation completed in fiscal year 2007 and 2008 indicated that it would be more cost effective to construct a new station rather than remodeling the existing station due to structural and space requirements of a modern fire facility. The project designs were budgeted in previous years and is underway. Construction has been delayed due to the complications associated with land acquisition, and as a result, construction costs have escalated. Construction is estimated to cost roughly $41.6 million and is budgeted in fiscal year 17-18. It was anticipated that the bond financing would be required for this project, but reserve funds have been identified to pursue a pay-as-you-go approach for this project. The review of the schematic design for the city service building is also on your agenda this evening. If council approves the proposed schematic design, construction could begin on the city service building in fiscal year 18-19. The 5-year CIP proposes lease revenue bond financing for construction of the city service building. The bond amount would be approximately $74.5 million. Debt service payments would be partially covered from what the city would otherwise have paid in rent at existing lease spaces that are currently at $2.1 million annually and climbing. And the difference would be diverted from the general fund CIP allocation annually. This is currently estimated to reduce available CIP funding by approximately $3.2 to $3.4 million initially, and would be gradually reduced in later years as the debt service payments are reduced to the point in, I believe, the year between, depends on the escalation factor, but 20 years out, the existing debt service payment or existing lease service payments would cover the debt load on this building. The 5-year capital plan also proposes moving forward with the city yard modernization project, which is essential to maintain effective facilities, streets and fleet maintenance, traffic operations, resource recovery and recycling, water and wastewater operations, hazardous material storage, and fire department training activities. The 14.7 acre site located at 2500 Michigan Avenue was acquired by the city in the 1940s and has had minimal improvements to the facilities over the years, and is no longer suited to accommodate the scope and breadth of operations that developed over time. Council approved the City Yard Master Plan in January 2015 and awarded the contract for concept design, cost estimation services, and feasibility analysis for the City Yard Modernization Project in July 2015. The preliminary analysis indicates an estimated cost of $114 million to design and build the first essential phases of the City Yard Modernization Project. This capital plan proposes utilizing $11.7 million in one-time reserves, Sharmock settlement funds, to fully fund the design phase of the project. Remaining available reserves from the Sharnock Settlement Fund, totaling $38.3 million, would be used to fund a portion of the construction. The remaining construction budget of $64 million would need to be funded with a lease revenue bond. The general fund would not bear the full burden of the construction cost of the yards. Debt service costs would be allocated to other funds with associated operations of the city yards. And debt service for the proposed bond has been included in the general fund forecast presented tonight. In addition to moving forward with the work on critical city facilities, the 5-year plan proposes moving forward with parks and sports field expansion efforts. Community members have consistently advocated for park improvements in Santa Monica. In response, this proposed capital budget includes a total of $3 million in design funding for the airport park expansion, Memorial Park expansion, and temporary civic center sports field projects. Concept design is already underway on the airport park expansion project by Rios Clemente Hale Studios, who were contracted in January 2016. The design team is currently completing its feasibility work, leading to a community open house scheduled for Saturday, June 18, 2016. While general funds have been identified to support design processes for these projects, alternative financing will be required for construction. Construction estimates for these 3 projects total approximately $86 million, which is more than the general fund CIP allocation will be able to support. The temporary civic center sports field could be prioritized for funding if that's council desires, but staff would go back and look at what funds would be needed and identified, or other projects that could be deferred to cover it out of the CIP allocation. Alternate financing for the other 2 projects could come from a variety of sources, including park and recreation development impact fee, bond proceeds from a potential future county bond measure, and proceeds from a potential future local general obligation bond. As design on these projects progress and construction estimates are refined, staff will continue to explore alternative financing options and provide recommendations to the council. At Memorial Park, it will be critical to identify and secure a permanent home for the staff and vehicles from the Public Landscape Division that are currently housed at that Colorado Yards, formerly the Fisher Lumber site. On February 9th, Council received the Civic Center Working Group's recommendation and directed staff to return with an analysis regarding the construction of a temporary multi-use sports field on the Civic Center parking lot. Staff completed the preliminary analysis and included funding in the proposed fiscal year 16-17 CIP budget to complete design of the site. The sort of temporary Civic Center sports field is more of a misnomer in the fact that because of the site, situation of the site itself and the safety requirements that would be had, there's a number of hard facilities that would have to be built in order to effectuate a positive sports field. So the preliminary estimates demonstrate a construction cost of approximately $3.25 million to be refined as site-specific considerations are better understood. Significant investment will be required to build a a sports field on that site, even if temporary tall fencing will need tall fencing will need to be installed to protect balls from hitting passing cars on the major adjacent arterial streets and adjacent uses within the interior lot. It is anticipated that lighting will need to be provided for use at night when the sports field demands is highest. Portable restrooms will also be needed on site as there are no other public restroom facilities available. There would likely be trailers that will require sewer and utility hookups and ADA accessibility. In addition, environmental testing will need to be done on the site, and potential mitigation requirements could add cost and time to the project. The estimated life of this field could range from 5 to 10 years. The preliminary design based on a 16 by 110 yard multi-purpose field suitable for soccer and lacrosse, plus sideline space, lighting, fencing, and temporary restroom trailer, indicates that the field would displace approximately over 400 parking spaces. A plan for addressing the loss of these spaces would need to be developed prior to seeking Coastal Commission approval for the field project. The field itself would also generate a need for parking spaces, adding to the parking constraints. Analysis will need to be done on the parking in the Civic Center area. Per council direction, staff is planning to move forward with the request for proposals for the Civic Auditorium site in the fall of this year, and in the RFP intends to identify that proposals will not be able to rely upon the majority of the currently available surface parking space since it will be replaced with a field. This slide outlines the aggressive schedule that they currently propose for the Civic Center sports field. The construction budget estimates are included in the fiscal year 18-19 of the 5-year CIP planning period because it will take a minimum of 2 years to complete design and begin construction on the site. If design funding is approved for 16-17, the design contract will be awarded in the fall and design work will commence. Regulatory approvals, including Coastal Commission approval, will be sought in the spring of 2017 once design is complete. Around that time, a parking study will also need to be completed in order to obtain Coastal Commission approval for the site, given the parking loss from the field. A separate parking study for this project is not currently in budget. There is a broader parking study proposed for fiscal year 17-18 with the goal of completing analysis after Expo has been in operation for a year and parking patterns will have to be adjusted. Coastal Commission review of a proposed temporary sports field and parking analysis will need to be coordinated and could potentially impact the estimated schedule. Assuming approvals are obtained, construction documentation and plan check would proceed in the latter half of 2017, with a construction contract bid and awarded in early 2018. Construction is estimated to begin in summer 18 and takes approximately 1 year to complete. Staff proposes moving forward with design of the temporary sports field in fiscal year 16-17 and returning to council as construction cost estimates are refined and additional information on parking analysis and Coastal Commission review becomes available. The public will have a chance to provide input by email at tonight's session and at the June 14th public hearing when the budget will be presented for adoption. Also presented at the June 14th meeting will be an update of the city's master fee and fine schedule. The proposed capital improvement program budget is posted online on the city's agenda website along with the staff report. The purpose of tonight's meeting is for the council to review and provide direction on proposed CIP biennial budget for fiscal year 16-17 and for fiscal year 17-18. The citywide CIP proposed biennial budget is $113.7 million for fiscal year 16-17 and $121.7 million for fiscal year 17-18. On June 14th, council will adopt the first year of the biennial budget and approve the second year. Staff will return at this time next year for formal adoption of the second year of the biennial budget and with any changes that may arise. That completes my presentation and we are available for any questions.
We have starting with Councilor McEwen.
Mr. Pastucha, the time you spent on that temporary Civic Center sports field indicates staff, like council, is well aware of the community interest in this. And some of the email that we've been getting has indicated a feeling that if we just prioritized funding, that we could make this go faster. I'd like to turn to the city attorney, the city manager, because you have just put out a letter explaining that there are some regulatory things we have to deal with, some parking replacement. Could the council, by putting more money, speed this up, or is this a process that has to play out that takes a certain amount of time? Because I know we're going to be asked that by the public.
Sure, Councilmember. The latter would be my answer. That the scheduling of funding for this is not the driver. Would we like to move it along very quickly? Absolutely, as I've publicly indicated. We will move it along absolutely as quickly as it is possible to do, and we've shared the potential schedule for how quickly we might be able to do it, recognizing that that's really best case. But I also understand the implication. You did not ask this, but I think the public has asked this, and I want to answer it as well, which is if we were to, in effect, lock in our $3.5 million estimate, which is in the third year of our 5-year plan, would that make the temporary field more feasible, more certain, more viable? And the answer, frankly, is no. This is the way we do capital budgeting. This is how we built the Esplanade. This is how we finance our street repair. This is how we anticipate revamping our city yards. In the first 2 years, we allocate real dollars that we know where they're coming from, whether they're from one of our funds, the general fund, the airport fund, the water fund, or grants from the state and federal government or county government. And in the third and fourth and fifth years, we begin to block out where money might be coming from, and we spend the time needed to lock those in. I can say to you, given this fiscal health of one of 10 cities in California with a AAA rating and with 94% general fund reserves, that funding for a project of this magnitude is not going to be an issue. The council's indicated as priority. We don't have endless money, but given the priority the council has put on this, we will identify the funding to build this project. So diverting from regular practice would be a purely symbolic move. Now, sometimes purely symbolic moves make sense in politics, and I recognize that. I have no objection to that. If you want to make a purely symbolic move to say the money will be there in three years, you can do that. But I can tell you as the city manager, the money will be there in 3 years. And the reason I haven't recommended is that's not the way we do business. We can do it without doing that. We don't know exactly how much it will cost, and we don't know exactly how we will pay for it. And when we do, it will come to you as all these other projects have come to you, with a fully funded package, identifying exactly how much we estimate it will cost, exactly where the money is coming from. But again, I have no objection if the council wants to engage in purely kabuki theater. But that's really unnecessary to move the project forward.
And that would be $3.25 million we couldn't use this year or next year.
Yeah, but for example, if we did not have a park funding source, we did not have a grant, we did not have a partner, we have the ability to borrow against our reserves and repay ourselves from those reserves as almost a last resort. But there are so many other ways in which this cat might be skinned. But that's how we do projects. And we have, I can say to a moral certainty, council member, that this city has a more ambitious and successful capital improvement program than any city in the state of California. And we run it very efficiently, and we run it very prudently, and we deliver the results. You just have to look around the city to see them.
So let me boil it down to 4 words. The money is there.
Correct.
Okay. I have a couple of questions.
I would say the money will be there.
But that's 5 words. I have a couple of questions to the finance director, Mr. Hughes, if you could come up. This is normally the study session where we ask all sorts of questions, but it being the interim year, we're not going through the full process. But a couple of questions were asked of me by the public. We have traditionally in election years funded the League of Women Voters with what they call Smart Voter. Is that already baked into this budget?
Yes, it is.
And there's a question on fees for landmarks, which may be a combination question for you and the legal department. have we reached a resolution on what we're going to do about letting landmarks commissioners nominate a landmark and then recuse themselves, and who would not have to pay a fee, a nonprofit might not have to, or has that been resolved?
It has not, because we're still working on the fee resolution, and that will be brought to you for June 14th, so we're still.
Right. And again, we're
looking
not
at-
voting on anything final tonight. This is a study
Correct.
session. Because I know there's been interest. I've gotten a couple of emails on that. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Well, first I want to touch on the manager's comments. I understand that we have a process about the way we go about identifying CIP projects and coming up with the design and actual construction costs and making those funds available, and I completely respect that. But I don't think in this particular instance a matter of politics or kabuki theater. I think that we've done a lot of CIP projects up there, but we did not have 1,200 emails asking us to rebuild the California Incline or to do the Colorado Esplanade. And we've had an enormous community outcry here for this short-term, temporary, whatever we're going to call it, playing field at the Civic Center. And I think it's in the interest of all of us, both the elected officials and the rest of city staff, to realize that we have an issue of restoring trust in civic government here, because there's been an interest in this project for a number of years, and we all want to make the community realize that we have their interests at heart. So I don't see it as political or kabuki theater. I would certainly be interested. We certainly have other revenue sources potentially in the works for that sports field. We possibility of some money from the school district, from their bond measure. Possibility we might have a tax measure on the ballot this fall, which might include funding for parks improvements, and frankly, 1 year of that tax increase would probably pay for this project. So we got to be cognizant of that, and the community has to be cognizant of that. But I just wonder whether it's a good faith effort to show the community that we're serious about this project, that we might at least partially fund in this CIP budget cycle part of the cost of that playing field. And we can always take it out if we somehow miraculously get full funding, but otherwise. So that's something I'm interested in pursuing, because I don't think it's kabuki theater. I think it's a matter of letting the community know that we're serious about this. And if we come up with other funding sources, then we can always move that money around. Isn't that correct?
Right, that's correct.
All right. So we can cut that later probably tonight. I do have a couple more questions for Ms. Ginsburg and for Mr. Martin, who are sitting. So whoever gets to the dais first.
We got here at the same time.
So, I would read the letter we got from our Rec and Parks Commission, and I saw that, we discussed a number of months ago the Mount Olivet project. Is that something we have to defer for some time for a variety of reasons? And if so, could you elaborate?
I think Mr. Pastusha can elaborate from the CIP process. We did submit it for CIP funding, and it did not rank high enough to get the funding. So
it's on our unfunded
it's
list.
It's on your unfunded list at the moment.
And then this is maybe also a question for both of you. While I recognize that we might have the possibility of short-term funding for the civic field, it's very clear that the Airport Memorial Park projects are much more daunting, and we have to figure out how to fund those. But it was suggested that if, we can find an alternative site for the public landscaping equipment, that we might remove that building and just put in some grass at that site. Is that something that makes some sense? So at least we create a little bit more open space while we're going through the more elaborate funding and design process?
I think one of the challenges is there may be remediation on the site, and we just don't know that yet.
Yeah, but if we got to it and it wasn't too extensive remediation, it's something we could take a look at.
Potentially.
Okay. And then I guess in the question back on the civic field is, are there any ways to value engineer it? For instance, I've heard from people say, well, if you couldn't afford the lights, could you just put out the field? They certainly get daytime use from the school. Is that worth exploring? Or if we had to go back and put in the lights retroactively, would that just be cross prohibitive and less efficient?
If you're to do something like that, you'd have to put the foundations in first, and you put the conduit in for the lighting. You may defer putting the poles up and the lights up, but you should put the basic structural elements in there first. Otherwise, to come back and do that later on would be terribly destructive to the field and around it. So it's best, if you're going to do that, to put in just at least the foundations and the conduit so that we can always pull the wires, bring the poles on, attach the lights, and do the controllers later
So
on.
sort of like if I was doing solar panels on my roof, when I was re-roofing, I would put in the stanchions and the wiring and then come back later and put in the panels.
Right, so that way you don't have to put holes in your roof or just or anything later on.
Okay, thank you. And then from Mr. Martin, in terms of your internal staff priorities and workload for the next year, aren't we supposed to have a revision to the landmarks ordinance?
Yes. Yeah, we have that in the second year of the budget, so that would be something we would try to tackle 16, 17. So that would be coming up.
Okay, great. So that's moving along. And then I wanted to reiterate what Councilmember McEwen said, is that we will be hearing back in June about a possible waiver of the fees for nominating projects for landmarks consideration by individual commissioners and nonprofits.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then has your staff been paying any attention to concerns I've heard about alterations of character-defining features of historic resources, getting back to that issue that we sort of have people who are degrading the character of potential landmarks bit by bit, and we don't have much control of that?
Yeah, we have heard some concerns about that, particularly for R1 properties that aren't subject to any kind of design review or any other method other than just a demo permit. But that's something we intend to look at when we do update the landmarks ordinance and see if there's more control that we can have over that.
Okay, so that might be a way off. Is there any possibility of addressing that? And what I'm hearing, there's probably some shaky demolitions going on of historic properties.
We could certainly address it from a code enforcement perspective if there's something occurring that's not consistent with the current code. But we're not at this point planning to make any changes to the ordinance. That would come when we look at the overall landmarks ordinance.
Do you think there's any need for some sort of interim measure to potentially increase the penalties for any demolitions or alterations? Or
frankly, it hasn't. There's been a few incidents. It hasn't been an overwhelming number, so we haven't considered that. But if that's something the council would like us to consider, we could certainly look at it.
Well, that sort of leads to my broader question: is do you think we're allocating enough resources in your department to these historic preservation issues? Do you think that we might look down the road to some sort of historic preservation liaison officer, et cetera?
Absolutely. And we are looking at that. We have one vacancy in the principal planning structure within the department, and we are considering now whether or not we should consider filling that position with a person that has more expertise in preservation and landmarks. But we think it's something we could do within our existing staff by just hiring the right person.
Great. Well, I think you know what I personally would favor doing. So.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I think I want to start from the general and move down to the specific. I'm wondering if City Manager Cole, you recently sent out a memo about our recent bond rating and some of the reason that our bond rating was so good. And I think it's germane to some of the discussion we're having tonight about being prudent and conservative and how we budget things. So I'm wondering if you could give us sort of a brief synopsis of, how our recent bond rating went and the reasons it turned out so well.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I alluded to that in my answer to Councilmember McEwen. Literally, there are less than 10 cities in all of California, 488 cities, that are rated by the three primary Wall Street bond rating firms who evaluate the health of both public and private institutions to see whether they're going to recommend to investors that they buy the investment grade bonds that are issued by both public and private entities. So we have, as I said, the highest rating from Standard & Poor's and Moody's, and the third bond rating agency, which momentarily escapes me. And the reason that Moody's recently, there are several reasons that Moody's said that they were reaffirming our AAA bond rating, which we've had for many, many years. One is the overall strength of our economy, its diversified nature. Two is the very strong financial management undertaken by the city itself of its resources. And an indication of that, as I mentioned, is that we have cash reserves amounting to 94% of our annual expenditures. Now, to put that into context, because Who knows what that means if you're not in the bond rating business. Cities, there's no standard for how much a city should have in reserve. What's the purpose of reserves? It is if there were an earthquake or there were a major emergency and you had to pay the payroll, you had to pay expenses, you'd want to have some money in the bank. It's the same as a savings account for a business or a family. Most cities use as a kind of a benchmark that a healthy level of reserves might be 10%. That's the most common benchmark. Other people will say 2 months of your expenses, which is about 10%, a little bit more. Probably the majority of cities in California do not have even 10%. So it's in that context that having 94% of your annual expenditures in reserves puts Santa Monica in a very unusual category. In fact, Moody's explicitly said not only was it very unusual for California, it was very unusual nationwide. So this is one of the fiscally most healthy cities in the country. Or paradoxically, of course, when you have a well-managed city financially, the pressures are excruciating to say, well, you've got plenty of money, why don't you start spending it? And then you find yourself in the position that other cities have found themselves in, which is when a recession hits, they start furloughing their workers. When a recession hits, they start cutting services. When a recession hits, they start laying off or engaging in expensive payouts to persuade their staff members to retire. We haven't had to do that. We won't have to do that. We also are in better shape long run to pay off California's biggest financial liability, which is our public pension system. We're part of a state system. We're one of the very few jurisdictions, in all of California, that is whittling down its pension obligations by paying more than the legally required minimum. Most are doing their very best to keep up with their legally required minimum. We bake into our budgets an additional payment that now ensures that we're at about 80% funded. That's not ideal, but it's certainly better than what's typical in California and way better than what's typical in the country. When you read about Chicago or New Jersey, they're looking at 40 and 50% coverage, which is a real crisis. To have 80% and to have 30 years to make up that difference, we're not facing any kind of imminent threat. But because we have been conservatively managed, and I say that with a small c, it's a very progressive city and proud of it, but by being fiscally conservative, that has allowed the city to support a higher level of services than any other city. And as I was mentioning, a higher level of infrastructure investment. I mean, that is the other great crisis facing California public entities, is staggering costs of deferred maintenance. City of Los Angeles, $5 billion just to bring its streets up to the standards that we enjoy today. $1 billion just to bring its sidewalks up to the standards we enjoy today. A tree trimming schedule of every 40 to 50 years, whether the tree needs it or not. The water main that broke at UCLA is an indication of the lack of investment. They just had to raise water rates in LA because of the staggering lack of investment. So not only have we kept our operating budget in great shape and ensure that we can ride out a recession, but we've also consistently invested in public infrastructure, the kind of things that people take for granted. And finally, it's allowed us to do things like the Esplanade. Most cities have a hard time fixing the roof on the recreation center at the park. We've had the ability to do some remarkable improvements in our streetscape, in our public parks, and in our public facilities that other cities simply have deferred, even in good times. So it's something that that I have to point to this council, your predecessors, and my predecessors as city manager and our chief financial officer, and the folks who've administered our capital improvement program. That said, we can never take it for granted. We have got to be vigilant and diligent to keep costs under control. And I've made clear that in the next 2-year budget cycle, the next 2-year operating budget cycle, we're not going to be adding dollars. We're going to be trading off. We're going to be trying to move dollars from low impact, low priority programs to high impact, high priority programs. We need to apply a much more rigorous data-based standard to see, it might feel good, we might have been doing it a long time, but is it producing results? And if it's not, then let's take that money and shift it to something that is producing results. That will not be an easy or comfortable process, but it's a important process to continue to ensure that this city is well run financially and that we're delivering the quality of services that the residents of Santa Monica expect and deserve.
Thanks. So I'm going to start to move into the little more specific, and I do want to echo a little bit of what Mayor Pro Tem Winter said about the Civic Center field. It does seem to me that, and I think we've done this in the past on a rare occasion, I can't remember exactly when, where we have specifically earmarked money without taking it away from somewhere else. And I think we actually earmarked it out of the reserve, but I can't remember what the project was. But I think we earmarked some money out of the reserve and just sort of put a little fence around it and said, as Councilmember McEwen suggested, that's what we're going to spend it when we get to it. But at least it guaranteed people the sense that we did have the money set aside. And there wasn't going to be a situation where, you know, things would change dramatically and all of a sudden money that was there went poof. So I just wanted to echo that. Mr. Martin, I have a quick question for you. Mr. Martin, not the Martin. Sorry. So I just want to make sure from your perspective, do we have sufficient resources for code compliance? Although I want to comment and congratulate you. I think that a lot of the issues we've had in code compliance, I've seen a definite downturn in the number of concerns about it, but they're nevertheless, it's always a hot issue.
Right.
And so I just wanted to get a sense from you about whether or not you think we have sufficient resources there.
Yeah, at this point, I think we do. We've added some code enforcement officers recently. So we have beefed up our staff over the last year or so. We have a new, relatively new manager who is doing a great job. So I think we're in good shape for now. We haven't requested any positions at this point, but we have gotten positions in the past, and those have been put to good use.
Okay, good, thank you. And then I see Chief Seabrooks in the back.
Councilmember,
Sure.
Pardon me, Mayor, for interrupting, but just to point out that the tenant relocation specialist will assist and take some of the burden off of our code enforcement officers who now find themselves doing some of that work. And it will also augment our proactive ensuring that the construction schedules that have been so controversial, where sometimes tenants feel like they're being harassed out of their units, will be, the means and methods plans will be making proactive enforcement. What we typically end up is code enforcement gets called in along with building and safety on reactive enforcement. That chews up a fair amount of time. We think that proactive enforcement will cause greater compliance and greater efficiency and less impact on our code enforcement resources.
Great, thank you. And Chief Seabrooks, could I ask you a couple of questions? That's what you get for showing up. So I have somewhat of the same question for you. I have received, and actually personally observed, I must say, some instances where there is a sense, and I think some of it may have to do with construction we've had around town, and not even within Santa Monica. Some of it's within Los Angeles, but there seems to have been an increased amount of cut-through traffic in some of our single-family neighborhoods. And some of these people are in a great rush, and they are not stopping at stop signs. And I personally observed someone almost hitting a young person on a bike. And I'm just wondering, again, do you feel that you have sufficient resources? And I can't point to it and say this is what's causing it, so I can't say you need it for 3 months or 6 months. But is your sense that you have sufficient resources to enforce the traffic laws in our neighborhoods? Because we are trying to get more and more people to ride bicycles and use alternative means, their feet, walk. But we want to make sure they're safe while they're doing it.
Yes, I think that, or good evening, everyone. I do believe that we do have ample resources to engage in the levels of enforcement that are appropriate. But even as I say that, I must say that consistent with other commentary that I've made about proposed increases in the police department staffing, we wanted to understand more the impacts that light rail may have. We also want to understand differently how criminal activity levels may be in flux and what is changing as a result of that. And I say that because there's ample evidence that crime rates in the adjacent communities or the communities adjacent to us are increasing, and we will not be immune from that. And it is the thoughtful chief who takes a look at how those impacts may visit upon us, but then weigh that with the level of activity that we have existing. The last time I came before you, I talked about the fact that we'd had a 35% increase in overall workload, and at that time, which is part of this current 15, 16, 16, 17 fiscal year, we made a staffing increase because of that. We've also reorganized the police department for maximum enhancements for field effectiveness. So in the future, when we come back for the subsequent biennial cycle, we will be talking about staffing increases because we'll have a better understanding of where our workload is anticipated to be, both sworn and civilian.
Okay, great. And I appreciate that. And actually, you touched on what my second question was going to be. As you know, we've had a series of fairly disturbing home invasion robberies, particularly in some of our single-family neighborhoods. And I'm wondering, it's sort of the same question, but not about traffic enforcement, but more about property crimes, home invasion type crimes, that sort of thing. So it sounds like you're going to be evaluating that and then, if necessary, coming back and requesting staffing upgrades or increased staffing to address those issues.
Yes, but I do want to say, since you brought up specifically the residential burglaries that have been North City adjacent, the benefit is we do have a person in custody who was responsible for 3 of those, and we worked diligently using investigative resources from not only our police department, but also in conjunction with the Beverly Hills Police Department, and we've been able to obtain felony filings on that individual, who in one case was responsible for 3 late-night burglaries. So even with our existing staffing, we clearly have the force multiplier of our investigative resources, our task forces, and other activities that we engage in. But on the other hand, we want to take some commentary from City Manager Cole's commentary. We want to continue to be proactive and not come in and have to engage those investigative resources after the fact. And that will require, at a different time, a conversation about expanding both the civilian and sworn sides of the police department.
Well, great. Thank you. That's great news about capturing the individual, and, keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Hemmerich.
My questions are really across everything, so I hate to do it, Gigi. I always do this, and I'm so sorry. But so starting with the revenues, and these are actually different questions than the questions I already mailed, but similar to others. So looking at non-departmental revenues to begin with, and I'm trying to focus on the bigger numbers, and I hope this is the right place to do that. So on the utility users, well, let me start with the investment income. So that's $700,000 less, and I know you have to give explanations for these, but some of them I don't always understand. So So were we anticipating greater interest rate increases that didn't come because we thought the Fed was going to raise the rate? Is that what that is?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, and then the utility users tax. I wish my bills reflected that you were getting less than anticipated revenues from me, but why? I mean, $1.76 million is a pretty big number. So what is that, people?
Well, that's a pretty broad issue that's happening. First of all, at the local level, we've got water conservation. So people are using less water, so we're getting less water revenues and therefore less utility users tax from there. We also are seeing just a slight drop in electricity, again because of the cost. Gas, the prices of gas have gone down, so that means less
natural gas, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
And finally, on one of the big issues, and that's something that's going to keep happening more and more, is this issue of telecommunications. And as people are moving more towards these bundled services for their phone use, they're going on the internet. That right now is not something that can be taxed.
So we get wired. We get so home wired. We get taxes for, but not for cell phones.
If you have a landline, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so.
But not over the internet.
That's right. Voice over internet, like the VoIP. Right.
Right.
And
Right.
if it's bundled.
But so cell phones we get, yes. So yes. And the one that the transient occupancy tax. Now this is a really big number for 1 year.
Yes.
In my view, I mean $3.5 million. So, and what was that a different number in January?
No, it isn't. This is one of the differences that we reported on in January. We made the change for 15-16 in January, and we're making the 16-17 change now. In the future, what we've decided is if we make a change at mid-year, we'll carry it through. We'll ask you to just bless it later on.
And so this is, and I see what you say, but when you say lower than anticipated growth in average room rates, I thought that the last time you said occupancy rates were down.
Yes, it's occupancy rates mostly. I think there's a little bit of the room rate. I think we had. It's both. It's both.
And is this is a gross number, right? This doesn't include anything that we're paying to the tourism and marketing district or the contract with them. Nothing like that.
No, this is just transit occupancy tax.
And do we audit those?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so now I want to go to expenditures now, right? That's it for that. And some of these may be yours. I think some of them may not be. But and some of them may be the city manager. I'm looking at the increase for the 2.0 FTE positions for the water conservation unit. And it says due to initial hiring delays. I just want to understand what that is.
We put that unit into effect to mobilize for the drought, to implement all of the conservation goals that have allowed us to cut our usage by over 20% consistently for the last year. So what we've done is, A, recognizing that the drought is not over, and B, we got a little slower start. We didn't immediately have 5 people show up for work the day after you passed the budget, that we can take the same amount of money and stretch it over a longer period of time, and then we want to move this forward into the next fiscal year because the need for dealing with drought programs is probably chronic. Now that doesn't mean we keep this same unit forever, but it does mean that we continue the effort to make permanent changes. So people changing their landscaping, changing their toilets, changing things that allow for ongoing savings in water. We think that the program has worked very well, and we want to keep it going.
And I have to say, I agree, it's been a phenomenal program. I mean, I've cut my own water use by about 50%. So I agree that it's a good program. I just wondered what that was. And then I have another one, that addition of 1.0 temporary right below this FTE position and transfer of 0.5 from this to support the well-being project. Mm-hmm. So what is that?
So we paid for the well-being program entirely from grant funds up till now, and the grant funds have not been completely expended. We will exhaust the $1 million grant from Bloomberg Philanthropies. The well-being work is not just a one-time little nice boutique. It was a mayor's challenge to see if we couldn't pioneer something that makes sense not only for Santa Monica but for all cities. So my approach to this is to begin to fold this into the regular work of what we do, to pair it with our long-term sustainability goals, the council's 5 strategic priorities, and to really build a framework around outcomes. Now let me break down, because that sounds a little bit like foundation speak, right? So let me break that down to what that means for the residents of Santa Monica. Right now, we largely do what we have always done and what cities always do, right? We have parks. We have a planning department. We have a fire department. We have a police department. That's what cities think their business is to run departments. What the Well-Being Index really begins to tackle is, are we producing results? Is the community safer? That's the purpose of having a police department, a fire department. It's not to have a police and fire department. It's to make sure we're safe. So the well-being work I want to transfer into producing the results that our residents care about, and make sure that we have healthier, more engaged, more satisfied citizens who have the opportunity to use our parks, right? Are they using, for example, only about 50%, 56% of our population we found are using our public open spaces. Now, we need to figure out, why is that? Are we not meeting the needs of those other 44%, or are they finding their needs satisfied somewhere else? That's the kind of thing that we want to continue that work.
So are these 1.5 people collecting data and interpreting it? Is that what they do?
Essentially, they will be working to continue the collection of data and the reporting of data, and then the integration of that data into the way we do our jobs. Yes.
Okay. That's what okay, and now this is probably one for you too. It says, or maybe it's for Gigi, I don't know. Under Public Works, reflects accounting adjustments related to, sorry, something else just opened, by which operating costs allocated to capital projects and engineering rent allocation based on, I mean, maybe I'm missing this, maybe I'm not reading this whole thing. So I don't even know what that means. Let's start with that. And then I wonder how it breaks down. I think I read English, but maybe not.
See, that's what happens with accounting. So basically, this issue is just the engineering and architecture divisions are in lease space, which with the city services building, they won't be anymore. But while they lease the space, they, with the general fund, we make sure that enterprise funds are covering our costs whenever we're basically general fund staff is doing work for the enterprises. Right. So that's really what it's doing, is we kind of cleaned up the allocation of their rent costs to all the other funds. That's really all it is.
Great. Thank you. And wait, so I have one more here. Yeah, what does this mean? Public Works vehicle reflects adjustment to align operating budget with current fleet operations.
Yes, so again, this is an internal service fund, our fleet fund, that what we do is, I believe that this is the issue where people were paying for the fleet fund to do their maintenance operations for them, but we weren't actually budgeting for it, so it's just a cleanup.
Okay, so those are my little questions, and I think, should I hold my bigger questions till the end? I mean,
You might want to. We have quite a bit of people.
What? Well, so no, but you know what they are. And my question is, I mean, the more overriding questions about how we display the data, et cetera, that I've already sent to you. These are the ones that I had not communicated, but I've communicated some other questions. Mm-hmm. And I think they're probably more comments than questions now that you've pretty much answered them. So I'm trying to, so I think I'll hold that till after the public comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember O'Day?
Thanks. Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Pastruccia. I want to ask about the use of the Charnock funding for the courtyard.
Yes.
And that funding, of course, is from the settlement and related to our groundwater pollution. And the council has a goal for 2020 to be self-sufficient on our own water supply for the purposes of providing greater security in our water supply and community benefits as well as environmental benefits. So I wonder, can you describe for me how using the Charnock funds, if it does affect the goal for 2020 and how we intend to accomplish that objective?
Certainly. The part of the plan for the 2020 self-sufficiency goal is to generate additional resources. It was a combination of reduction in water usage, which is being achieved through our conservation program, and in addition, finding additional resources within our own basins. When we did our groundwater study a couple of years ago, we determined there was certainly an amount of water in there that we're able to utilize, but we don't have access to because of the contamination that is associated with the Olympic Basin now. When part of the settlement that the council received from both Boeing and the Gillette Papermate was generation of certainly a settlement dollars in the amount of, I think, in the neighborhood of $100 million that will essentially pay for the next treatment plant that we're looking at for the Olympic Basin. And with that, between cleaning up the existing wells and the additional of one more well in that basin, we believe that will help us make up the difference that we would need for the additional amount to be self-sufficient.
So if you were to characterize our progress towards this objective for 2020, would you say we're on track? How do you, and we have the resources available to accomplish it?
Yes, we've got a lot of the money available from the Olympic Fund already. We're moving with our basis of design report. We've got that in for the Olympic treatment plant. We've got a pilot well that's in effect now to determine water quality. That pilot well is at the back of the city yard, so it's in the basin. We're doing sampling tests now to determine the basis of the treatment system to go forward. We are looking to coordinate that with the city yard master plan project because they're adjacent to each other, and the proximity and the timing would make, it seems to line up very well. And our goal is to start construction of the Olympic treatment plant sometime in 2018-19, which will allow us to have it in place for the 2020 year.
And then given that some of the other discussion that we had for tonight includes the planning for the park expansions, Memorial Park and Airport Park, and the discussion indicated there may be some environmental remediation requirements and those. How do we get a handle on understanding those needs and whether this fund that's been, that's come to us through a settlement on groundwater pollution might not be available for addressing those things?
Well, most of these needs that we've identified are really localized basis. We talk about the Fisher Lumber site. We know that there were some issues we dealt with already with some asbestos in the flooring. If we when we take down the building, there'll be probably asbestos materials in that. As we go through the design report, if the council gives us direction to tear that building down and start look at putting a field in, just like any field, we'll go out and do we'll do soil testing to determine if there's anything in the immediate surface of the soil, contaminants that we'll need to remediate before we can build on that site itself. So it's sort of different. The dollars that we've have been primarily for settlements associated with groundwater basin pollution, and these pollutions that we're talking about is more surface type pollution that exists that would impact the ability to use that site for, say, recreation purposes.
Okay, so far as we know, I guess.
Yeah, again, we've got limited knowledge on that. We know that at the corner lot at 4th and Pico, there was a service station there, so we know that there's going to be probably some remediation on that site. There's some existing wells that exist, some sampling wells that OSC has been monitoring over the year that we know there's some data there. So we know there's some remediation. It's really just to what extent and what we need to do to make it safe for the use.
Okay, and then in some of the presentation, we also saw that there is some investment dedicated toward wastewater recovery and other strategies associated with the self-sufficient that could be associated with our 2020 self-sufficiency objective. Could you describe those?
Yes, there is. There's an additional amount. I think Council's aware of the grant we've applied for, the Prop 1 grant. That's sort of an add-on that will allow us to basically do a couple things. It'll allow us to treat stormwater. We have a plan for a couple of retention basins to take stormwater that we can hold, then treat, and use it as part of our purple pipe system, or even looking at the possibility in the future of going back to direct injection back into the groundwater basin. That will allow us to keep back to that self-sufficient initiative, to take that rainwater that doesn't have a chance to percolate in, but capture it, treat it, and put it back in the ground for usage back into our groundwater system.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yeah, I had a quick question for Ms. Ginsburg that I forgot to ask the last time around, so she can wrestle away out of her seat. The accessible beach walkway that's in the CIP budget down the beach of Montana Avenue, I assume that's similar to what you put in recently at the end of Ashland by Tower 28?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we've been slowly adding them.
Well, they're great. I mean, I could tell you, go down to Tower 28 all the time and see people in wheelchairs be able to go down to the end of that walkway and get close to the ocean. It's a great thing. My only concern, I think I've mentioned to this before, but I want to do it again, is that whatever material you use for that one is black. It's very dark and it absorbs heat, and people tend to singe their feet on the latter part of the afternoon on summer days. So I hope whatever we choose for this project is of a lighter color.
Material,
reflects the heat more.
lighter wood.
Yeah. That was it. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilmember O'Connor.
I have a few questions about the Civic Center sports field, and I don't know if this is to the city manager, city attorney, or who, but if the council decided to fund it the way they usually fund such projects, would the activities that are listed here, the July to October 2016 design contract bid award and execution take place? Would the October to November 2016 community outreach take place? Would the October 2016 start of the site parking study take place? And I see in 6 months you have scheduled the December 2016 to April 2017 schematic design development and design going on, and that's just in the next 6 to 8 to 10 months. Would that happen if we did not earmark the money?
Yes.
Okay. So to move it forward, to do all of that, we don't need to earmark them. And my last question is, if this council earmarks the money, would that prevent any future council from, would they require any future council to use the money that way, or could any future council, depending on situation, reallocate those funds?
On any given Tuesday, the council can change the budget.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to make sure I understood about the civics, the commitment to the Civic Center sports field. Thanks.
I think that we can finally open the public hearing here. Denise Barton. If we can have Denise Barton, Marianne LaGuardia, and Victor Comos. And Larry Ariola, if he's around as well.
Good evening. Personally, I find it offensive that the executive summary starts off with a blatant misinformation that the city has a AAA credit rating, which was able to be seen by the bond debt rating chart in last year's budget item, showing that most of the bonds the city holds are only rated AA, such as lease revenue bonds. And how interesting do you think I found it that the chart had been removed from the previous year's city council agenda? What are you trying to hide? Then, of course, we have the $850,000 shortfall per year for affordable housing. Yet in item 13B tonight, you're proposing another 0.5% ballot initiative for more funding for affordable housing. Here I have to ask, if you didn't learn a lesson from the last election, the residents do not want to have to pay for any more affordable housing. I mean, where does your money grabbing from the residents stop? I also need to say something about all the new employees the city has found it necessary to hire. I vaguely remember a time when the city was being more fiscally responsible, going as far as to cut positions trying to reduce pension costs. But with this budget, fiscal responsibility has gone out the window. Finally, we have the extravagant amount you want to spend on mobility and the traffic demand management plan, which other community leaders have referred to as a belief of authoritative, arrogant assertion of unproved principles, also seen as dictatorial and not based in reality. And for this kind of program, we have to pay that much money? Really? Obviously, you missed or chose to ignore the USC study, which found no reduction in traffic or congestion as a result of the Expo line, as was promised. Or the only other reason you'd be doing it is to give the public a false perception of the excessive and only getting worse traffic problem within the city for grant funding and tourism. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Ann, is that Ben standing next to you?
No, Ben, you want to stand up?
Oh.
That's my donee.
Ben should be home.
Yes, he should. That's Ben's father standing behind me.
Oh, okay. So you're okay, I guess.
You know who I am, and you know why I'm here. I want to tell you that I was delighted to see that the proposed CIP had money for planning the Civic Center field. And I want to thank Mr. Cole in particular for giving us an action plan on actually directing staff and getting it done. This is responsive to the needs of the community to see it, to feel it, to actually believe it's going to happen. Because we've spent more than 18 years not building this field. And any number of times we left these chambers believing, hey, we're going to get the field. And we were wrong, regardless of what those reasons were. But we're back. We're ornerier. We're more organized. And we're more enthusiastic than ever about getting the field, about needing the field, and getting your cooperation. We're also wiser. So tonight, we're asking you, in addition to the money for designing the field, that you go ahead and do the unusual and fund the field. I don't need to tell you that trust is a big issue in this community. Trust on this field really has taken a beating over the last 18 years. I'd like to leave here tonight and throw a party for what I heard from Mr. Cole and from others up on the dais about let's get moving on this. If you find someone in the future, and you should, to contribute to the cost of this field, great. Refund the excess to the general fund and make somebody else happy. We're also asking that you do the best you can to stay on schedule and take maybe even a finer pencil to the timeline. We know city stuff takes a long time, but we also know that the Annenberg Beach House got built in record time because it was a use it or lose it grant from the Annenberg Foundation, and there was a hard and fast deadline. I understand we're not going to get that here, but I hope that as we proceed on building this field, everybody knows it's a priority, and doing it as fast as we can would be great. I did show this schedule to people who are used to doing this kind of thing, and they said, hey, that's lightning speed, so I'm not going to ask you to jump through some kind of hoop and do it faster. Do it on this schedule if you can. And please, don't throw obstacles at us that aren't being thrown, us meaning the field, that aren't being thrown at the ECEC. We're both going to eat some parking. But we built the Civic Center parking structure to offset the parking that was going to be taken off the surface lot under the original Civic Center specific plan. Well, it wasn't the original one, but the 2005 plan. And we put monthly downtown parkers in it to free up some space downtown. Send them back. Tell them to use the bus, the metro, whatever. Whatever we're going to do, we have that parking. We ought to be able to satisfy the Coastal Commission. Further, with respect to getting the Coastal Commission's blessing, we're building a park, not a coal-powered factory. We're doing something to help people enjoy our coastal region. And further, we just opened the metro. We're going to be bringing thousands of people in a non-polluting way to enjoy it. We don't need to save parking spaces for them. I'm confident that this will sail through. I've known you long enough, final sentence. I've known you all long enough to know.
We gave you an extra time here, so we're going to have to move on. We have a lot of
Okay.
speakers. Thank you, though.
I just want to say I have other things to do in my golden years. I don't want to come back here and rag on you
Thank
guys
you.
again on this. Thank you.
Victor, I'm assuming Will is somewhere.
Will is. I think
that
he's
the other
asleep.
side?
Let's see if he's up. Will, could you stand up? Wave your hands, please.
Okay.
That's Will. Yeah, and I'm grounded, by the way. Thank you very much. My name is Victor Komlos. I'm the AYSO Assistant Regional Commissioner. Let me start by thanking the council and the city staff, and specifically City Manager Rick Coles, for the work that has been done. We've made significant progress, specifically on the field at the Civic Center, since the item was discussed on February 9th. So thank you. I admire your knowledge of the details and appreciate your work towards this cause. I'll use key words to describe category concerns that I have and move quickly. The first one is momentum. I agree with Mr. Winter's comments made earlier tonight about funding now versus later, so thank you. I also support Mr. McKeown's comments about finding the funds now and going ahead and designating those. So thank you for both of those comments tonight. Other council members also showed support, so thank you. In light of the CIP budget presentation by staff, I propose we call this issue Phase 1 instead of temporary, if that makes people feel better. We want Phase 1 to result in the completed construction of a sports field at the Civic Center. We want the council to direct the staff to work towards breaking ground on the construction in 2017, if possible. It's a little bit in earlier timeline than Mr. Cole's timeline proposed. The next key word is untether. I ask, moving forward in the discussion about the field at the Civic, please untether the field at the Civic construction and completion from the larger scope of the redevelopment, including the Civic Auditorium itself and the Early Childhood Education Center, and the other park and field redevelopment plans mentioned today at Airport and Memorial Park. Those projects will require much higher funding and construction costs that may take years to complete, while the field is a more straightforward project that does not require the building redevelopment or retrofitting. Again, full respect to the presentation that Mr. Coles presented about the Coastal Commission, parking spaces, etc. Next key word or words, high demand. When you build it, I promise we will come. Starting early in the afternoon with the schools from 2 p.m. until 10 p.m., Monday through Friday, 5 days a week, and from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. on the 2 weekends, this field will be used. Every single day, the sports field that will be open, it will be used by our community. My next keyword is funding choice. Option 1, as Mr. Coles suggested, tap cash reserves in this project, or some of one-time access to the reserves totaling $11.7 million mentioned for the city yard renovation. That's one of the options that we could do right now. As Mr. Winter pointed out about prioritizing. Option 2 is to prioritize the field of the Civic by increasing the Recreation and Culture Project CIP budget category allocation from the recommendation from city staff from 5% to 6%. That will cover what we need for this to get done. In closing, please continue to accelerate the momentum on Phase 1, or the temporary field at the Civic, we have seen since February. Please do not delay any longer. Please increase the line item in the current CIP budget now to include design and construction for the field at the Civic. Let's break ground in 2017. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry, as you're coming up, let me just call a few more names here. Dolores Sloan. There's Randy, looks like Grube. And Carol Lemline. Go ahead, Larry.
Mayor Tony Vasquez and council members, thank you for moving ahead on the Civic Center temporary sports field. I would like to see the sports field prioritized in front of the expansion of Memorial Park and the Airport Park because of the obvious lack of playing fields in Santa Monica, and the proximity of the Civic sports field to Samoa, which is, their sports teams badly need a field that they can cross the street and use. The 2 years to get started to build this field, it just seems like it's too long. 6 months plan check to lay some turf, build a fence, and put some lighting in. Seems like it's a long time for a plan check. I would hope that you could move ahead at least 6 months earlier to start the field than Mr. Cole's proposed timeline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and commissioners. I'm here tonight representing the Landmarks Commission. I didn't give my name, I'm Dolores Sloan. We request that the council amend the master fees resolution to waive the fee for individual landmarks commissioners who apply for designation of historic properties as structures of merit and landmarks. This has been made necessary because of last year's judgment in the Woody's case, which denies the authority of quasi-judicial bodies to take both a proactive role in the nomination or the advocacy and also to make decisions in that judgment. However, the city attorney has advised us that individual commissioners may submit applications for designation, provided that the commissioner recuses himself or herself from consideration of the designation. But requiring that an individual commissioner, as an applicant, pay the required fee renders this alternative meaningless. However, we therefore ask that the council waive the application fee for commissioners, and this provision be drafted and approved as soon as possible in order not to interrupt the workings of the commission any longer. We also support the proposal by the Santa Monica Conservancy to waive the application fee as well for nonprofit organizations. And by that means organizations like the Conservancy and neighborhood associations. This allows, in addition to achieving the goal of allowing historic preservation to continue without interruption, it also brings the community closer to the historic preservation process as partners. So I urge you to ask the staff to add this to the document they will be preparing for you in June. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Randy Group. I represent Academy of Lacrosse. We have about 250 kids in our program that play lacrosse. I was here in February when we talked about the initial sports field proposal, and I wanted to thank city staff and city manager for all the information they provided today, because I personally feel a lot more comfortable about the whole process and how everything's moving forward. I do want to also second though what Mayor Pro Tem Winter has said, which is that if we do put money into some kind of a budget in some form right now to show the public that this is actually going to get done, it would go a long way. And I think where people get nervous is because it's been promised for so long, and because it affects our kids. So as an example, my son, even with the aggressive timeline that's in there, and I understand that's pretty quick, understanding how cities operate, my son would maybe get 1, possibly 2 years of use out of this field before he graduates high school. So the community is very, very eager to see this get done, just because it does affect our kids, and kids aren't kids forever. If you're building an esplanade or building a mall or a bus line, we can use that forever. But the kids only can use the field when they're kids, and that's when they need it the most. So that's the point that I wanted to reiterate. I don't think it's politics to put money in the budget to say we're going to build this. It's the best way to show the public that we're serious about this and we are going to do it. And the other comment I wanted to make was that as a user of field space, if it makes it easier to build a field without first putting in the light towers and adding the lights later, from a budgeting perspective, I can tell you that from March to October, we can put a field to good use without lights because there's enough natural light, and certainly the school can use it. So that was all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carol, as you come up, let me just call out a few more names. John C. Smith, Ann Hoover, and it looks like, wow. Jolie, is it Jolie Mamita? Is that right? Am I saying that right? Okay. Go ahead, Carol.
I'm Carol Emline, speaking on behalf of the board of the Santa Monica Conservancy. Commissioner Sloan has said a good deal of what I had planned to say tonight. I just want to re-emphasize the importance of the proactive nomination process that we have had and which is now apparently illegal under the court case in Newport Beach. Proactive application for designation by the Commission has played an important role in protection of Santa Monica's most treasured buildings, particularly in the commercial areas of downtown and Main Street, ensuring that the structures which contribute so much to our sense of place are preserved for future generations. Owners who would never have come forth voluntarily to apply for designation have come to understand the impacts and benefits of designation, and few appeals have been filed as a result of this process. In fact, I only remember one that has occurred in recent memory. So we are greatly appreciative that you're looking at amending the proposed fee resolution, and also would hope that you would advise staff to recommend whatever needs to be changed in the landmark ordinance to make this possible to implement. We do think that a similar waiver for nonprofits would be helpful. We're proud of the many successes of our preservation program, including the recent designation of the San Vicente Courtyards Historic District, and we thank you for making that possible. We ask for your continued support of this program, and we suggest that it will not be possible to reach the full potential of what has been promised in the loose and is seen in the draft downtown community plan without prioritizing additional investment in staff. And we are encouraged to hear that that too is being considered. Thank you.
Thank you. John, come on up. And you're speaking on behalf of the Rec and Parks Commissioner, right?
Correct, Mayor.
Okay.
Denise, could you go to number 2? That's the first one. We'll start with number 2, the picture of Mount Olivet. Hi, my name is John C. Smith, speaking on behalf of the Recreation and Parks Commission. You've seen our recommendations in the form of a letter that focused on 3 projects: the field at the Civic Center, the expansion of Memorial Park, and the opening of Mount Olivet as the city's newest park, which is what you're looking at now. This is looking directly south. Mount Olivet is the highest in our city, home to a reservoir in 2 parcels. Both are fenced off to the public currently. This is looking south. If you could go to number 3, please. The next slide you're going to see is the view looking west. You went past one. Looking west, and you'll note that off there in the distance is the Pacific Ocean. It's a beautiful, it's the best view in the city. $800,000 currently unfunded to create our newest park on city-owned land would be inexpensive, relatively easy, and a no-brainer. We should do it now. Thank you. If you could go to number 5, please. Memorial Park expansion. I biked over there the other day, and the baseball fields were humming. There was, tennis courts were packed. And then I went over to the skate park, and I saw a kid named Jake. It's number 6, the video. Just roll the video. This is Jake. It's number 6 in the video. There you go. Check him out. It's a young girl, skate park. Here comes Jake.
Here goes Jake.
Oh.
Nice, Jake.
Watch him.
He's okay. Plenty of protection.
Everything's good in the world. Okay, we're going left. Down the ramp, up the hill. How many views you usually get there?
Anyways, that's Jake. We're 5 years old. He was there with his dad, who was a great skater. Jake is fearless, and I think we should be fearless too. The city was smart by purchasing the Fisher Lumber site for $18 million more than a decade ago. Our commission believes that we should not wait another decade until Jake is a teenager to begin the expansion of Memorial Park. Let's try to make a down payment the first year to clear the site, maybe a simple field. Next year, add a little more funding to add the most basic amenities and go from there. If not now, when? Finally, the field at Civic Center. I want to thank City Manager Rick Cole for his letter outlining the steps needed to begin construction, and for Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter's comments regarding that issue. Our commission and this council have heard from hundreds of people, which is why we made the field the #1 priority as part of the recommendations we sent to this council and that you sent on, for the most part, to the LA County. I will say only this. There is $1 million budgeted for the ECEC, which is a much more expensive project that, when it's built, will serve 110 children. Why not spend $3 million as soon as possible for a field that will serve thousands? It was promised more than a decade ago. We believe that a big expanse of green space in the form of a multi-purpose field should be a permanent fixture on the civic site and is as important as anything else that could go there. Let's fund it now. Let's build it as soon as possible. In closing, 3 projects, all on city-owned land. Only your leadership will make them possible. When it comes to budgets, your toughest challenge is always going to be 3 words: who gets what? On behalf of the Santa Monica Recreation and Parks Commission, in regards to these 3 projects, we say fund them now and build them as soon as possible. Thank you. I'd be happy to suggest some ideas on how we can fund them and answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ann Hoover? And I saw Tricia Crane. I guess she's giving you time, right?
She is. There's my Donnie. Oh my goodness, I've missed you guys. For the record, my name is Ann Hoover, and I'm a parent at Samuel High School. I'm here to talk about the Civic Center sports field. On behalf of Samuel High PTSA, we want to thank our Parks and Recs commissioners for prioritizing the field as one of their top 3 projects. We want to thank all of you, and we want to thank city staff, and we want to thank Mr. Cole for the timeline that you all have shared. And it turns out that we are fans of purely symbolic moves in kabuki theater and of potentially thoughtfully borrowing a relatively small amount from the general fund, or of using any monies that might be in our developer-funded open space fund, if possible. So we would like to see the field funded in this budget cycle because we are particularly fans of restoring civic trust. And so we ask you to do this for 2 reasons. One, we actually believe staff might beat the timeline, even just by a hair, so let's have the money there, please. And also, field advocates are really sick of emailing you all, so please don't make us do it anymore. It's time for the field to be a sure thing. Of note, funding the field tonight helps you achieve not 1, but 2 of your stated strategic goals. One is of maintaining an inclusive and diverse community. Park and field spaces are for everyone. And as you densify our city, increasing that kind of space will be even more critical than it already is. And continuing the partnership to support education from cradle to career and beyond. Educational achievement is inextricably tied to physical, mental, and emotional health. Healthy minds, healthy bodies. So anyone truly serious about supporting education must likewise support the resources that promote physical health, such as an athletic field proximate to a public high school serving 3,000 students. Lastly, surely Santa Monicans one day will support a brilliant and long-term and ideally joint use for the Civic Center space. But that will take time, so this temporary field needs to go in now, independently of any longer-term planning and financing. And I think we're hearing support for that tonight from the dais, and we're so grateful. So you may wonder why so many people care about this field, and I'll tell you, we're not developers, we're not married to developers, we're not attorneys for developers, we're not real estate financiers or bond consultants or early childhood education providers or anyone who might benefit politically or financially from this field. We simply are people who are really in touch with one of the things in life that makes people truly happy, and that is an open space where we can run and stretch and grow and be free. And I'm sorry, I did not mean to do that. So we are counting on you not to punt this field again. Please make it a reality tonight by funding it in this budget cycle. Thank you so much from my heart.
Thank you. Come on, as you're coming up, let me just call Mitch Dorff, Lance Suckervon, and Andrew Browning.
Can I start? Good evening, Mayor, Council, and Mr. Cole. I'm also Samo High parent, Jale Mamita. Thank you to Mr. Cole for and the city staff that prepared the outline schedule for designing and funding the Civic Center, and recommended to you, and we are hoping that tonight we have some result out of this. Civic Center Sports Field was a plan that approved, as you all know, in 2005, Civic Center specific plan. And it's supposed to be a permanent field, and it's supposed to be a field that promised and has to be done in 2005. I've been involved in that about over 2 years. And as a mom, I only have patience for my kids, but thanks to Miss Marianne LaGuardia, that has 18 years of patience dealing with that. And I really admire her for that. As last February, February 9, 2016, this year, I just want to put it for record, we and all field supporters accepted the council and city staff recommendation for a temporary field. That was the main reason that we accepted temporary field, because we thought that it's going to be a faster process, and we don't require, it doesn't require so many steps that a permanent field can require. All of us and all the entire Santa Monica High School and community asked to replace this asphalt, this black, dark asphalt at Civic, and change it and replace it to a green surface and some fencing. Oh my God, that's too much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope that we can get some result from that. Thank you.
Mitch Dorff.
Good evening. Thank you for seeing me. Mr. Cole, thank you for your timeline. I'm just curious that you labeled bringing up the budget in Kabuki Theater, how you would label the last 18 years of not getting the park done. But that's really not what I was here to say. What I really wanted to say was tonight you guys have a chance to create legacy. This commission may not be together after the fall, but this group tonight, as a group collectively, can change and make a difference. Fully funding the Civic Center Park will instill so much for our community and will define what this council is all about. Do you want to be that council that makes a change, makes a difference, or do you want to be that council that pushes it on to the next group? Tonight when you go home, you get to look at yourself in the mirror and say, was I that guy? Was I that woman who listened to the people of my community and did the right thing? Tomorrow when you wake up, you look in that mirror again, and you'll give yourself that answer. Yes or no. We'll see how you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Lance?
Good evening. My name is Lance Zuckerbraun. I'm the Regional Commissioner of AYSO Soccer, and that constitutes over 1,600 kids, both boys and girls from age 4 to 18. I don't think there's any bigger sports organization in this town, and I'm proud to have been chosen to lead that group. And it's an incredible team of parents that I have with me and phenomenal kids that are playing. With that being said, I want to thank each and every one of you for the accomplishments since our February 9th meeting, when we did bring the whole village here. And I think it's a lot more pleasant this evening not having the village being represented. So with that being said, I think we need to continue to make the community believers in this council by quickly funding and completing the Civic Center field. I'm sure you'd like to all see the village turn its energy toward working with the council to help fund the airport and memorial parks, along with other city initiatives. That's the kind of group we have in Santa Monica today, is we're interested in this community. And we want to help you guys get the job done that you want to get done here too. So with that, I want to thank you again, each and every one of you, for your actions up to this point to make Santa Monica a world-class city. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Browning, come on up. As you're walking up, let me just call a few more names. There's a Lori Brown, Craig Foster, Zena Joseph.
My name is Andrew Browning. I'm here representing Academy Lacrosse. I'd like to thank the city manager for putting the report together on the field development. I am a little bit confused though. The budget report we got from the city said that we have a budget shortfall coming and possibly a looming recession. And then the city manager sort of made it out to be as though the future's so bright we got to wear shades. So I don't really know what to believe, but what I do think is that we do need to allocate the dollars now for the development of the field. And I think to do anything less, especially after having talked about this for, I think Mary Ann said 18 years, I think it wouldn't be the right thing to do. So I think we've got some commitment to the design. We need to put the dollars forward to develop the field and get the kids playing on the field. My kids are going to age out soon. I'd like to see them playing on that field for a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Lori Brown, Rec and Parks Commissioner. I want to take this time to thank you all very much. I believe that you've heard the community, and I believe that you're taking action on the Civic Center field. So I just really want to tell you, thank you very much for hearing everybody, hearing our plea for the Civic Center. And Rick, thank you very much. Mr. Coles, thank you very much for your timeline of what you put out. I'm standing here in full belief that everybody's on the same path, both the citizens and city staff and city council, which is really nice to see. One of the things Commissioner Smith brought up was Mount Olivet, and I don't think he gave a great enough picture of what Mount Olivet looks like. We talked on the commission about maybe in the future, let's not over-design some of the parks, let's not make it so fancy, let's go back to basics. And we actually have space which is fenced off. We're not even looking for you to upgrade the green grass. We don't even want a park bench. We just want the gates opened. It is city-owned land. I think if each one went to see the amazing views that you would see, you can see from downtown to the ocean to the South Bay. I mean, it's incredible. And most of the people in the town don't even know it. We're short on park space. Money's tight. This is a really good example of just to be able to open up one open up the lock and see where it goes. Again, I don't necessarily believe that we're looking for a designed space. I don't know what the details are for it, but maybe we can start looking forward to that future so that we're not looking for another 18 years to try to open up Mount Olivet. So with that, I wish you a short session tonight. Thank you very much for all of your hard work on the Recreation and Parks, and thank you to city staff for their hard work of what they were doing to put the budget together. Thank you.
Thank you. School Board Member Craig Foster.
Good evening, Mayor Vasquez and City Council members. I am, as mentioned, Craig Foster. I'm a Santa Monica Malibu School Board member. I am here tonight representing only myself. When last I was here, I thanked you for this city's and your individual commitments to the children of Santa Monica and their families. What you do to support children and families is extremely generous and extraordinarily important. Thank you very much. Tonight, I'm here to thank you for your understanding and support of playing fields. This is yet another crucial gift to children, parents, and residents. While I'm thanking you for what is on your agenda tonight, I want to also hold out a big goal for all of us. Let's all of us charged with the welfare of students in Santa Monica work together to imagine a big, long-term, permanent solution to the challenges of athletic fields for all the kids of Santa Monica. As one school board member, I offer my pledge to do what I can, to work hard, to think deeply in cooperation with all willing parties, to imagine and bring into being a situation where we use our space optimally in the varied interests of students and all residents of Santa Monica. The decisions we make in the near term will affect us forever. I extend my hand in belief that together we can create a long-term plan that will meet our many needs in a way that future generations will regard as foresighted, as wise, and as a model for cooperative planning. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there's a question. I'm sorry. Councilor Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Obviously, one of the issues we have is, well, the city owns the land at the Civic Center. Part of the proposal is at least to have it used by the school district as well as the community. And we all know the school district's passed a couple of fairly large bonds relatively recently. Would the school district, and I'm not putting you on the spot now, but I am, how much would the school district be willing to contribute to the building of a field that would be used by the students at Santa Monica High School?
You know, I have a lot of people saying I'm not putting you on the spot these days. As you well know, I can't answer that question, right?
Sure.
One school board member has no ability to do anything. I do believe that there is a strong spirit on the school board to work collaboratively to find solutions both in the short run here and in the longer run to try to put all our resources together to make a really extraordinary solution for all of us with the resources that are available and are currently being discussed and worked through. So I'm not sure that's exactly the answer to your question, but...
Well, let me ask a more specific question, because obviously, just like we're all individuals up here and we can only act as a body, I understand you can't make a commitment. But if, for example, this body here tonight were to commit in some way, shape, or form to full funding of the temporary Civic Center field, would you be willing to take it back to your body to suggest that perhaps some contribution to that funding, we would make the show of good faith of perhaps allocating the funds, but then we would ask perhaps the school district to make a show of good faith in contributing to some of that project as well?
I would be happy to support that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Before you walk off, now that we're talking about fields, I know, and you probably weren't on the board when this took place, but when you folks removed the girls' softball field, there was a commitment back then to replace it on campus, and now I'm hearing that may not happen.
There is an extraordinary shortage of space with all of the construction that's going on, and one of the conversations that's very important to us is figuring out how to square that circle, because we have more teams and more important things going on than we have space for. So I would not say that that's the answer to that question, but we're going to have to figure that out, and we're going to have to figure it out very quickly.
Thank you.
Sure.
Zena, as you're coming up, let me just call out a few more names. Jerry Rubin, Emma Polimas, Mary Polimas. Go ahead.
Okay. A majority of the board of Francis Sunset Park requests that the city council include the sports field promised in 2005 under the Civic Center specific plan in the capital improvement budget for 2016-18 so that the field could be built before August 2017 when the new school year begins. Speaking only for myself, I've been hearing about the shortage of field space from the Samo High marching band directors for over 20 years because so many teams are having to share the football field. So I sincerely hope you'll be able to help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerry Rubin, Mayor Vasquez, council members, city staff. I want to thank everyone for the good report they gave. To me, it looks like a forward-looking, practical budget. We still have a AAA bond rating, and that takes great expertise from our city manager and everybody to do that. We should be very proud of all of our work, former city managers, former city council members. We've been on the right track for a long time. We need to keep it going. The budget's good on transportation, diversity, sustainability, housing. It's good on public safety. It's good on infrastructure enhancement, city staff and city services enhancement, park creation, etc. Even though the funding was cut for redevelopment years ago. Sure, we need recreation for the kids and we need that field, but we need to save that landmark civic auditorium as well and the cultural and educational activities it provides. And I want to hear some more of that from our community. That should be a high priority too. It's needed. Kids need cultural activities. The whole community does. My goodness, we had a whole task force about that. That needs to move forward, and we need to do it. I want to see, hopefully, some more funding put in to art and our urban forests and our trees. We've been doing a great job. Maybe the Urban Forest Task Force could think of how we could plant a money tree, and that would help.
Thank you.
Some of these things as well.
Emma, you got the whole family here. I know there's Emma, there's Mary, and I guess Ann also is the next one.
Hello, I'm Mary Polhemus, a junior at Santa Monica High School, and I hold with me over 250 signatures from supporters of my organization, Gatto's Green Activities and Transportation Organization of Students, who support to expand and expedite the green activity field space in Civic Center lot, and to provide free Big Blue bus passes for students of Santa Monica School District to truly reduce congestion, reduce parking needs, and help the environment. And I think and I have all the signatures here of fellow students who support the cause.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Emma Polhemus, also with Gatto's, and I just want to reiterate our support for the Civic Center sports field and some possible, issues caused by the construction, including traffic congestion and reduced number of parking spots, could be balanced against by reducing the fare of the bus, Big Blue bus, for Santa Monica High School students or Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District students. So this would alleviate a lot of the congestion around Santa Monica High School due to increased use of public transportation and the question of, the reduced number of parking spots would also be balanced against. So I just want to thank you for please pushing this forward in the agenda to for the building of the sports field, and also ask if there are any initiatives being raised to reduce the fare for Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District students for the Big Blue Bus.
Before you leave, did you say you were Emma or?
Oh, I'm Emma Polhemus, yeah.
So Mary's spoke already?
Yes, she did.
And then who's Ann? Are there three sisters here?
Our mom.
Oh, your mom. All right. Then your mom comes up.
Hi, I'm Ann.
Before you start, let me just call out the last two speakers after you, and that's Zoe Montaner and Andrea Ferguson. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you again, Council, for moving forward with the promise and the goal and the excitement of what I did here earlier tonight. I'm the younger sister, just so you know. And I am actually a mother of 3 Samo High kids, came through the district, coach for the Crest Santa Monica program in basketball, football, etc., volleyball, so I know the fields very well. Also an umpire for the Santa Monica Little League, as well as a parent of the AYSO, so I know the fields and the need for space and the traffic concerns at Airport Park, etc., the whole gamut of it. This initiative has been long waited for, and please expedite, as the mission of Gatos, which the kids are latched on to, expedite and expand the field ASAP, please, please, please. We appreciate it. That is where their hearts are, and that is also a landmark. I love the cultural, also of the Civic Center, and push that forward, but this space has been long promised and long overdue. Please, on behalf of the students, the environment, the beautiful nature of Santa Monica, please push it forward as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoe, as you're coming up, let me just remind Andrea Ferguson. I think I saw her. I don't know if she stepped out. Oh, McPherson. I'm sorry. Well, go ahead. You're up, does it? All right. Just wanted to make sure she was coming up.
Buenas noches. Good evening, Mayor Tony Vasquez and council members. I want to remind the people of Santa Monica that Santa Monica is a world-class city already. We don't need to become one. I understand that the city is in the business of creating revenue, and residents need to understand that. And many years I've been coming here discussing how that revenue is allocated. So today is a happy day when you bring the Civic Center field and you become honest with the citizens in trying to fund it. That's progress, and I'm all for progress, especially because this is a place for diversity. This is a place that is for the people of Santa Monica and our visitors, and anything that affirms diversity, I'm for it. We need more of that. We also need to recognize the great first year of our new city manager. And this is a home run, using our a little bit of sports analogy. I'm happy to report that the residents are breathing better this week because of it. And let's speed the process a little bit more because the residents are anxious about it. I have been gone for 7 months because my father passed away, but it's great to be back. And it's great to see you all working for the residents of the city of Santa Monica. Good night.
Thank you. Andrea McPherson, come on.
Hi, Andrea McPherson again. I just wanted to speak on the budget about Section 8. Section 8, if there should be some money allocated to for the betterment of Section 8 to broaden it for people of low income, then there also should be some sort of help for the buildings that receive Section 8 tenants, landlords as well, because on a personal standpoint, I've been to meetings, library, all types of meetings having to do with Section 8, and they were shunned. All the Section 8 landlords are saying, do not take people with Section 8, okay? Well, help them realize that it's not a bad thing. You know what I mean? I don't know if it's a program that you need. I don't know if it's a tax credit that you need, but they definitely need to realize that Section 8 is not just for people who beg for change. I fell down 21 concrete steps and cracked my ankle in half. That's why I have Section 8.
Thank you. That closes the public hearing. And we have Councilmember Himmerich in the queue.
So I didn't talk before about the subject of the sports field, but I want to talk about it now. And I want to talk about the optics of our budgeting. And particularly, I want to talk about the fact that there were 50 speakers about this $3.5 million. And yet we have a $650 million budget in front of us, including almost $220 million, spent on the city service building, the city yards, and the fire station. And I think that we need to sort of adjust expectations and optics and priorities here. I think that it's clear that the sports field has been important, that all of this open space, including Mount Olivet, parks, and I won't even go to affordable housing, but all of these uses of our public land are very important to the people in the city, and they're feeling as if they aren't being heard. And I want to reemphasize what I think I've said before, and I'm going to say it again, that we need to put resources not just in buildings and not just in new streets, but in our parks and in our affordable housing. And I think this is an opportunity to put money into our parks, and I'd like to know where we can find it, because I know it's there somewhere in this budget. I looked at the budget on an overall basis and asked a lot of questions about it. I also have a question about what we're going to do about the shortfall in 2 years, the projected shortfall in the budget. I frankly have seen that before, and the answer I get is, well, we need to tighten our belts. And frankly, I have a lot of faith in our city manager's ability to help us readjust our priorities and create a budget that will deal with the projected shortfall as we've been budgeted before. But I also think it's important, again, to budget not just for that shortfall, but also for these mobility, open space, and affordability and diversity priorities that we've put forward, and again put a little less emphasis on buildings for employees and spaces for employees and tenant improvements for employees. I think we should readjust.
It sounds like the city manager wants to weigh in before I have.
I thought it was a question.
It is?
It is a question.
I thought I heard two questions, but let me say with respect, council member, this is your most important job, is setting the city's priorities, and I respect all of your responsibility to. You're the bosses. You're elected by the citizens to make the hard choices. I do want to say with respect, we understand the council's priorities, but the council's priorities are also city services, and the buildings are the ones that allow us to deliver the services. We have a fire station that doesn't meet earthquake code. If we have another earthquake like we had in 1992, we might not have fire engines leave that station to provide emergency medical and fire suppression support. So our long-term investments in the buildings that provide the services are designed to make sure that the citizens get the other services that they depend on. We can't pick up the trash if we don't have modern facilities for repairing the trash trucks. So we're cognizant of all the priorities. Now, you made the point, and it's a fair point, that we have taken to heart and have tried to reflect in this budget, and it's your job to make changes if you feel that the changes make sense. But we've taken to heart that we need to expand park space in the city. I would remind you the city just completed a brand new $40 million park, which is across the street. Remind you that we just added 5 or 6 parcels at the recommendation of the Parks and Recreation Commission that are being used as kind of a mini park. I would remind you that we've made significant investments in other parks, including some improvements that are right now going to start at Palisades Park. So this is continuing the council's commitment to parks. We want to clear the Fisher Lumber site. We want to redo Memorial Park. We want to add playfields at Memorial Park. We are already planning 12 additional acres at Airport Park, and we will be bringing forward the first plans for community input into those plans for 12 brand new acres of park that we've already cleared all aviation uses off of, so we can begin construction as quickly as possible. So the commitment to the Civic Center Master Plan, sports fields, and the council's direction is what we've put into the budget. We don't believe that you'll need the money until the 3rd year. We don't typically budget past the 2nd year. As I said earlier, we're happy to do that for whatever greater comfort that gives to the community. We can do it, and we can make it happen. As to the operating shortfall, look, we budget conservatively, and all things being equal, our expenses will mount at a faster pace than our revenues because we estimate our revenue increases at 2% a year and our cost increases at 3% a year. We have typically overperformed in revenue and overperformed in expenses. In other words, we've spent less than we anticipated, we've been more thrifty, and the economy has been stronger than we anticipated. So we feel very confident in the next 3 years. But what we're saying is if we are not continuing to be careful in years 1, 2, and 3, all things being equal, we might have some problems in year 4 and 5. It is to prevent ever going in the red that we make those estimates so that we can keep our expenses down and continue to hopefully see the kind of revenues that come from a healthy economy.
So let me, moving on, and look, I don't differ with you on the fire station, or even the fact that we need the buildings to run the services and that we need to do that. So is 18% 18% of your budget in capital projects, is that in the norm?
It's well above the norm.
It is well above the norm.
Yes.
So,
the city of Los Angeles has a charter requirement that it be 1%, and every year they strain to hit 1%.
Okay, so that is well above the norm. So let me ask you a second question, and that is with respect to the fire station. So we're paying for the fire station with $41.6 million of reserve funds. Is that right? Instead of bonding it.
That's our current plan. That's actually like the park. That's outside of what we're coming to you now. We have not budgeted that $41 million for the same reason we haven't budgeted the $3.5 million for the park. If you ask us today, do we think it makes more sense to bond or to take it from reserves. At the moment, the way we're looking at it, we're analyzing it. It makes more sense to take it out of our reserves and pay ourselves back from the savings that come from
The leasing?
I'm sorry, not from the savings, but to pay ourselves back from what we would ordinarily be paying to bondholders, right? So we are essentially borrowing from ourselves, and that may actually make more sense because the cost of borrowing is greater than the cost that we'd be foregoing by not having the interest. That's one way, but again, we typically bring that to you when we're ready to spend that rather than this far out.
And I guess what I'm getting at here is that...
Pardon me for being tongue-tied on that. I apologize.
I understood you completely,
Okay.
and it happens to me all the time. But I guess what I'm trying to get at here is that we're hearing a lot of feedback on parks and various other things that people feel affect them. And I think that in terms of the short term, for instance, Mount Olivet, if that's really $800,000, that is not a big number in our budget.
No. Candidly, we have some concerns about neighborhood reaction, and we didn't want to put $800,000 into a project that hadn't been vetted with the neighborhood. It has been discussed by Parks and Recreation, and they're strongly supportive of it. Staff thinks it makes sense for all the reasons the Parks and Recreation Commission. But having been here all of 11 months, I've noticed that people in Santa Monica like to be consulted on decisions that affect them, which is one of the reasons why it will take us 2 years to design this park. Everyone wants what they agree with to be done tomorrow, and wants everything that they don't agree with to be studied to death. And that's the balance we end up walking in Santa Monica. So we didn't want to get out ahead of a process working with the Parks and Recreation Commission and with the City Council to make sure that there was in fact a commitment to do that. We weren't going to slug $850,000 into this project and then have people read about it in the daily press and say, wait a minute, nobody told me about that. How come they're moving forward with all of that? So we want to do these things in a way that doesn't cost us extra time because it blows up in your face and you have a room full of people and they're all angry and they're all frustrated and why did you do this and how come you didn't consult us and we weren't notified. We wanted to step this out in a little bit more deliberate way.
So I do hear what you're saying, but I have to say now I haven't been at this much longer than you, but I've heard a lot of people complaining about not getting a park, and I haven't once heard people complaining about getting one. Now people are shaking their heads and saying, "Oh my God, yes, people complained about this park and that park."
Been there, done that. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody is in favor of parks on the other side of town. And in fact, I've personally got just Ron Goldman's suggestion that there might be some pocket parks on streets. We had a city commissioner write me a flaming letter about how outrageous that was. So again, we're not skittish. We understand the council's priorities, but we want to do this in a way that respects the desire of citizens, particularly neighbors, to have some input into how things happen, and then you get to make the hard decisions when you've heard both sides.
Thank you.
Councilor McEwen.
Well, just for perspective, I want to congratulate city staff on delivering a budget study session in which only $3.5 million seems to be worth speaking about from the public. That's actually quite an accomplishment you've given us. Let me start with a couple of things I heard from people toward the end, and then I'll get to the big question of the night that turned out all the speakers, of course. As far as Section 8, I am very much aware of the problem that people have finding landlords to take Section 8, and I want that speaker and anybody else concerned to know that just a couple of meetings ago, we adopted a new policy. I think that the acronym is HOUSE, H-O-U-S-E, to incentivize landlords taking Section 8. We're aware of that, and we are trying to deal with that. I also want to speak to those lovely young ladies who were here, but I think they may have left, about Samo High and bus service, and assure you that's a conversation I've been having with Samo High for years. We have a wonderful program that works very well with Santa Monica College, with the UCLA. I personally would love to do that with Samo High, but we need a partner on campus like we have on campus at UCLA and like we have on campus at SMC. So if those young ladies or their friends would like to talk to their parents, talk to school board members, organize something at Samo High that will work with us, I would love to help you get this council and the Big Blue Bus together and come up with a plan like that. That's been something I've dreamed of doing for years, and I think that the problem at this moment is not at this end, but at the Samo High end. We need some help. We need some organization on campus. I see people out there nodding their heads. I hope you'll take it home and do it, because I'd love to help you with it. So let's talk about the sports field. Now, I've gotten more than a couple. I've got a number of emails in the last week or so, some of them actually thanking me for my leadership in getting this on the front burner months ago. And tonight I find myself just not cynical enough to accept that our doing a feel-good thing, like writing a check we don't intend to cash for a couple of years, means much. There's no need for us to put money under the mattress to make this happen. We can afford this park. That is not the issue. You know, we're talking about kids. Let me put it in kids' perspective. This would be sort of like a kid setting aside his or her current allowance. No pizza, no ice cream. To save up for 2 years to have the money for a bicycle that he or she is going to get for his or her birthday anyway. And you don't get to ride the bicycle one day sooner. You just didn't have the allowance in the meantime. This council is clearly committed to that park. This community is clearly committed to that park. Our staff has told us that having the money when it's time to go forward is not the issue. Now, it may be that there'll be 4 votes here tonight to write that check, even though I think that that's a meaningless gesture. But I'm going to insist that if we do that, we go beyond that, because the reality is that won't make the park happen. What's going to make the park happen quicker might be bullet point number 3 in the very excellent letter that our city manager put out on this issue over the last couple of days. There's upcoming community outreach, coastal commission work, and parking relocation that have to be done. Writing a check and sticking it in an envelope somewhere for 2 years, waiting for things to happen, won't make the park happen faster. Maybe if we gave some direction or some assistance, or we figured out some way to accelerate the things that have to happen before we can build the park, that would mean something, and that I could support. But I can't support just saying, hey, well, write the check, because that'll make you all feel good, and then we can go home and feel good, and there won't be any kids playing on that ground any sooner. Let's make it happen sooner, not just happen.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Well, I agree with Councilmember McCune. I want to start with, I support a sports field. Besides a commitment to a sports field, though, I also have a commitment of fiscal responsibility. So I agree with the comments of Councilmember McCune and our staff recommendation about how we fund this project, that we fund it as we do our CIP projects. Now, I understand this political world, and that even though I say I support the sports field, if I don't vote to earmark it, it could be twisted that I don't support a sports field, but that's not the case, and I can't be intimidated by the possibility that some are going to try to twist my position or misrepresent what I say. Because again, I think this has to do with core values of fiscal responsibility as well as the commitment to the sports field. So about supporting the sports field, I think actually, frankly, I don't think we should be calling it a temporary sports field. I think we should call it Sports Field 1.0. So Sports Field 1.0 is that we want to get this one built in an aggressive fashion on a timeline that will get it up and running in as short a number of years as possible. But I don't think that this is going to be a field that goes away. It may be that it's going to evolve. It may not. Maybe it'll last longer than the 5 or 10 years. Its physical structure, but whether it does or doesn't, in 10 years from now, our community will be looking at how do we make sure that sports field is sports field 2.0, that it continues to be that open space, that it continues to serve people. I think too that it's important that we get the lights in. The reason you want lights there is you want to maximize the playing time that people have, because it may be that later in the evening the children are back at home doing their homework, but there are young adults and actually older adults too, who want field time, because we do have a shortage of sports fields. So we need to build this quickly. We need to build it though with the lights. We don't want to build something that then is going to be there to 5 to 10 years, but it can only be used, doesn't maximize the number of hours that people can play at it. I want to point out too in the timeline, there are some things we have to do. We have to do some level of environmental review. We also have to have discretionary reviews. One is our planning commission. We'd be hopeful that our planning commissioners of our community would be supportive of this. The other, though, is the coastal commission. We'd be hopeful that they would be supportive of it, but it is a process. We might control a little bit the timing for planning commission and when they might hear it. We do not control the California Coastal Commission, their scheduling, but we will work, I'm sure the staff will be working hard with those agencies to get that done. I also want to comment a little bit. Somebody talked about the densifying of the city, and the children who are going to use these fields, they're going to use it to play sports. They're going to use it as they're playing sports. They're going to develop leadership skills. They're going to develop teamwork besides the physical, the fun of the physical things that they are doing on the field. And that teamwork, that leadership. Well, many of those children, I'm hoping, will want to stay in Santa Monica, and they're going to stay here and be here for a while their parents are still alive. So, this is about building community. This is an important sports field. So, again, my commitment is to supporting this field, is to getting it done quickly. I call it 1.0, and I think that we all have to have our eyes on 2.0, because that 5, 8, 10 years will go by quicker than you think, and use this space as great open space, as fields for the people in our community. But I agree. I think that we should there's a commitment to build it. I don't think that's going to change from councils. We're going to start this timeline, get things going, get it moving, and I believe we should be fiscally responsible and fund it as we typically do our projects. And Councilmember McCune gave a good example of what that is about, about that funding process.
Councilmember Davis.
Well, I just want to make a couple of brief comments. And I think the first thing I want to say is that I think one of the reasons for maybe treating the sports field a little different than perhaps we've treated some other projects is because it is already an approved part of the Civic Center specific plan. It's not as if this is something that we just decided we were going to do 18 months ago. We've invested a lot of money in the entire Civic Center, both in terms of the Early Childhood Education Center. We invested millions of dollars in a Civic Center working group that looked at what we were going to do with the Civic Auditorium and are still on that path. And it just seems to me that maybe the fact that this has been for such a long period of time part of the Civic Center specific plan makes it a little unusual in terms of compared to some of the other projects that might have been discussed tonight. The second thing I want to say is that there are levels of review. Both Councilmember McEwen and Councilmember O'Connor pointed out, for example, the Coastal Commission, and someone suggested, well, why wouldn't they support a field? Because they support parking. The Coastal Commission loves parking. They love parking in the coastal zone, and taking out hundreds of spaces may give them some heartburn, and it may be an uphill battle. And I'm assuming that everyone who came out here tonight will go to the Coastal Commission meeting where this is on the agenda. But it occurs to me that one of the things that might be helpful is if the city has shown its commitment to actually building this. What happens sometimes with these projects is they are plans, they are renderings, they are, for lack of a better term, concepts. And by suggesting that we have the money, whether it's sequestered within the reserve or however we, as Councilmember McEwen characterized it, write the check, even though we're not going to cash it at this point in time, will suggest, I think, a level of seriousness about the project to some of these regulatory agencies that we might not otherwise have. So to the extent that it doesn't require us to cannibalize something else, that we can find a way to write that check, and again, I'm not sure. I would leave it to others as the best way to do that, so that it doesn't require us to cannibalize other projects. It seems to me that there is something unique about this project that has to do with both the fact that it really is already an approved project in the sense that the Civic Center specific plan already has been approved, and that it may help us with some of these resistant regulatory agencies to show the city's level of commitment.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
So, my perspective on this is that I started off my career in public service here in Santa Monica when I was appointed to the Planning Commission at the same time this latest iteration of the Civic Center plan was adopted back in 2005. So I've been cognizant of the fact that we've been talking about this sports field for quite some time and only now are beginning to put the pedal to the metal on it. So I concur with Councilmember Davis's thoughts on this, as some of our colleagues are concerned about the fiscal prudence of allocating the entire roughly $3 million at this point, and I would suggest that we contemplate taking a lesser amount as a gesture to the community and as a signal, particularly to potential partners like the school district, that we're serious about this and that they could step up also with their money, something on the order of $2 million, and we just divert part of our contribution to our reserve fund and earmark it specifically for this CIP budget, an amount about commensurate with that amount. So that's the direction I would like to go, and hope that maybe we can pull everybody together on this.
Councilor McEwen.
Well, I'm the one who introduced the idea of writing a check and stick it in an envelope. And let me just point out, we can't kite checks. I mean, if we write a check, there has to be money in an account somewhere that we have said that money is for that purpose. We can't just write a check and not have the money set aside. So reducing the amount we set aside is helpful, although we still at some point are going to need to turn to staff and say, well, okay, what $2 million worth of stuff we were going to do are we not going to do? Or what reserve money can we pull this from? But I'm not there yet. What I hope will come of this is a motion that, while it may not fully accept the reservations I have of what I see as a more or less meaningless gesture, does include what I wanted to add, which is our coming up with something to accelerate the process in real time. And I'd be hopeful that if indeed we do decide to set aside some sum of money, that we leave open the option that perhaps that money in the interim could be used for accelerated outreach, for lobbying of the Coastal Commission. No ex-party communications, though, please. That we could use that money to move this project forward, because the goal I'm hearing from the community is not we want a check sitting in a drawer somewhere. The goal I'm hearing is we want kids playing on that field. And I think there may be actions that we can take that will accelerate kids getting onto that field that would be more productive than just the symbolic setting aside the money. So I want to combine the two if we can.
Councilor Hammeridge.
Thank you. But that, oh, I see. Okay, I'm having a terrible time with the screen tonight. Well, I'm used to being in that bottom place anyway. I'm having a few problems grappling with what my understanding of what this process is a budgeting process and what we're talking about. So if we say we're committing $3.5 million to the field and we have $360 million in reserve, we are not saying that $3.6 million is not going to be there. We're saying that we intend to commit it to this. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I also heard you say, City Manager, that we could turn on a dime tomorrow, which is why I think people are concerned about us saying that we're committing the $3.5 million now. So if we commit the $3.5 million now to this field, knowing that we'll only be drawing down on the first million or so in the next year, is it going to make other funds unavailable for other projects?
The city manager, I think, has something.
I think what I've said consistently, at least I hope I've accurately articulated this, is that we have a certain amount of funding that we anticipate coming in the next fiscal year that becomes July 1st that will be allocated to capital programs. It's about $21 million coming out of the general fund next year, and about another $21 million coming out of the general fund the following year. There are also, we haven't, this is the classic example of Parkinson's law, which is the amount of time devoted on an agenda to a project is inversely proportional to the amount of money. We're talking about $621 million over the next 5 years, and we've spent 3/4 of our time on $3.5 million. What I am consistently assuring you is that if we want to, since we're going to have $21 million this coming year, and $21 million the next year, and $21 million the third year, is that we could take money from the third year and bring it forward. It's not in our bank account, the money that's going to come in revenue, but we have reserves that would allow us to put a fence around that $3.5 million in our reserves, and when actually in the third year we need it, the money will be there, and we won't have to, we can take the fence down around the $3.5 million in reserve, or $2 million, as Councilmember Winterer has suggested, that we can do that. That we have now in our 5-year plan allocated $3.5 million to this project. What we have not done is budgeted it into the next 2 years that we've programmed, because we don't believe we can spend that $2 million or $3.5 million. We do believe we will spend $200,000 this coming year. It'll give us a design, and that's so. I am completely agnostic about how you want to handle this.
And that's what I am going to move that we put a fence around the $3.5 million, and understand that this is for the sports field, that we won't be tapping into it probably for another 3 years, but we do want to put 2 years, but we do, I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll get a lot of mail tomorrow for 2 years, but that we put the fence around it, as you put it.
Second.
May I ask whether that includes a commitment in the meantime to use some of that funds, if necessary, to accelerate the Coastal Commission and parking relocation efforts? Because that, to me, is the meaningful part. This is meaningless and very nice politically, but doesn't get a kid on that field.
Well, can we start with this? I mean, I think that our staff knows, and somebody told me this in our last meeting, and I think it's true, that when we were talking about markets, right, that they know how to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, and I think that they understand this is a priority for us, and they're going to be doing everything that they can to get this through the Coastal Commission and whatever else is necessary to do it. I mean, I think it's already on an accelerated path. Am I right?
It is, and if I might, because this is such an important dimension, let me say a moment about the schedule. This is a reasonable best case, right? Could we shave a month off of the plan check? It is possible, but this is a reasonable minimum for what it takes. Now, why would it take 6 months to go through plan check? After all, as people have said here, it's just a bunch of turf. Well, there used to be a gas station at that corner. We are going to have to do a phase 1 and potentially a phase 2 environmental analysis to make sure that we're not digging up contaminated ground. Because I guarantee you, however big a crowd we had here advocating for the sports field, if it turns out that the sports field is built on polluted ground, we are going to have not just a very large crowd of people, but we're going to have national news cameras, right? We are going to accelerate this as quickly as possible. By the way, we are working with the Coastal Commission on the permit for reducing the amount of parking for ECE. And ECE, which has become a little bit of a political football in this clash of priorities, That is not broken ground. That is not fully permitted, and that was in the plan at the same time as 2005. It is slightly ahead of this project, but in the years since 2005, we've put through Colorado, which didn't exist in 2005. We've built a brand new park, which didn't exist in 2005. We've redone the front of City Hall, which didn't exist in 2005. We built a parking structure for the Civic Center, which didn't exist in 2005. Rand built a brand new relocated headquarters, which didn't exist in 2005. We entered into a public-private partnership which built market rate housing, mixed use, and 160 units of affordable housing a block from the Pacific Ocean, and will net the city about $16 million because of the success of the sale of the market units and the way we structured the contract so that we would get a share of any upside in that project. So all of these things have been accomplished since 2005. That doesn't ameliorate the frustration of people who say, how come there's not a sports field? There's all this other stuff. How come the sports field isn't done? That's why we are making a commitment to fulfill what the council promised, which is to get this done as quickly as possible. And we think we can do it in about 2 years. We will allow the community full transparency on this project. I've already talked with our communications director. Within a couple weeks, we'll put this schedule up on the web, and we'll track it so that people can make sure where we are in this project. Because that I think will have more to do with community trust and with delivering the field on time than a largely symbolic measure of saying, well, the money will be there in 2 years. But I have no objection to earmarking future revenue backed by our reserves.
And look, what you say about the speed of it, when Mary Ann LaGuardia says, people tell me this is at lightning speed. I mean, she's been working on it for 18 years, which is about 17 years longer than I have, right? So I think she might know. So, and that's why I made the motion I did. I do trust you to move forward as quickly as we can, and I wonder if we can move forward on the motion, I mean, after hearing from everybody, before we start talking about the niceties of how we do it.
Councilman O'Day is in the queue.
One of the most heartening things I think about working with this council is when we all land on a goal and we all decide that we want it so badly. One of the most frustrating things is when we then talk about it for an hour and try to figure out the way to get it done. And that seems to be where we are. I think we all really want this field built as soon as possible. I'm kind of falling into Council Members McEwen and O'Connor's camp on this. I think that the allocation, the funding is a bit more of a gimmick, and what would more likely build this field more quickly is our oversight of the process and attention to it, both ours and the management at the city staff level. So, I think if we can take some actions that would assure that we are getting some regular updates on the process so that there's eyeballs on that schedule that was produced for tonight's meeting, I think that we'll see better results than fencing off some dollars. Considering too that as we have that insight along the way, we still retain every ability to allocate the funding, and as we, at any time during that schedule, including at the 1 year mark this time next year, which is when we typically adjust our budgets and in our 2 year budgeting cycle. So that's how I think I'd like to see us approach it, and so I'll probably vote against the motion.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember,
I want to make sure I understand the motion, though. So the motion is, and again, how one uses the word earmark and whatever, is the motion that it isn't that money in this year's budget would be put in, fenced around. It's saying that in 2 years from now, the monies would be earmarked, dedicated, backed by our reserves, that it would go to this project?
Well, I didn't make the motion.
Oh, okay, so-
Councilmember
right,
Himmelrich made the motion, but my suggestion, which I think she was seeking to put in the form of a motion, is not that you allocate in years 1 or 2 money in the capital program for years 1 and 2, but that we put a fence. What's the term of art, Gigi, for earmarking? We assign 2 million, 3.5 million, whatever the number the council is comfortable with, of our reserves to back future allocations, so that the money is there regardless. But you're not allocating the money. You're not diverting from your typical practice, but you're making a clear signal to the community that the money will be there for the construction of this field, and we will do everything we can to stay on the schedule, recognizing that it's an aggressive schedule. We might shave a month on one piece of it, and we might lose a couple months on another. That's the reality of putting forward an aggressive schedule. If we put forward one with contingency and error in it, it would have been a longer one. This is if we work very hard, this is about as quickly as we think it can happen. We'll try to shave where we can, but we also would ask for understanding that we may run into some unanticipated consequences.
So I was going to say,
and by the way,
that was exactly, by the way, that was my understanding. And one thing I've learned from being on the audit committee is is that there are different ways of looking at money and where it's sitting at the time you're perceiving it sitting there. I think that what people really want is a commitment from us that we're serious about this, and this is that we're serious about the timing of it, and we're serious about having the money for it. And I think that this is that commitment.
And by the way, your motion would be direction to staff to bring that back as part of the adoption. You're not actually doing that tonight, but you're directing us. We'll bring that back in conformance if the motion were to pass. And again, to use Councilmember McEwen's metaphor here or analogy, this is not actually writing a check. This is taking out of your savings account, not taking out, this is earmarking part of your savings account, that in a couple years, if you need to write a check, there's money in your savings account, but hopefully there'll also be money in your checking account, so you won't have to take it out of your savings. But it's saying that we've got money in savings
to back it up, basically.
To ensure that if we have to write that check, there's going to be money somewhere to pay for it.
It's like your 529 for your kids' college, right?
So as I still have the floor, and I want to
Yes.
thank you for your answer and for the clarification from Councilmember Himmelrich. So with that motion, I feel comfortable with that motion. It's not budgeting for this year, which was my concern. Something that Councilmember O'Day said, I was thinking too that because there's a concern about this, how about you do a report to the council at our meetings, and maybe every quarter. I know it's going to be on the website, but people have to go to the website, have to find out about that. So maybe on we add that, recommend that in your report to us every 3 or 4 months, you give us an update at the council meeting, oral update on this particular project. If that's friendly to the maker.
Yes.
I mean, that's not literally a budget, but
I
it's
love
part of the
reports.
process.
I can't wait to hear it. Thank you so much.
Okay. So I'm done.
It sounds like we might have a consensus here. I was actually going to suggest, I think, what Councilmember O'Connor mentioned, which makes sense. And I know our city manager is real big on matrix, and I kind of see this falling into some type of matrix, and where you would come back and say, look, we're ahead of schedule, or we hit a snag here because of Coastal Commission or whatever it might be. And I think that makes a lot of sense. How about Councilmember McEwen? Are you right?
Yeah, well, to be clear, I never felt that assigned funding was a problem. I just feel it's not enough. And I know we have sports field advocates sitting out there as we continue to demonstrate Parkinson's law. They're sitting out there as if outside the Vatican waiting for a puff of white smoke or black smoke to rise. And I think we need to do more than blow smoke. I think we need to do something besides the assigned funds. And I was going to suggest an info item, but I think that having it be part of the city manager's report, which is on
Makes
live
sense.
TV, is even better. So if that has been accepted by the maker and seconder as the motion, I feel that actually might mean kids get onto the field a month or two sooner, which would be a good thing. And I'll support that motion.
So since it's actually more of a direction, do we just take a voice vote? Oh, we need a roll call. All right, we'll take a roll call vote on that.
I have a question.
Yes.
And maybe Gigi wants to know this. Is it 1? Is it 2 million? How much is it?
3 point, how much?
You said
3.5. 3.5 million.
You hear those dollars saying, "Don't fence me in," but it's okay.
Okay, I just need clarification. Okay. Councilmember, I'm sorry. We have to go through this whole thing. Okay.
Does this motion include the entire, just receiving and moving on the budget with this amendment?
Yeah,
Well, we should include it.
Yeah.
Yes,
I don't want to
and
go through this multiple times.
Okay, yes. So, and particularly having Port Denise read our very lengthy titles. Yes, and let me amend my own motion to say and that we move forward on the budget as proposed tonight.
And that's friendly to me as
And that's friendly as a second, so let's do it.
Okay. Agency member Commissioner McKeown.
Yes.
Agency member Commissioner Davis.
Yes.
Agency member Commissioner Himmerich.
Yes.
This is the tough one. Chair Pro Tem, Vice Chair Winter.
Yes.
Agency member Commissioner O'Day.
Yes.
Agency member Commissioner O'Connor.
Yes.
And then Chair Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous of all the chair and board members and council members present. So now we can close this item?
Yes.
And this authority, right?
And the authority, correct.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. So now we move on to 7A, right?
Yes. Item 7A is second reading and adoption of an ordinance amending the official districting map for 1419 19th Street to change the zoning designation from low-density residential R2 to general commercial GC. Who moved?
It's been moved.
And who moved?
It's been moved by Councilmember Davis, second
I
by
seconded it.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Okay, Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown?
Yes.
And Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous of all 7 present.
Item 7B is the second reading and adoption of an ordinance approving the development agreement between the City of Santa Monica, a municipal corporation, and DK Broadway LLC, and an ordinance amending the city's official districting map to change the zoning designation for a portion of the property located at 1626 Lincoln Boulevard from M1 Industrial Conservation to MUB Mixed Use Boulevard.
Mayor,
And
I'm
our
sorry.
city attorney, I think, we made a mixed step here. Let's see it.
I know I lunged for the microphone there because Barry came in and reminded me that before you really undertake this item, he has something that he has to say about your last timing has been a little unpredictable tonight. We apologize for this.
On 7A or 7B?
Well, it really covers both. And
Okay.
I'll be brief. It's really just a clarification. So I wanted to speak briefly to Section 1 of the ordinance that's in 7A, and it's also the Section 1 of the ordinance in 7B. Dealing with the districting map. The official districting, and that section provides the official districting map of the city is hereby amended to the extent set forth in Exhibit A, except as modified by this Exhibit A and by ordinance number blank. The existing official districting map of the city remains unaltered. The ordinance referenced by the blank in the districting map ordinance before you in 7A is the ordinance that you will be adopting in 7B. 7B has the same provision, which is referring back to the ordinance in 7A. The reason that we're doing that, and I'm sorry it's complicated, but the reason that I'll explain it, it's late on, but I'll explain it, is the reason that we're doing that is if you don't do that, and cross-reference, then the ordinance adopted by 7B will nullify the ordinance that you've adopted by 7A because it's adopted later in time. So it's simply a way of making sure that both ordinances are effective.
So this means you should trust us on this. There's a problem adopting two changes to the same ordinance, one right after the other. That's why this is happening.
So is a time machine required here, or can we do this?
No, you can do it. Barry, do you need him to revote on 7A?
No, it's just clarification.
Okay, great.
So this was a parting gift from Mr. Rosenbaum, was that?
He dropped the bomb on us right
Leave
there.
you without leaving you with that.
So we're back on 7B. Okay. So was there a motion on 7B?
Moved.
It's been moved by Councilmember McEwen, second by Councilmember Davis. Let's have a roll call vote.
Councilmember McCune?
Yes.
Councilmember Davis?
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day?
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor?
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez. Okay, next we have item 7C, which is introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance division 1 through 5 of Santa Monica Municipal Code Article 9. Uh-oh. Just took that away from me. Sorry about that. And land use and zoning related provision, Division 6 of Santa Monica Municipal Code Article 9, making minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications. This was continued from the May 10th City Council meeting, and you have 7 requests to speak.
So go ahead and we'll hear the staff report.
Good evening. Tony Kim, Principal Planner. Before you tonight is an introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend the zoning ordinance and land use related provisions, making minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications. Since the zoning ordinance was updated last year, staff has identified unintentional errors, inconsistencies, and omissions, and these fall into the general categories of spelling, grammar, and punctuation, section references, formatting and organization, clarification, continuity with the prior zoning ordinance, internal consistency with the existing zoning ordinance, council direction, and other Scrivener's errors. Just a reminder that the zoning ordinance is divisions 1 through 5 of Municipal Code Article 9, and the land use and zoning related provisions are in Division 6. These minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications do not affect policy decisions and do not substantively alter the standards and regulations within the zoning ordinance and the land use and zoning related provisions. When reviewing these minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications, staff leaned towards being conservative and ensuring that these were simple, minimal changes. In March of this year, the Planning Commission reviewed and adopted a resolution recommending that the council make all of the proposed minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications. The Commission also began discussing issues that may affect policy decisions or are of ambiguous intent, and the goal is to have the Commission discuss these items later this summer, and ultimately we would bring this discussion to the council. So just really quickly regarding these categories of changes, the spelling, grammar, and punctuation changes are pretty self-explanatory. The section references, those fix incorrect section references and provide additional references in the code. There are also corrections to reformat and organize sections to clarify the applicability of standards, correct groupings of land uses, and eliminate potential confusion between different standards. There are corrections to provide some more clarification by providing more specificity, context, and information, as well as ensuring consistency with state law. That's not. Some of the corrections bring continuity for standards and processes that were inadvertently left out of the zoning ordinance or incorrectly carried over. Others correct internal inconsistencies between processes, standards, and nomenclature. One of the corrections was directed by council, and it refers to the market rate bedroom mix for Tier 2 projects, as well as other Scrivener's errors. The red line corrections are in your staff report as attachments B and C, and attachment D provided explanations to all of the various red line corrections. Staff has further reviewed a couple of the proposed changes and suggests minor revisions to corrections number 32 and 54. Just briefly, number 32 refers to the screening of loading areas. Staff determined that this change was a little too broad, and so we're suggesting the bottom change, which is only to strike the words "and" enclosed. So it leaves the requirement for a solid masonry wall for loading areas. By deleting the "and" enclosed part, we're correcting basically an impossibility of accessing loading spaces that are fully enclosed. So, also, correction number 54, staff is recommending that additional language be added as shown on the bottom there. And basically this is language that was included in the prior zoning ordinance that wasn't carried over. So this would essentially just carry over the same concept from the original or the older zoning ordinance. And this regards to loading facilities for childcare and early education facilities. And staff is also recommending the deletion of chapter 9.57. This is in Division 6 regarding historic resource disclosure. And the reason we are recommending this is because there is a duplicate section in the zoning ordinance as chapter 9.33. So chapter 9.57 is not necessary. With that, staff is recommending that the council introduce for first reading an ordinance making these minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications to the city's zoning ordinance and land use and related provisions, including the changes I previously mentioned to number 32, number 54, and deleting chapter 9.57. Thank you.
You have a question starting with Councilmember Hemmerich.
So my first question, I guess, is for Mr. Rosenbaum, and it's about actually the Division 6 issue. So I read the case that you said that this was changed. Okay, so let me go back, because I'm not looking at Division 6. I'm really only looking at the comments I got back from staff. But as I understand it, a case came down saying that you couldn't have an approval of CEQA unless council specifically delegated their authority to make the CEQA approval to other either agencies or staff in the city. So let's start with that. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's essentially right. So that was a case that came down in 2014 of City of Fresno versus FFDA. And essentially the court said, in looking at whether or not the Preservation Committee of that city could do its CEQA clearance, it looked at the city's local provisions and didn't find any specific authority that was given to the Preservation Commission to engage in CEQA review. And so that's kind of the sum total of the court's ruling. And so we don't think that the city necessarily faces that same problem. It has guidelines which essentially authorize any decision maker to also engage in CEQA, but we thought it was prudent to not only reflect that in the guidelines in our practice, but also to place it in this provision of Division 6, where we talk about non-elected decision makers.
So here's my real question. So we're delegating our authority to the city manager to decide who can make the authorizing decision. Is that correct?
Well, that only occurs when a project involves multiple discretionary actions. And so there's the question of which of the body should be the primary body to make the CEQA review. In most, in most instances, that is clear. There may be instances, for instance, in which the Planning Commission is reviewing a project, and then the ARB is. The Planning Commission is the body that certifies the environmental review. So there's not really a question. So it doesn't come up very often. In fact, we have a consistent practice of how we handle that. So I don't see that again as being any change, but just a reflection of the fact that there are instances in which there's more than one non-elected discretionary body that's reviewing a project. But again, it's not really a change in law or practice. It's just a clarification.
Well, so, and I guess I'm concerned in general about erosions in CEQA approvals, and that's why I sort of focused on this. And what I wonder is, so right now, can the Landmarks Commission, for instance, give, and I'm thinking of a recent, give a final approval to part of a project and not all of a project?
Well, the Landmarks Commission may have, there may be projects in which approvals are required from more than one body, and neither of those approvals could be made unless the environmental review has been completed. So one of those bodies would need to act on the environmental clearance, and typically that's if we're talking about Planning Commission versus Landmarks, it's often the Planning Commission because they have the primary project review and they often review the project initially.
But then there's an appeal to, if the Planning Commission reviews it and approves it, then it comes to us.
Right, and in that case, it's necessarily that whenever a decision is appealed to the City Council, the environmental review is also before you.
But so if Landmarks approves it, then it goes to the Planning Commission. It comes to us?
Landmarks comes to you.
Okay, so everything ultimately comes to us, or it doesn't?
It varies. There are some times that the decisions are made by, for instance, a zoning administrator, which is appealable to the Planning Commission. That would not come to you. But as you know, those tend to be more minor decisions, for lack of a better word. But
so this is our so basically what you're saying is this is reflective of our current practice.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so that's my first question. Okay, so Tony, back to you. Thank you about the enclosure and the parking spaces, right? Because I was concerned about that. One of the things that I'm concerned about here is that some of these appear to be not clarifications, but actual revisions of the zoning code as we passed it. And I'm not sure. So I'm particularly talking about 33, which I'm not actually, but 36, and there's another one that you said was ambiguous, but and 61, but the way I saw the ambiguity coming out wasn't exactly the way it came out, I guess, right? So, for instance, on parking spaces with alley access in single-family districts, right, where it was my, let me put it this way, I didn't think it was ambiguous before, but now I think it is, and now let me go back to the actual language of the section, because I only have one screen. So I can only look at one thing at a time, but now I'm going to go back to that. And what I wonder is whether in these cases of ambiguities, whether doing it by this text amendment versus waiting for the planning commission to look at the actual substance of it is really the right way to go. And I understand that there were planning commissioners who felt that way as well. Is that right?
On this particular item or just other items in general?
Well, I'm not talking about the later items. I'm actually talking about this one. I'm
Sure.
aware of the issues on the later items, but I'm really just talking about the zoning ordinance cleanup and whether some of these things are not really cleanups, but rather reinterpretations of the zoning code.
There were maybe one or two planning commissioners who may have felt that way about a couple of the items, but overall, as a body, the vote was to approve every single one of these changes.
Including the ones that you've now changed even more.
Those.
Well, no, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
I mean, the ones I wrote to you about, I mean,
Right.
that made no sense. The first one, the enclosures,
Yes.
made no sense to me. And the second one about the parking spaces, we hear about that all the time. People constantly write to us about these parking issues in front of schools. So the idea that we were going to give them these spaces where they didn't have it off-site made no sense to me. And it makes me wonder about how, and I didn't look at these as if I was a planning commissioner, but I wonder if maybe on the ones that you think are ambiguous, that shouldn't go back to the planning commission.
For example, these two that I brought up tonight.
No, the two that we did,
Mhm.
right, I think now are clear. And
Mhm.
the reason that I said what I said was I didn't understand, well, the parking I thought was just wrong. And the enclosures made no sense the way it read afterwards because it sounded like it wasn't going to be enclosed at all. So now the next things I'm talking about are these ones that, so about the parking in residential neighborhoods, and I'm also concerned about the compact spaces because I've been there when those have been appealed. But I'm particularly talking about the parking issues that you say are ambiguous, and I'm not sure that it came out the way that maybe the Planning Commission might have come out if they had really focused on it as opposed to looking at such a long list. And here comes Jing to help me with this, okay?
So certainly tonight, the amendments that are being presented to the council, they've all been categorized as what we believe are clarifications and corrections and correcting inconsistencies and ambiguities in the code. If you are concerned that these may overreach and go beyond what we're categorizing, council can certainly choose not to act on those particular items, and we'll add those to our list of policy discussions that we'll be bringing forward to the Planning Commission in August. With the items, we provided some responses to some of the items that you had pointed out, Council Member, and with respect to some of these, they were brought forward from the prior code because the record didn't show that there was any intent to delete them, and so it may have been an inadvertent omission. But certainly, if you feel that those ambiguities still remain with the proposed language, again, certainly there's no obligation to act on those particular items tonight.
And the other ones I am concerned about, this is a director waiver. So I understand that you've told me that 41, that unit mix and active use requirement should be the subject of director waivers. Are you saying that that's in the original and it was just inadvertently dropped out of the code?
No, actually, it's actually authorized already in the existing new code. So in the community benefits section, a unit mix waiver is already authorized there. This particular change in number 41 was to address an internal inconsistency with the waivers section. So again, if there's an interest in revisiting that issue, you can flag that for issues of policy discussion that we'll be bringing forward to the Planning Commission in August.
If I could just amplify that, because I think that's an important distinction. I mean, there are some, as you've noted, which you may view as raising more policy issues than just clarifications. But the 41 the zoning ordinance provides for these waivers already. It just didn't get included in this list, and so that's not an instance in which there was it's not you could revisit the policy of whether or not you want to authorize waivers in this instance, but the existing code clearly authorizes active use requirement and unit mix as a waiver. It's in the code, and all that's being done here is that those are being added to this list because it's confusing because they're somewhere else in the code.
Okay, and
so
I
that's-
understand what you're saying, and that is something, look, I'm not happy with the 1.2 unit mix as it is, so to have a waiver to make it an even lower ratio would make me unhappy, and that would be something that I would like to have a policy discussion about. In the planning commission before it comes here, obviously, right? But I don't remember that being, the 1.2 specifically being waivable by the director, but you can tell me that I'm wrong, and I believe you.
Yeah, all I would suggest is that obviously the council can have a policy discussion on any item that it wants to. We're just trying to, and this is an instance of just trying to clean up the code to reflect what is currently the law. So as to that one, I would recommend that go forward because that is currently the law. So it would avoid the confusion that we're trying to address. In no way does that preclude you from having the policy discussion later as to whether or not that should continue to be a provision that can be waived.
Okay, so let me let Councilmember McEwen go, because now I'm going to bring up the letter on one pad and the code on the other and see if I can integrate this.
Councilmember McEwen?
Well, Councilmember Himmelrich actually began the process that I wanted to get into, because this was presented to us, the council, as clarifications of ambiguities in keeping with adopted council policy. And like Councilmember Himmelrich, I couldn't always figure out why these changes were made. So I dug out my secret weapon. This is the stack of index cards that I used on May 6th of last year to get us through the zoning code. So I have some idea of what issues we discussed that night, where we landed. And I want to go through a few of these that do still confuse me. On page 467 of the council packet, and I believe that is number 14 on the list, if I could ask staff a question about that. It appears that we are backpedaling a bit on what we consider to be active use for storefronts along boulevards, and now allowing creative office where before we were trying to get neighborhood serving retail. What's the thinking behind making that change, and what was that based on that we had already adopted? Because I couldn't find it.
You're referring to 14A2, so the active use requirement.
That's the focus of it. It's throughout the whole section 14, but I think A2 was the key provision there, that now we're allowing what's called creative office, and I know that the definition of creative office can be very creative.
Sure. I believe that is a carryover from the prior zoning ordinance.
Now, if we had stuff in the prior zoning ordinance and we adopted a new zoning ordinance,
sure,
wouldn't it make sense that maybe we dropped that because we meant to?
There was we don't have a record of the discussion to drop that as a permitted
Well,
use.
we voted to drop the entirety of the old zoning code and adopt a new zoning code. And I worked for months on that. The things that I dropped out consciously.
I was there too. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to call that one into question as we come back to it. On page 472, that would be number 23. We've added in here language as to what constitutes a building or area within the beach overlay district that is in use as a recreational building. It seems as if by giving a list of what they are, we've actually limited it to that list of things. Can staff think of any other buildings that are in that area, and why did you add that specific list? It's not clear to me why you would do that.
Sorry, Councilmember, may I just go back to your prior question on number 14, just to clarify? I believe your question was about the creative office.
That is right.
Part of that. So that is not an addition. That's already authorized in the existing code. So that's existing law in terms of an active use. So what that means is that in other commercial, as it reads, the following uses and use categories are prohibited within these active use areas, residential and offices. And so creative office would be allowed, and that's not a change that staff proposed. That's actually in the code as authorized, as approved by the council last
So we've had some situations along, I think, Ocean Park Boulevard in Montana recently, where what had been neighborhood serving retail has been replaced with real estate offices, which many people feel is not particularly neighborhood serving. Is that a policy we might want to revisit? Is that being considered creative office?
Well, that's certainly, if the council would like to revisit, that issue, you may. But again, as part of the amendments that are presented to you, that's not something new that was added. Again,
okay.
It doesn't stop the council from revisiting an issue.
And I don't want to get into discussion because we're in questions and the council and members of the public are waiting. But to go back now to the beach and to page 472, item 23. We had a set of rules here about removal or demolition of certain recreational uses, and it appears by adding this language we've kind of narrowed what we mean by those recreational uses. Why do we do that?
If I could jump in, this was an instance in which this beach overlay district, as you know, it codifies Proposition S. Proposition S has this definition. So I have the Proposition S here. So we are simply adding the definition back into the code, which is the definition that Proposition S. We can't change. We can't change the definition. It's right here. It's in recreational building is in the.
So might it be more clear if this had been done by reference to Prop S, or at least there had been some, because this came out of nowhere to me. I guess that's the problem I've had with some of this, is there's no way to tell where this language came from.
Sure. In attachment D, where we try to provide brief explanations for each red line, for number 23, we do mention that it provides consistency with Prop S.
Okay, let's move on to page 474 of the...
Can I interject? I'm using the most recent version of the board agenda, which included about 400 pages of public comment on the sports field. So my page numbers don't correspond.
Then it would be page 10.
So are you talking about attachment B?
Attachment B of 7C, and page 10 of that has item number 35.
Because on my agenda, page 472 is a comment about the sports field.
We have to have a discussion at some point about the fact that every time that staff updates our electronic, it's repaginated and it makes it hard. Yeah. Well, we'll discuss that later. Right now we're on item 7C. So number 35 modifies the language and says that bike racks, it was that bike racks had to be on the private property. Now it says that they can be in the public right-of-way provided no feasible alternative exists on private property. So what we're saying here is that suppose somebody signs an agreement with us for a building, it's a design review agreement or even a DA, and we say you've got to have bike racks, and they're supposed to be on the property. And this language you've added in seems to say that if the developer says, hey, I've got no space on my property, it's not feasible, that we have to allow him to put bike racks on the public sidewalk. I'm a little concerned about taking up the public sidewalk for a public benefit that the developer was supposed to be providing to us, and now they're using our sidewalk for it.
Sure.
Why are we doing that?
Sure. I believe this is intended to deal with existing buildings and existing situations where that space is limited. For new applications and new developments, obviously, the Planning Commission or City Council has full discretion to have it be wherever they feel it should be. This is more intended to deal with existing constraints and existing situations.
Okay. I'm trying to use paging now that Mayor Pro Tem Winter can follow me on. 7CB, page 11, item number 41. This is one that Councilmember Himovich actually already brought up. The director waiver on what I think are key requirements, such as active use requirements and unit mix. So those were added in here, you're saying, to be consistent with some other part of the code?
Yes, these two provisions are already allowed in the code. This is the section that describes these waivers. And so what this is meant to do is just to be a helpful centralized location that identifies where in the code waivers are permitted currently by the code.
Okay, but let me work through this because you're coming back. You have more questions anyway. On page 13 of 7CB, number 50 asks us to modify the language in a table on use classifications to allow duplexes apparently along boulevards. Why is that desirable?
Sure, that duplexes and most multi-unit residential districts are currently permitted in these commercial mixed-use districts. And you'll see in this table that all other residential districts are essentially permitted uses. This is more of a kind of like a typo for that line. It should be permitted as it is in the existing code and consistent with duplexes and other zoning districts in the current code.
Okay, on page 15, number 54, Councilmember Himmelrich already brought this up about the parking spaces. Now, to clarify, you've modified beyond even what was here. So now staff is saying that these loading spaces for schools and early education centers can be granted if there is sufficient parking on the street. By what criterion would you be determining that? Is it going to be like we do for preferential parking? You'll do a street survey and there'd have to be a certain number of spaces available during those times of day? How would we know whether the residents in that neighborhood need that parking or not?
The addition was made after double checking the language of the previous code to make sure we were being exactly consistent as it was previously done, our current practice, and we are asking that our future practice be that we do a field inspection and review of our records about requests that we have received in the particular neighborhood to determine if there is space available on the curb during the times that would be requested by the proposed use.
So the way it was originally written and given to us, it was kind of open-ended, but now you're saying it'll be site-specific and data-driven. We'd have to show that there was more than adequate parking before we would take a parking space away.
That's correct.
Okay. You'll be happy I'm down to my last couple here. Page 16, number 58. We've changed it from saying that 30% of the building elevation above 14 feet to the maximum first-story street wall height, which of course could be more than 14 feet. Could staff give some examples of what that could do to human scale along streets? I mean, suppose there's a 20-foot first story on the building. Would that mean that there'd have to be, there could be a straight-up 20-foot wall along the entire frontage? Wouldn't have to be any 30% articulation because it fits under the street-facing facade limit? Why do we make that change?
The change from 14 feet in height to maximum first-story street wall height was to provide consistency with other sections of code where we reference maximum first-story street wall height, but like as you mentioned, is not 14 feet in height. So this is really to provide consistency and not provide any conflicts with those numbers.
Right, so if the height's over 14 feet, council might decide, no, we want to keep it the way it is because we want to have that articulation on those higher first stories. And
yeah, and the standard for maximum first-story street wall height now is 15 feet. So the 14 actually isn't consistent with that.
the last one I have is on page 20. It's number 76. And I questioned this before when something similar came to us. It appears we are hell-bent to change the word dwelling and residence to things like structure and unit. And I'm just not clear why we're walking away from what to me are important words like dwelling and residence.
Well, I can tell you that at this point we use both. And so this is meant to provide some consistency for one. And I guess, that's something if the council feels they'd like to revisit, we can certainly do that. But at this point, the majority of the nomenclature does say structure, and this would be to change the remaining terminology to be consistent with that.
Okay, that covers the questions I thought might be useful to ask before the public testifies, so they know we're thinking about it already.
Thank you. I have Mayor Pro Temp Winter in the queue.
So I'm just curious on this waiver of the unit mix, in what circumstances that might be at all desirable and why the planning director might grant that waiver. And I'm also curious about the applicability of this unit mix, how we're currently applying it to proposals for single-family homes in that try to achieve the Tier 2 standards in the R2 and R3 districts.
Yeah, in terms of dealing with single family, I think when the community benefits section was discussed, single family dwelling units weren't really considered in the thought process of Tier 2 projects.
A little harder for them to provide affordable housing.
That's correct. Yeah, and in fact, I don't think they'd be able to provide any community benefits.
Yeah.
So this is definitely a topic that I think may need to be revisited because single unit dwellings weren't really thought about in terms of Tier 2 projects and the impacts of them trying to build Tier 2 single unit dwellings. So the waiver.
Well, let me ask you, in the almost year since we adopted the new zoning ordinance, has anybody applied for a waiver for
Yes,
the unit mix?
There's been one application for a unit mix waiver.
And was that granted?
It's an ongoing
discussion
process. Yes.
Yeah. What is the rationale for the applicant for wanting to be exempt from the unit mix?
It's essentially in order to build a Tier 2 structure or larger structure, it's not ideal for them to limit what they consider a large single unit dwelling to be limited to 1.5 bedrooms maximum for a single unit dwelling. And so hence the request for a waiver to exceed that.
Okay, so it does get back to the single family residence issue.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
Well, so I thought we got rid of the 1.5 max. We didn't, though?
Yes, that's the correction that's proposed.
Oh, okay, that's what you were,
Yes.
so, okay. Because I thought we were just at 1.2 and we didn't have, it was 1.2 to 1, and then we took away the maximum, right?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, the correction is for 1.2 or greater.
Okay, so going back to where I was, and let me just tell you where I'm coming from in this and the reason. So on the compact cars, and I'm looking back at 56, and now I have both things next to each other, thank goodness. So the compact cars in single-family neighborhoods, I think that for single-unit dwellings, second dwelling units, and duplexes, I don't understand why we would put that in. I think that we want to encourage second dwelling units, or I certainly do, right? I want to make it easier to be able to have your family, your extended family, for instance, live in your second unit. And if you want to buy 2 compact cars instead of 1 full-size car and can fit it into your tandem parking or whatever you want to do, I just don't understand the rationale behind adding forbidding the compact car parking in single family, I'm sorry, you know what I mean, in
Yes.
single family residential districts. So maybe you can tell me.
Sure. The reason that was added was mainly to be consistent with the prior zoning ordinance. The prior zoning ordinance allowed for compact and commercial and multifamily uses only. And since there was no specific discussion on this standard, the intent was to maintain it. The code in the current ordinance is not completely consistent with that previous standard, so that language is added. We do have a modification process which would allow for an applicant to apply to modify the parking standards. So there is a process in place if somebody wanted to, in a single unit dwelling, modify their parking standards, and there would be some discretion with that, but I think it's something that is there as an option.
Well, I just think in 2016, if people want to put compact car spaces in, they ought to be able to, and why it needs to be a complicated waiver process doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I see the city attorney.
Well, I was just going to suggest, so maybe this is something that falls within the category that Jane mentioned. If you want the policy considered, then you should pass on this tonight, and it should be one of the things that goes to the Planning Commission.
Well, because I don't think we did pass on it before, just so.
Oh, no, I'm not arguing with you. I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
saying anything you're thinking the policy you might doubt about, I just put it in that category and it'll go to the Planning Commission.
Okay, good. And I have a feeling that on 61, and let's hope my computer stays. So this is the obstruction issue, right? That it can be. So if a garage would cause an existing obstruction to be located in the hazardous visual obstruction area, I guess what you're saying is if they put up a mirror or something, they could put that in a garage in a place that the person next door couldn't go out. Is that what we're talking about?
I'm sorry, which number are you
I'm sorry,
referring to?
61.
No, 61 is dealing with what the director may approve. It's clarifying a reference to the type of parking in R1 districts. The standard only applies to detached garages, but there
And
could-
non-required parking, it says.
Yeah, the correction is to add non-required parking because there are instances where single-unit dwellings, the parking is not just in a garage. There could be other non-required.
Well, I have
extra
that. I have a
parking.
driveway in front of my house, right? But the question is, the issue here is whether there's a visual obstruction, right? So in other words, so my experience with this, having watched hearings about it, is that the visual obstruction comes if somebody builds a wall, and when you're backing out of your garage, you can't see what's coming up the alley or what's coming up the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what this is dealing with. Am I right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, and I can't even imagine why you would want to allow that, right? If it's a new, if it's a new garage or whatever it is. What you're saying is, as long as they mitigate it by putting up a mirror so you can see what's coming down the alley, that's fine.
Yeah, as long as it's done in a way that the director feels they can approve it in that configuration and that it's safe. And again, I think this really applies more towards existing constraints and not necessarily brand new construction, but situations where it's kind of out of the control based on existing.
You mean so the garage is already there? So, I can't. How would this come up?
Yeah, there could be a neighboring garage on another parcel that's built right to the property line, and so it's really the neighboring condition that affects what you can see on your property accessing your parking. So it allows flexibility for those unique circumstances where it's possible that the director can provide some relief from an existing constraint.
Okay, now on 71, which is another school issue, you say see response to 54. Does that mean you're adding in the language about looking at the existing conditions on? This is loading facilities.
That's correct.
Okay, so you're adding the language that was added up here.
Yes.
Okay, to that one. Okay, and then the new text in 73 was deleted from 74. Okay, well, yes.
I could
As a
speak to that
relocation.
if you want.
Say that again?
I could speak to that. I mean,
Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
It was just in the wrong place. We felt
I
that
see.
it should have been. This is in the section dealing with the Planning Commission review, since it's dealing with an appeal or a written request from that review, rather than in the section dealing with the City Council review. In a way, it was a hidden requirement, and so it was something we discovered related to a specific project that was being reviewed by the Planning Commission. So it just simply got moved out of one section and into the other, where we think it's more visible and more appropriate.
So what you're saying is if an applicant asks to reclassify and the Planning Commission says no, then the applicant can't take it to the City Council. They're done.
No, it doesn't automatically get appealed to the City Council. There has to be a written request from an interested party. So there's a process.
I
for
see.
that.
Okay, I see what
In
you're
fact, that happened for a designation before this body.
Right.
That's how it got before you.
Okay, so those are my questions, and now I'm done, other than comments.
Councilor McEwen.
Well, we'll hear from the public before we make comments, I guess. But I have one more question, twice already tonight. Once from Councilmember Hillerich, once from me. The question was where that language come from, and staff said, well, we brought it back from the old code because we didn't carry it forward. And again, when we worked on this as a council, I think we quite mindfully dropped the old code and adopted new code. So this begs the question, if it came up twice in the few minutes we've been talking, how many places throughout here are there things that you brought back from the old code that we may have meant to drop that now staff has brought back? And how can we tell?
Well, we tried to do the best research we could and looked at the record of the Planning Commission discussion and council discussion, and if there were no specific discussions on that, the assumption that was not intended to be dropped. And these were sections that were meant to be carried over the way they were, hence there was no real discussion on that.
I mean, the code was 500 pages. I'm sure that there were whole paragraphs that I never asked any questions about, but my intent was to replace the old code with a new code. So why would the default be that if we didn't talk about it, we meant to keep the old code? Shouldn't the default have been the other way? And shouldn't these be flagged individually if you think that they're so important that you think we missed them? I'm just afraid things are sneaking back in here from the old code that we were happy to be rid of.
Sure, and if you believe that to be the case for any of these, we can certainly revisit those. But these are the ones that came up in our practical use of the ordinance and led to some confusion or ambiguity. And the feeling was that there wasn't an intent to change that section of the code by leaving certain things out, hence creating more confusion, which we were trying to avoid with the new code. So.
Okay, well, I'd like to have a better handle on what language was brought back and is now being assumed to have been the will of the council, when indeed our will may have been quite the opposite.
Sure. Yeah, most of those corrections where the language was brought in from the old code are identified in the category dealing with consistency with the old code. And so they're in that specific section, which are corrections 45 through 56.
Okay, but the reason why we did a new code was we weren't happy with the old code. So you're saying if I look through, what were those numbers again, 45 through 56?
Yes.
That there will be a number of things in there that were brought back from the old code for what you felt would be clarity?
That's correct.
I'll need some time to do that, but thank you.
Sure.
I think you're done, right? Councilor Hemrich?
Yeah, I'm done. I'm ready to hear. Oh, right.
So we'll open up the public hearing, and we'll start with Denise Barton, Zena Joseph, Tricia Cranes.
Good evening. Let's start with the parking overlay areas. If residents are having a hard time finding street parking now, how much more will that problem be increased? By you allowing cars with the intent of going downtown to park in the residential areas around downtown. I'm also curious why you are taking the definition of subdivision maps out of section 9.54.010E. As well as why are the Civic Center and the Bergamot plans being incorporated by reference in this document? Would that be a correction? Because to me it would appear as an action. And I'd have to question why you'd even be contemplating more commercial districts due to the increased peak hour traffic. Then of course there's the active use sham, saying it's for the residents living in the area. But if that equates to a Starbucks, overpriced restaurants, overpriced cleaners, and nail salons, then what use are they really to the residents, especially for affordable housing? Finally, back to quantity over quality of affordable housing. Apparently, affordable housing people are only worth 75% compared to everyone else.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The majority of the board of Francis Sunset Park does not support the proposed
This is
change.
Zena Joseph speaking.
I'm sorry.
Just for the viewing audience.
Okay. It's our understanding that the City Council is planning to do a review 1 year after passage of the new zoning ordinance. Therefore, it seems premature to consider text amendments at this time, and without a process for incorporating the comments of the neighborhood groups which were sent to the Council in May 2015. Furthermore, some of the changes seem to be substantive and/or policy changes, for example, permitting the director to approve loading zones for commercial childcare facilities in residential neighborhoods, which seems to be a further encroachment of commercial uses into the residential neighborhoods in violation of the LUCE. This is a policy change that requires appropriate public process to effect such a change, and no such process has taken place with respect to each change in the proposed ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Tricia Cranes.
Good evening, Tricia Crane, Chair of Northeast Neighbors. The Board of Northeast Neighbors disagrees with the representation in Agenda Item 7C that the list of changes being advanced in the city's zoning ordinance under this agenda item include only, quote, minor clerical changes, corrections, and clarifications that do not affect policy decisions made with the adoption of the zoning ordinance and do not substantively alter the standards and regulations within the zoning ordinance, end quote. To the contrary, many of the proposed changes in this item are substantive in nature and constitute major, not minor, changes to our zoning ordinance that were not publicly vetted or approved during the zoning update and could have significant policy implications for our city. Staff have stated that the changes proposed here were, quote, meant to be carried over from the prior zoning ordinance or to make it consistent with the prior zoning ordinance, end quote. We ask tonight, meant by whom? At what public meeting were these changes directed by the Planning Commission or City Council and missed in the red line zoning ordinance approved by this City Council? Discussion of what was meant to be carried over as, quote, consistent with the prior zoning ordinance is debatable and should not have been agendized as minor clerical corrections. The city engaged in an 18-month public review process to update the city's zoning that involved 33 Planning Commission hearings, a town hall meeting, and numerous council meetings. If something was meant to be included or carried over from the old zoning, it should have been publicly discussed and approved during this process. A decision was made by city staff to not provide a redline version of the prior zoning code, and people did fight that. Instead, it was decided to write the zoning ordinance anew and provide the new draft for public consideration, edit, and approval. Consequently, to engage in the practice of making the current zoning ordinance consistent with the prior zoning ordinance is a policy decision that contradicts the fundamental approach that was taken during the extensive zoning process.
Thanks. Amy, as you come up, the card was turning, I guess, was for Andy Hoyer, so he's reversing, he's giving you time, I guess. Then.
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah. And then the last speaker would be Kevin Kozol, or Kozo? Kozo? Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay, sure. Continuing with our statement. Consequently, to engage in the practice of making the current zoning ordinance consistent with the prior zoning code is a policy decision that contradicts the fundamental approach taken during the extensive zoning ordinance update process. A few examples, and there's way too many to go through in the amount of time that we have, of staff recommended changes that go beyond minor clerical changes, corrections, or clarification, and in our view involve major changes to the zoning code, include number 14, active commercial design. Staff has added the word new in front of buildings in this section. By inserting the word new, this section no longer applies to modifications to existing buildings, it seems, changing the scope of the code requirement. This is a major change, not a minor change to this standard. We oppose this change. Number 41, scope of the director to grant waivers. Staff has modified this section of the code to expand the list of requirements to which the director may grant waivers to include unit mix. This addition is clearly a substantive change to the zoning code and the power of the director, and not a clerical correction. Under the current zoning code, the director only has authority to grant waivers for unit mix for projects that exceed baseline height and density and provide community benefits. Whether or not to expand the power of the director to grant waivers to by right projects is a policy decision and constitutes a major change to the zoning code. We oppose this change. 54 and 71, location of passenger loading spaces. The current zoning code requires that all loading facilities be provided off-street within the subject property. Staff has modified the code to allow the director to authorize up to one required off-street loading space on-street for child care centers. This language change is an expansion of the power of the director and the addition of an exception to the off-street loading requirement. Both of these constitute policy decisions and major changes. We oppose these changes. In closing, given the misrepresentation of the nature of staff's recommended changes to the municipal code in the public notice and staff reports for this agenda item, and thus the lack of proper public notice, we request that this entire ordinance not be approved this evening, not just parts of it. The number of items in this are just so lengthy, we've just barely hit the surface of this. We think the entire ordinance should not be approved this evening because the public has not had proper notice. In our view, proposed changes do affect policy decisions and do not meet the stated text amendment findings detailed in the staff report. Since recommended modifications do substantively alter standards in the zoning code, the proposed changes also suggest the need for CEQA review. We feel strongly that the policy and zoning standard changes detailed in this agenda item should be given further study and more opportunity for separate and full public discussion before any decisions are rendered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Kevin Kozel, 1250 6th Street, Santa Monica. I'm actually speaking in support of the waiver of the unit mix cap of 1.5. I think this falls into the category of unintended consequences. I represent a property owner who is developing a single-family home in the R3 district, and this inadvertently requirement means that they can't build a single-family home unless they have only 1.5 bedrooms. So it doesn't make any sense. I think the council supports that. And I would like to comment on a discussion. The city attorney is correct. The unit mix in section 9, chapter 9.23 of the code currently expressly says in subparagraph C that the director may grant a waiver from the unit mix requirement. And I think it's important to keep that waiver right in there because, projects come forward with different factors, and it's important to have that flexibility. For example, again, with a single-family home, you cannot meet the requirement of having at least 15% of the units be 3 bedrooms or 20% of the units be 2 bedrooms. So I think it's important to keep that waiver provision in there, or if you remove it, you should at least exempt single-family homes from this unit mix requirement. Thank you.
We have a question, Councilmember Hemmerich.
So I have a question, and I've thought about this in connection with these R3 districts. So you have a single-family home that is that presumably is taking the place of some sort of an apartment building. Is that right?
No, actually, this my client's address is 24 Arcadia Terrace. It is a vacant lot, and we've checked with the rent control. Apparently, it's been a vacant lot since 1979. Because of the slope, and I'm not the architect, so I don't mean to speak for the architect, but because of the slope and the way the house is designed, it slightly goes over the height for Tier 1, and it's deemed to be a 3-story structure. It's a relatively, it's not a large house. It's 4,000 square feet, but because of the slope of the lot and the design, it gets triggered to be a Tier 2. Then it's subject to the community benefits, and now you have a maximum cap of 1.5 bedrooms.
I think I have to interrupt for a second. I think it's useful to get an explanation of the kind of factual situation that relates to this particular language. I want to point out that this case is on appeal to the Planning Commission right now, so it would be important not to say anything that could be misconstrued as an attempt to direct the result.
Oh, well, okay. I'll be careful not to do that, but I want to talk about this more from a general...
I think, does the city manager want to weigh in now or after council members? Okay.
Okay. In terms of the general land use issues, in an R3 neighborhood, you typically are expecting to see apartment buildings with the, what concerns me is that are our apartment buildings, 6 units, 8 units, going to be replaced by single-family homes? And if there is such a replacement, shouldn't there have to be some consequence, some kind of community benefit for basically creating a home for 2 or 4 people where formerly there was a home for 24 people?
Well, I think you're getting into a much broader policy discussion.
I am.
And it's my understanding, single-family homes have always been allowed in multifamily districts. So this isn't a change, a new situation. But certainly that's a policy decision you may want to address. But
I'm just asking you because you're a land use lawyer, so I thought maybe you had thought about that, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes the public hearing, and then we have the city manager in the queue first.
Thank you, council members. It is now 11:25. You did, as has been referenced a couple times in this hearing, spend 33 public meetings grinding through the zoning code. I'd like to make 2 observations and offer a suggestion. The first observation is I actually want to rise to the defense of our staff. They have to sit day after day and solve real problems, and they have to look to the zoning code, and where there's a hole in the zoning code or an ambiguity in the zoning code or a glitch in the zoning code, they're stuck in the middle, and people yell at them because they're being stupid or they're not making it easy for people to do whatever it is that they want to do. And so in good faith, they brought forward a whole package of efforts to clean up some things that have cropped up that they've noticed that make it difficult for them to do their job. And I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. The second is, I think in retrospect, characterizing this as simply corrections and Scribner errors obviously did not answer a lot of questions from the community and from the council and some of the planning commissioners about what exactly was the reason for some of these changes. Was it because it used to be in the old zoning code and it needs to be brought back into the new? Was it because there was a word dropped, etc.? We've now plowed through those orally tonight in front of the Planning Commission and in correspondence with council members who've asked some of these questions prior to the meeting. Here's my suggestion. Rather than spend the next 40 minutes plowing through and trying to come to a majority vote on 60-some changes and which ones are in, which ones are out, which ones are going to be booted, why don't we bring back in 2 weeks a report that lists all of the explanations that have been generated for all of the questions that have been raised by the community and by the city council, so you'll have a clean version. And I think it's going to show that the vast majority of these things are non-controversial and appropriate, and it's going to show that a handful of them probably need some booting back to the Planning Commission. But I don't think it's a good use of your time at 11:30 at night to try to figure that out. So that's my suggestion. I've talked it over with our planning director. Our job is to be transparent. We may have fallen short, but again, I want to offer the very strong defense of our staff that they are the ones who are on the front line having to deal with this stuff. It's not a theoretical problem for them. It's a real problem. People with real projects and people with real objections to those projects are coming forward and saying, how come you don't interpret it this way or that way or the other way? They're trying to make a zoning code that'll work. Another 2 weeks is not going to kill us, but we've done a lot of work on this. Let's document all that work, and I think it'll make the council discussion much more efficient.
I think it's a great suggestion, but Councilor McEwen, did you want to comment on that? Or
I might be able to make it even more simple, because as I've gone through this and tried to sort out the ones where I had questions, I note there are exactly 16 of 77 where I have questions, which means 51 of 77 I'd be ready to vote on tonight. So I think what I'd be willing to do is list the 16 that have raised questions for me, see if Councilmember Himmelrich has one that I didn't, or anybody else has one. Maybe we could go ahead with about 50 of these, get that out of the way, take 50 of the yelling arguments at the counter off the table, and come back to the 16 or maybe a few more that I feel really do raise questions and need to be looked at further. I don't want to make more work, I want to make less work. So if that's okay with it, I'll let the city attorney make a suggestion, but I'm prepared to make a motion listing 16 of these that I'd like to have come back, and see if other council members would like to add others specifically, and then we could have a motion to adopt the rest, which there's been no objection to.
Right, and maybe the 16 wouldn't even come back directly to you. Maybe they'd be put in the basket of things that are going to the Planning Commission anyway. I don't know. Is that, I think the planning...
That might be a possibility.
Because yes, because policy concerns are going to the Planning Commission in not very long. And we could just throw that 16 in there unless that seems objectionable to management.
You want to go ahead and list those and see if any other members need to add
I'm going to make a
anything?
motion right now then.
Okay,
that,
go ahead.
We send back to the Planning Commission, and these numbers relate to attachment B of item 7C. Number 14, number 23, number 35, number 41, all of the ones between 45 and 56 inclusive, which we're told were brought forward from the old zoning code, number 58, and number 76.
I'm assuming that's 16.
That's a total of 16. Let me double check myself. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, total of 16. And let me go through what they were about to help the other council members. Number 14 raised questions in my mind if we were backpedaling on active uses. Number 23 was the Prop S issue, and I just would like to have some clarification, maybe a reference to Prop S. Number 35 was why we were letting a building put its bicycles on limited sidewalk space. Number 41 was the director waiver that a couple of us wondered about. Number 58 was wanting some examples and interpretation of what letting a 20-foot first story exist without setbacks was going to mean for human scale. And number 76 was the issue of describing dwelling units in terms other than residences or dwellings, and what that really means, what we're saying about our value of housing going forward. Then 45 through 56 inclusive, those are all ones that were brought from the old zoning code, and I think we've realized that some of those things we dropped out of the zoning code we did deliberately, so I'd like to examine that.
Did you include 71?
I
No.
did not, but if people want to add to the list, I hope there won't be too many additions, but
Well, right, because that was just included in the carryover from the prior zoning.
I thought that was 45 through 56, but if there's others, then...
No, well, so 54.
Turning your mic.
So 71 was another school parking and the whole issue that went with 54.
If I get a second, I'll consider that a friendly
Second.
amendment.
Well, no, except that I have, okay, so yes, I'd like to add 56, which is, I guess
already
that's the
there.
compact parking. 61, which is this garage and obstacle and visual obstruction thing. 71 is the parking space in front of schools. And that would be it for me.
Okay, so now we're up to 18.
Any others?
No, but I'd like to propose a friendly amendment. There's been some talk about whether all these things would come back to us or some of them.
This is Mayor Pro
deferred.
Tem speaking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem Ted Winter.
Go ahead.
Jay.
Jay.
Or whether they might go to the Planning Commission for their consideration of broader zoning issues in August. I'd like to suggest that we allow the manager and the planning director determine if there's any of these things that are causing immediate complications in interpretation of the zoning ordinance, that they come back to us in 2 weeks, and the ones that are possibly left better off towards broader policy discussions be held off for the planning commission. Because I hate for us to wait. If it goes to the planning commission, then comes to us in November or whatever.
When I made the motion, it was based on the city attorney suggesting this all go back to the planning commission. Let me turn to our planning director and say, are there any of these that are causing fistfights at the counter this week?
He's checking with his boxers.
There are some that are ambiguous and causing some issues for us. So I think what we'd like to do is take a closer look at those and then bring back the ones that we think are urgent, if you will, and then other things we could
And of course,
defer to the planning commission.
if when you do that, we say, my gosh, we can't figure that, we could always then send it back to the planning
Right.
commission at that
Yep.
point.
Right.
So I will adopt that as a friendly amendment, that we will allow the planning director to determine which may come back to us at our next meeting, which I don't think is in 2 weeks.
I think it's 3 weeks.
I think that's
which gives you a little more time.
3 whole weeks
The ones that don't come back to us then will go to the planning commission, and if we look at the ones that they bring to us and say that really needs more study and has to go to the planning commission, that'll be up to us in 3 weeks. So that'll now be the motion, with the addition to the list I already read of numbers 61 and 71.
Is everybody good with that? And is that friendly from the seconder? Well, actually, the seconder added the 61 and 71.
But is she okay with the process?
Yeah, yes, I'm fine, but I don't even remember seconding, so it's getting late.
You did.
Try to pay attention to what you're doing.
You are my boss. What's your problem?
Okay, so we have
So
a
we
motion
okay?
and a second.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, there's a question from the attorney here.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify something for the record. So I want to speak again briefly to Section 1 of this ordinance. And so it provides the City Council does hereby make the corrections to, as set forth in Exhibit 1 attached to this ordinance, and does hereby make the corrections that we've been discussing to the land use and related zoning provisions as set forth in Exhibit 2. Exhibit 1 is Exhibit B of your staff report, which you've talked about, and that's the staff report to the 5/24/16 staff report. And Exhibit 2 is the Exhibit C that you've been talking about to the 5/24/16 staff report. So that's just to clarify the record. And then as amended, as you have modified tonight, eliminating the 18 provisions.
Is that understood by everybody? Then I think we're ready to vote.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Yes.
Councilmember Himmerich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's unanimous of those present.
Next, we have item 7D, introduction for first reading and interim ordinance extending interim ordinance 2487, establishing development procedures and standards in the downtown core land use designation pending adoption of the city's downtown community plan, waiving the alcohol establishment cap in the Bayside Commercial Zoning District for restaurants and prohibiting the conversion of existing full-service restaurants into restaurants that do not provide full service within the BSC-1 zone. And you have 7 requests to speak.
We'll start with the staff report.
Great. Good evening, Jingyo, Planning Manager. This is the a presentation of the extension of the existing interim zoning ordinance. Extension is being requested because of the expanded schedule for the DCP. That schedule was expanded to allow additional time for outreach. We are currently in the midst of approximately at least 40 community meetings on the plan in advance of at least 3 or 4 months of speaker forums in the summer, and also smaller group conversations and a launch of an outreach tool on the downtown website. So this is really giving us the additional time to do that work necessary in advance of bringing back a final draft for the council to review next year. This interim ordinance also introduces 2 new amendments that address immediate issues related to the vitality of downtown. One is regarding the prohibition of conversion of existing full-service restaurants to restaurants that do not provide full service, and also to allow alcohol licenses associated with restaurants to exceed the existing limit of 50 in the Bayside district, and I'll explain a little bit more in a bit. You can see the existing conditions as we have now in the downtown and why this interim ordinance continues to be necessary. We have 18 pending development agreements and 2 development review permits, and that shows the breakdown of what those projects are. This is where the downtown IZO applies. So you can see in the purple as opposed to the magenta, and I recognize that's hard to see, but basically this area encompassed by Wilshire, both sides of 7th Street to the freeway and Ocean Avenue. You can see here that on the north side of Wilshire and on Lincoln Boulevard, those are within the DCP planning area. However, they are mixed-use boulevard zones, and therefore the standards there are established in the zoning code as adopted now. They would come under the DCP when the DCP is adopted, but again, the IZO applies to the downtown core land use designation authorized in the loose. Just a reminder of what the interim ordinance applies to. It's any new development, expansions of greater than 7,500 square feet, changes of use. Any project over 32 feet requires a development agreement, and it provides no change to references to the 1988 zoning ordinance being in effect in the downtown core land use designation, and continues provisions regarding shared parking, floor area ratio calculations for subterranean floor area, and also protection of public parking structures within the downtown. The First Amendment has to do with, as I mentioned, the full-service restaurants. This is being brought forward to you because of a concern regarding the share of full service to other kinds of eating establishments in the downtown. So the BSC1 zone that this is referencing is really sort of the promenade area. So the buildings facing the 3rd Street Promenade and between 2nd Court and 3rd Court, really. So of the 18 restaurants in the BSC1 district, 8 are currently full service, and we have 3 vacancies that were formerly full service restaurants. What we've seen in recent years is really developing trends in the restaurant industry in terms of the kinds of eating establishments and driven by customer demand. So we're seeing these sort of fast casual, something like Tender Greens is an example of that, where orders are taken at the counter, but service is provided at a table perhaps. And so, the 1988 zoning ordinance does not address these kinds of uses. The 1988 zoning ordinance is clear that fast food is prohibited, and the fast casual restaurants that have opened on the promenade have been permitted because they don't possess all of the qualities of fast food that are prohibited in the 1988 code. For example, they provide table service, or they provide food served on non-disposable tableware, so those have been permitted. With the new zoning ordinance, there were definitions introduced regarding full-service restaurants and limited-service restaurants, but it did not specifically address this sort of fast casual model. So this amendment is being introduced as an opportunity to analyze this issue as to whether these fast casual restaurants fall within a full service restaurant or perhaps something else. And it's really giving us the time in the DCP to explore that issue. So this amendment proposes the prohibition of conversion of full service restaurants to restaurants that do not provide full service, to allow time to assess that issue and continue to provide the diversity of dining options in the promenade area. The second amendment has to do with allowing restaurants with alcohol licenses to exceed the current numerical cap of 50. So you can see here I've provided sort of a timeline of where this issue has sort of evolved in the city's history. So in 1996, the Bayside District Specific Plan established specific block-by-block limits on the number of restaurants and alcohol outlets that could be located within the entire Bayside District. At the time that was established, there was a concern of over-concentration of eating establishments and bars in the downtown. Fast forward another decade, and really the situation reversed as the promenade developed into, really a regional retail destination. There was a concern that we were losing many of those eating establishments, and so there were regulations in place to restrict the conversion of restaurants to any other use. A further decade on, in 2016 now, I think staff felt it was appropriate to ask the question whether the limits on restaurants with alcohol service continues to be necessary in light of the trends that have occurred since this original concept was launched in 1996. So you can see some of the facts here in terms of the 50 alcohol licenses licenses that have been issued in the Bayside District, all but 3 are associated with some kind of food service. So these are type 47 and 41 alcohol licenses that must be associated with what's called a bona fide eating place by Alcohol and Beverage Control. Staff believes this amendment may be appropriate for consideration because restaurants serving alcohol are not typically associated with the issues associated with alcohol outlets, including excessive noise or public drunkenness, and so it may warrant looking at this issue. Staff does propose just a minor change to the ordinance in terms of addressing an inadvertent omission to also include existing fast food courts. There's only one existing fast food court that's on the promenade, which would also obtain a type 41 or 47 license, just so that we don't omit that possibility. This provides a sort of graphical summary of what the interim ordinance does in terms of the development procedures. So you can see here projects over 32 feet in height would require a development agreement when a development review permit, which requires planning commission review, would be permitted or what would be the procedure to follow, and then an administrative approval that is a staff approval. And you can see the 100% affordable housing projects that meet certain criteria are eligible for that. I just wanted to take this opportunity also to remind council of the schedule going forward on the DCP. So you can see in that yellow band is where we're at right now. As I indicated in the beginning, we're in the midst of at least 40 outreach meetings with the community, with various organizations, and we are going to move forward throughout the summer to June 9th, which is our first placemaking speaker forum regarding the question of why do you love downtown, and we invite everyone to come. And certainly we invite more comments on the DCP over time, and this is the website for the downtown and also the email for the public if they wish to contact us. So with that, staff does recommend introduction for first reading of the interim ordinance, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Councilor McEwen.
I have a question with respect to the amendment regarding alcohol. Page 2 of the staff report says that the amendment would serve to open a discussion as to whether limiting the number of alcohol establishments in the Bayside Commercial Zoning District continues to be desirable. So if this is to begin a conversation, why are we presented with a toggle instead of a slider? In other words, you're suggesting we turn it off and have no limit at all. Why not just for the next year say, well, the limit will be 55 instead of 50 to accommodate businesses that may be opening, but not, because once we turn off the toggle and say there's an unlimited number of liquor licenses, then if we change our mind, taking them away is really hard to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so certainly.
So why not a slider instead of a toggle?
Yeah, staff considered that issue when we first initially looked at this amendment, and I think one way to have gone is to have removed the cap completely, which is I think certainly would have gone too much of the extreme. So we thought this middle ground in terms of allowing restaurants only, so again just food service establishments associated with alcohol, where we have not seen the typical impacts associated with alcohol outlets. We thought that might be a reasonable approach. However, certainly, council may suggest a different numerical limit in order to address the issue.
Is there any specific situation you anticipate in the next 12 months where giving an additional 5 licenses wouldn't cover us?
I can tell you now that we have one application on the waiting list, and we know because of the vacancies in the Bayside district, that we will probably have more restaurants coming forward requesting a type 41 or 47 license with their food service. So
let me ask then, because we haven't heard from the public yet, but it's a question to staff. If you could, while we're hearing from the public, try to think of what would be a number that would be appropriate, rather than just taking the cap off to say there'll be a maximum of 55 or 57. I'd like to talk about that when we come back.
Sure.
Councilor Hemmerich.
So I'm a little confused because my question is, are you talking about full service restaurants only? So in other words, you would raise the cap for full service only, or including fast casual and other kinds of restaurants?
It would include any eating establishment, so it's not limited just to full service restaurants.
So correct me if I'm wrong, it's my understanding that we're trying to encourage full service restaurants and not so much fast casual. Is that correct?
I don't think that there's a specific policy about encouraging. So that's the question that is being raised really here is what's the balance between full service restaurants and restaurants that do not provide that full service. I don't think we could say that there's clear policy whether in the Bayside District specific plan. There's definitely an interest in providing a diversity of eating options, but no specific balance or percentage.
If I could just add, the issue about the full-service restaurant, that's specific on the promenade. The limit on the number of alcohol outlets applies to the whole Bayside District, so that's 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So the number for the outlets is if you will, a broader issue than the full-service restaurant just on the promenade.
Well, I guess what struck me and was you had 18 restaurants full service. Now there are 8. Right. So I assumed that the other 10 were either not, had become another use, but most of them became fast casual.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes.
So you're clearly seeing an erosion of the full service restaurant in favor of the fast casual restaurant. And if we allow new liquor licenses for both, then you're going to get, then it'll be an even faster erosion.
Well, we don't necessarily object to the fast casual restaurants on 2nd and 4th. It's really on the promenade where we have the concern about maintaining some full-service dining. We actually think that places like Tender Greens and there's a place called Flower Child that's opening next door to Limley. Those are in the fast casual category, and they are, we think, good additions to the downtown. And we also find that those type of establishments need at least a Type 41 license to open. So we think it's important that we provide the flexibility for those restaurants. We're still trying to encourage more restaurants in the downtown, and we think having the option to have an alcohol license is an important feature.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Right. Well, and I think just to be clear, because Councilmember Himmelrich, I think, hit the point that I was going for, which is you're not talking about just taking off all just saying anybody can have an alcohol license. You're talking about food service establishments, whether they be fast casual or sit-down restaurants, taking that limitation off. And as I understand it, we haven't had, but correct me if I'm wrong, because I could be misunderstanding it, we haven't had a problem with public drunkenness, crime, some of the other things that have negative connotations that might go with what you would call bars.
Lost your keys.
Yes.
Yeah.
The idea being that we haven't had those kinds of problems. So the sale of alcohol where it is combined with food under a Type 41 or a 47 license, that's all we're talking about. We're not talking about sort of a free-for-all alcohol for everybody
that's
in the
absolutely
downtown.
True. And with the new zoning ordinance, and even prior to that, we have a whole list of standard conditions that apply to all alcohol licenses. And we have found that those conditions really do help to mitigate the problems you're describing. Where we've had the most problems are places where there wasn't even a CUP, so we had nothing to really enforce. Where we have a CUP or we have the conditions, we find that that's adequate to address the potential issues.
And then finally, what you're asking us to adopt here tonight will go through August of 2017. So I'm a little concerned about Councilmember McEwen's try and predict out more than a year from now what the restaurant turnover will be or that sort of thing. I mean, that's my concern, is that if we say, okay, you get an additional 5, we could blow through that by the fall of 2016, and then what do we do for another 9-10 months?
Yeah, I have that same concern, and I think during the public testimony we can think about an appropriate number. I think I think 10 would be better. It would provide a little bit more option for some restaurants that are looking to open. But this issue is coming about because there are places that previously didn't have alcohol licenses, and the Limley is a good example. There was no alcohol there. Now they have alcohol at the theater, and they have 2 restaurants. So that's where there was none. That's 3 right there. So we're seeing that kind of situation. We're seeing, I know there's 2 restaurants that want to open in the 1318 2nd Street project, the mixed-use project that council approved a few years ago. They would obviously seek alcohol licenses, and we we wouldn't have those to provide at this point. So I think 10 would be more comfortable than 5, but we can think about that during the public testimony.
And then the last comment, and this might be appropriate for some of the speakers we're likely to have, but the importance of having an alcohol license, that is important, is it not, to the success of both fast casual and sit-down restaurants?
We find that it's really critical, and that most restaurants, they won't open or they won't commit to a lease in a space without knowing that they could seek an alcohol license.
So if we want to create some stability in terms of food service in the downtown, and particularly on the promenade, it's probably important we try and get this right.
Right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilor, actually, Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
Ted Winter.
Ted Winter.
Ted J. Winter.
Ted Winter.
So, in the broader context of all this, we have this constant back and forth in the downtown area, sort of initially not wanting too many restaurants, but then getting too much retail, and now trying to tilt things back. So we have a balance of retail and entertainment and dining, so that we perpetuate the economic vitality in that area. Isn't that correct?
Yes, exactly.
So I'm wondering whether, in addition to the issue of the ones that are being addressed by this proposal for restaurants, if they're encountering any other impediments to opening, I'm thinking particularly, I've heard anecdotal evidence that some of them, if they're occupying a space that had another use, are wrestling with the parking in lieu fee. Are you aware of that?
Yes, we are aware of that issue. Yeah.
So is that something we might look at sometime in the future?
We certainly could. The parking in lieu fee requirements are in effect for only the Bayside right now, and we certainly know of one instance where a new restaurant is sort of caught, between what the fee used to be and the new fee.
Yeah. Okay. So you're thinking about that.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I guess we can go ahead and open the public hearing. We have Denise Barton, Brian Dolber, Paul Larmore. Oh, we can't. And actually, after this item, I'm going to ask the council before they all walk out, we should do a little bit of agenda planning, because I think we're running a little late here. And I know we have several other items to get into. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Good evening. Please remember the Starbucks across the street. Let me make sure I understand this right. Santa Monica is the drunkest city in the state for at least 2 years, meaning there are more places here to sell alcohol per mile than any other city in the state. And by this action, you want to remove the alcohol cap downtown? So any full-service restaurant can serve alcohol when the city already hands out alcohol permits like they're candy? Then regarding public safety and welfare, do you really not think alcohol consumption within the city is a substantial contributing factor to the high number of bicycle and pedestrian accidents and deaths? If you can't tell, I think this is a really bad idea. And alcohol consumption within the city, I would bet, is a contributing factor to Santa Monica being number 11 in the nation for road rage. Although now that the Expo line is running, I'm sure we'll be number 1 soon. Again, by your actions, things you are proud of. Another goodie you're giving to the businesses downtown is not including outdoor dining in the floor area ratio of the building. Here I would say, if taxpayer funds are being used in any way to widen the sidewalks, then why should you be able to give areas of it away to businesses without residents receiving any compensation? I also hope everyone caught the comments in the Argonaut about the city's mobility and traffic management plan last week, which was that our city officials have a theological dogmatic belief that is not grounded in reality, and that it was a bad idea to cut costs and not provide sufficient parking for the Expo line. What I really don't understand is why you don't tell the public the truth, that downtown parking structures are going to be 80% full of people riding the Expo line by 10 a.m., and that people with handicapped place cards will take up street parking, leaving very little parking for business owners, employees, and customers. Shooting yourself in the foot again. And if you have any questions, please contact Jason Harris. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up, Brian.
Hi, I'm Brian Dolber. I'm a research analyst at Unite Here Local 11. Unite Here Local 11, representing 25,000 hotel and restaurant workers throughout Los Angeles and Orange County, supports efforts to protect full-service restaurants in the Bayside District. In particular, we support extending the restriction on fast food restaurants for another year, and we support restricting the conversion of full-service restaurants to fast casual restaurants. We support the legislation because we're hopeful that full-service restaurants will provide more quality jobs, both in terms of their number and how good they are to their employees, than fast food or fast casual restaurants will. But given our experience in the hotel industry, we know that just because we subsidize an industry doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to yield quality jobs that give workers fair pay, respect, benefits, etc. So we're cautious as we move forward, and we want to basically monitor the results of the legislation over the course of the next year, and see what kind of benefits they do produce for the city and for people who work in the industry. We hope to participate in the discussion of the downtown specific plan. We hope to talk to community stakeholders about what kinds of jobs are being created in the restaurant industry in the district. And if we see that the steps the council takes today lead to more good jobs, then we hope we can see even stronger legislation to support full-service restaurants in the future.
Thank you. Paul, as you come up, let me just call off a few more names. We have Scott Schoenfeld, Zena Josephs, and then Carl Lisberg. And then Andrew Hoyer, you're standing there too, so that'll be it.
Paula Larmor,
Go ahead.
Harding Larmor, Kutcher and Kozel. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of the owner of the fast food court at 1315 3rd Street Promenade, who will also be speaking. The council members have raised a few issues that I think need a little bit of clarity. First, I've heard two council members, I think McEwen and Himmelrich, mention new alcohol outlets, and this is also applying to existing. That's what I want to convey. This is also applying to existing alcohol outlets where they've substantially reinvested. They closed their property to do remodels, and their alcohol permits have lapsed. And now they're coming back to get a new alcohol permit and being told that their permit is being given away to someone else, and they have to get in the back of the line, and they have to wait for someone else's alcohol license to lapse. So I think that is an important point to consider. If you're thinking about putting a number, it shouldn't apply to existing alcohol outlets that are just lapsing because of doing a remodel. I also think it's hard to pick a number at midnight, despite how good your staff may be. I also want to remind this council that you're not handing out alcohol permits like candy. There's very strict conditions that apply for alcohol permits, and most of them have to go to the planning commission for a conditional use permit. So you're just talking about the outer cap. You're not talking about giving anyone a permit. So with respect to the food court has had a permit to serve alcohol since 1992. 2 years ago, the owner decided to substantially invest in the property. He went through the ARB process. He went through the city's long plan check process. And in last May 2015, they got the building permit and closed the food court to do the renovations. Now, almost a year later, the renovations are almost complete, but the alcohol permits are about to lapse the end of this month. Because of this, again, they're losing their permit, and they applied several months ago for a new permit when we were told that the city was at its cap and they would not be able to issue a new alcohol permit. So again, I just think it goes back to unintended consequences. Thank you.
Before you leave, they don't lose their liquor license, they just lose their permit. Is that what you're saying, because it lapses?
They're losing their city permit.
The city permit, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Scott.
Carl actually donated his time to me.
Oh.
I think.
I don't see it on here, but.
He said he did. Okay. Good evening. Scott Schoenfeld. I'm the owner of the food court building located on the promenade. As you've likely noticed, we just finished a complete overhaul of the building. It's now called the Gallery. This included a transformation of the old food court into a modern food hall, facade improvements, a complete seismic retrofit, new energy efficient HVAC equipment, LED lighting, plumbing fixtures, and full ADA compliance. As Paula mentioned, the food court has had CUPs allowing beer and wine since it was built in 1992. Restaurants that sold beer and wine included Baja Buds, Sushi Shogun, and Wolfgang Puck Express. We're in negotiations with a number of great new operators, but we're at risk of losing our CUP next week due to the seemingly arbitrary cap that was put in place over 20 years ago. We did a lot of work, so it took a lot of time. We received our 5 building permits in May 2015 after a 7-month plan check. Construction took about 9 months, and we finally received our sign-offs last week, nearly a full year after we started. Since we just finished construction, we'll not have an alcohol serving tenant in place by next week. In anticipation of this expiration, we filed for a new alcohol permit in March, but we've been notified that when our CUP expires next week, the city will be giving our permit to another business, and then we'll have to wait in line for another permit to lapse. Since this cap was put in place over 20 years ago, the Promenade has become one of the best retail streets in the country, but we've also seen a reduction in the number of restaurants as restaurant spaces have been converted to retail. This is a trend that's not specific to Santa Monica. Retail rents on high street locations like the Promenade are typically higher than restaurant rents, primarily because restaurants have higher operating costs, especially labor and food. And keep in mind that the minimum wage ordinance is not yet in effect. Wendy's just announced that it will be installing self-service kiosks in all of its restaurants to reduce labor costs as wages increase. We obviously don't want this to happen here, and we want to keep and attract quality restaurants at affordable price points for downtown residents, employees, and visitors. But we won't be able to do that if we make it harder for these restaurants to generate revenues as their expenses increase.
And you know, Scott, in all fairness to you,
Okay.
I do see the second card. It does have where he donated his time, Carl. So,
Okay, 30 more seconds.
Go ahead.
Thank you. But we won't be able to do that if we make it harder for these restaurants to generate revenues as their expenses increase. In particular, I believe this will hurt our ability to attract local operators. Instead, we'll likely only see interest from the national fast food chains like McDonald's, Subway, and Wendy's. Many of the non-national fast food chain quick service restaurants that have opened recently in Santa Monica have alcohol permits, including Burger Lounge, Jones on 3rd, Tender Greens, and 800 Degree Pizza. Most importantly, many people want a beer or glass of wine with their burger or pizza. I think that it's especially true now that we have way more people living in Santa Monica than we did 20 years ago. Alcohol service at the food hall over the last 24 years has been consistent with all of the conditions currently imposed on alcohol service at restaurants. We don't want to lose that simply because of an arbitrary cap that's no longer necessary. So we support staff's proposal to exempt restaurants and fast food courts from the 50 permit cap.
Thank you. Zena, Joseph.
Thank you. A majority of the Board of Francis Sunset Park urges the Council to deny a waiver of the alcohol exemption cap pending completion of the Downtown Community Plan. The staff report says such a waiver would open a conversation about whether limiting such exemptions is desirable. That discussion should happen in the DCP process and not before on a case-by-case basis. Given the alcohol exemption process is almost entirely administrative, the waiver doesn't result in conversation. Rather, it results in more exemptions prior to the DCP process determining whether that's desirable. The harms caused by these short-term decisions will be impossible to remedy, as Councilmember McEwen mentioned, if they turn out to be the wrong decision. And speaking only for myself, as Denise mentioned, more than 400 alcohol outlets in the city have led to Santa Monica being considered the drunkest city in California. So maybe you should consider changing the city seal from Populus Felix to Populus Inebriated. Thank you.
How do you follow that, Andrew?
I'll try. Good evening. My name is Andrew Hoyer. I'm the Vice President of Santa Monica Mid-City Neighbors. I will be speaking for myself this evening. I have to be in Santa Ana at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. And right now I have sacrificed my gin and tonic for the night. So keeping in mind with that, I am actually wasting my time because Councilmember McKeon already brought up the very valid point. I think if staff has been working on the downtown community plan for well over a year, they probably have an idea of how many liquor licenses would be appropriate for the downtown area. So it's odd that they stand up here and say they don't know what a number. It's odd that it's clear that they intend to have no cap on liquor licenses in the downtown community plan. I don't think that's right. I think there should be a cap, but I'm willing to say, why don't we say 65? That's a number at midnight that I think probably would facilitate all of those out there that are needing them, and probably put in a few spare for the next year or two until we get the downtown community plan finished. Thank you.
That concludes the public hearing. The item is now before us. And we have Councilor McEwen in the queue.
Since nobody rushed to the mic, I'll make a motion that we adopt the staff recommendation, but that instead of lifting the cap in downtown, we set it at, I'll say, to compromise, 60 licenses for the duration of the IZO.
It's been moved and moved by Councilor McEwen, second by Councilor Hemmerich, and I see Councilor Davis in the queue.
Yeah, I wanted to do that.
Well, I do have a concern because we are making a decision for essentially 18 months. We've already heard from the owner of the new food court, the Gallery, and I should have asked him while I was up here, but maybe, Mr. Martin, how many eating facilities, different restaurants are supposed to be in there?
Well, to answer your question, the way it works is the zoning ordinance says that a fast food court only counts as one outlet, regardless of how many establishments they have.
So we have probably 2 at the Lemley.
Well, those are already approved.
Those are already approved.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have one at the food court. We have 3 vacant restaurant spaces. Am I correct about that?
Yes, but those haven't been.
But they already have
closed.
theirs.
They
So
haven't
how many
lasted.
do we have pending? So there seems to be an issue that there, at least someone has told the food court they don't get one because we're at the 50 cap.
Right, we're at the cap
Is
now.
anyone else waiting, or is it just the food court?
Is the theater still waiting? Just the food court. at this
Okay,
point.
and is there some way to estimate what I know this is a tough question, what the average number of alcohol license
Right.
requests we get per year from this area?
It's tough to estimate, but just talking between the two of us, Jing and I can think of like 3 places that are likely to come online in the next few months. But then there's also places that will go out of business and kind of disappear. So we think that if you went with 60, providing 10 would give us enough wiggle room between now and when the DCP is adopted. As Andrew suggested, 15, that would give us more room, but we think we could work with 10. So.
Okay, that answers my question, I think.
Mayor Pro Ted Winter.
So just to clarify, the maker of the motion, staff has put up this language up there, right? And that's what you're incorporating in your motion essentially is if they're doing 10 additional, that takes the cap from 50 to 60, and it applies only to restaurants in the existing fast food court.
Is that
Yes, and I'm very impressed to see.
So am I,
that
actually.
on the screen.
It's like they read your mind
I'm
and put it up on the
almost
screen.
dumbfounded,
It's a little scary.
I wouldn't capitalize additional, but other than that, yes.
I see. Now you're still in the queue, or are you done, Councilor McKeon?
Ready to vote.
I see nobody else. Oh, Councilor O'Connor's.
I kind of like Mr. Hoyer's 65, so maybe I'll try that as a substitute motion. Same thing, just the number of 65. If there's a second. I'm sorry. What would be what was the number then?
It's 60
15
now.
more. 15 more. Right, the cap. Would
So
be.
go 65 instead of 60.
Right with the.
And capitalize the additional.
And capitalize. Well, I thought you'd capitalize the liquor.
Okay, so mine was for that additional number. Okay.
So there's a substitute. I think you did. All right, so we have a substitute motion that would take it to 65. You're still in the queue, O'Connor?
No. I'm sorry.
Councilor McEwen,
But I intend to be. I won't be supporting this, and the reason is the 60, which was already a bump up from the 55 I'd first thought about, Folks, that's a 20% increase in licenses in just a year or year and a half. I think we owe it to the residents of our city to be a little bit cautious here. I mean, I've heard that there are never any complaints about noise or raucousness due to alcohol downtown. That's not true. I do get complaints from people who live just north in the Wilmot neighborhood of people coming back to their cars. And it's not a big problem. It's not a reason not to have alcohol outlets. Frankly, people who are out to get drunk are going to find a place to get drunk, whether there's 50 or 55 of them. But I think that a 20% increase over a year or a year and a fraction is more than enough. Staff already told us that's more than they feel they'll need. So I'm going to stick with the original motion.
Yes, go ahead. There's a Councilor Hemmerich with a question.
Sorry. So here's my question. Under this policy, would the Starbucks that was originally proposed across the street be permitted then? Could they be one of the 10 or 15?
Yeah, if I recall, that was a beer and wine. They were only serving wine, so it was a beer and wine, and they had to serve food. And that was a...
But you picked it up at the counter. I mean, I remember, so that was a place where you picked it up at the counter and you could order in bulk and take it back, and anybody could be at the table who was there, including a teenager.
Yeah, the conditions actually that were ultimately put on that, I mean, they didn't proceed with it, but it was that the food be brought, and I think it was kind of outside of Starbucks' typical service procedures. But, you know, the issue at hand here really isn't to limit the alcohol license to, you know, whether you serve it at a table or not. You know, this is really for eating establishments in general and the kinds of alcohol licenses that are provided for eating establishments. And again, it's just the 41 and 47, which are to these eating places, bona fide eating places.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but again, my concern there was, and my concern here is with these, and one of the things about the kinds of establishments we're seeing is if you can order at the front and pick up a dozen beers and you know 10 burgers or something, right, and take it back to a table without anybody ever seeing who's getting it. That's what I wonder. Would that be a condition? Would it not be a condition?
Well, actually, if I can clarify, so in the most of these restaurants that we're seeing, they actually don't necessarily obtain alcohol CUPs. They obtain alcohol exemptions, which are associated with restaurants that, you know, the premises is primarily for sit-down service to patrons. There's a limit that they be no bigger than 50 seats. So there are very particular conditions that we attach to alcohol licenses associated with a food use, and even if it's a CUP for any use, because it's more than 50 seats, the same conditions apply, so that it ensures that it's truly an eating environment and not a bar masquerading as a restaurant, as we've seen in some cases.
Okay, I hear what you're saying, but getting back to my, and I hate to be so specific about it, but you know, my kids were teenagers less than 10 years ago, so I'm saying if some 21-year-old or 22-year-old who had a license went up and got 10 burgers and 10 beers, right, on a tray and went back to the table where there were a bunch of 15-year-olds sitting, would that fly under this?
There's a limitation on, so those are operational conditions and associated with the license. So we require training programs in terms of the way that servers have to identify and ask for ID before they're serving, so they're not giving out 12 beers to one person. There are definitely operational limitations on the way alcohol is served at these establishments.
It's like Dodger Stadium. I think you can only get 2 at a time, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, thank you. From the experience,
I know, I have experienced that.
The crowd, yeah, right.
They wouldn't let me bring a dozen. No, anyway. So we have the two motions. We have the 65 and, well, actually the substitute motion we got to do with substitute motion. So let's go ahead and take a vote on the substitute motion.
Substitute motion. Councilmember McCown.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter.
No.
Councilmember O'Day.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Connor.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
No. So what's the count there? Is it?
No, so it fails.
So I'd like to return to the original motion.
Okay, so now let's go
They'll
back to
change
the
that
main
to
motion.
10 up there and keep the lowercase a on additional. It's amazing how this
That's
works.
quick.
That's my motion.
Okay, so we're back to the original motion for 10.
Jing power.
10 additional. So Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Day,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Himmelrich.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McCune.
Yes.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes, so that's 7-zip. Council members, I just wanted to request, we do have several members of the public that are here for 7E, but beyond that, I was wondering what people's time limitations, and I'm hearing from some members that they may need to leave, so I wanted to make sure we have a quorum to continue after that. What's the wishes of the council? We would go with 7E, and maybe if we can continue the other items unless there's something pressing after that?
I'm here to the bitter end.
Okay.
So-
How does everybody else feel?
Well, I can stay, but I just wonder if, for everybody's sanity, if we continued 8A and 9A, or do you have any requests to speak on either of those?
No, or not in front of me.
And then everybody can, no.
Their time
Is there anything time sensitive here?
sensitive.
Yeah.
Agenda
On the
management.
urban water management plan, it's been, I think, agendized as a public hearing. It would go very quickly.
Okay.
But I think the city service building, as much as we have a bunch of people that waited all evening, but I'm sure they would be happy not to wait another hour.
Do we need to poll them?
I'm not going to, is the Brown Act thing pressing?
I think that might be pressing just because we have to do that on second reading and Councilmember McEwen is leaving the country.
Okay, okay.
Actually, it's a resolution. You just
Yeah.
need to do it once.
Oh, we
Oh,
only
it's a
have to-
resolution.
Yeah, but you still might want it
But
done
nevertheless,
because
yeah.
One thing, it's an easy one.
And then 13B we need to do, that's time pressure.
Yeah, I think we can do all the 13 items.
Okay.
Get those out of the way.
What about 10A? What have you decided?
Oh,
I think you continue 10A.
Can we continue that?
well, why don't we ask the clerk if she has any strong feelings about that one?
I'm sorry. About
10A, if we
10A?
continue 10A,
Can we continue that?
does that
Oh, yeah.
throw a wrench in
Oh,
your
yes.
life? You'd be happy to continue it.
That's fine.
So maybe we continue 8A and 10A.
Mayor, 8A is not going to be a long presentation. It's,
All right.
it's about 10 minutes.
All right,
And
so
I
now-
don't believe we have speakers, so given that everybody's still here,
All right.
if we can power through it.
Fine through it.
All right, let's go through
Is
it.
Terry the only one that left?
So we'll continue those 10A.
We'll continue 10A, it looks like.
I thought that was one they didn't want to continue.
Okay, so we have item 7E, right? Okay.
And we have a
Introduction-
staff report. Or you want to call the item 7E?
Yes. Introduction and first reading of an ordinance to amend Santa Monica Municipal Code Table 9.11020, governing the MUBL, MUB, GC, and NC zoning districts to only apply specific limitations, number 17 and number 19, to commercial uses not currently subject to discretionary review, and to expand the discretionary review requirement for office uses, media production support facilities, medical offices, and dental offices, and specific limitation number 21.
Good morning,
There are,
Council.
I'm sorry, Tony, there's 13 requests to speak.
Now you can go ahead.
Okay. So before you is a proposed text amendment. The applicant is the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce to amend Table 9.11020, which deals with the land use regulations for commercial and mixed-use corridor districts. Just a little background. Specific limitations number 17 and 19 in this table require a conditional use permit for individual tenant spaces that exceed certain size or ground floor street frontage thresholds. This came out of a discussion to regulate big box retail stores by providing for discretionary review of larger tenant spaces during the zoning ordinance update. Currently, the way the table is formatted, number 19 and number 17 apply to all uses in the land use table. Some of these uses already have specific limitations requiring discretionary review at certain size thresholds. So what this does is create some conflicts and confusion in terms of these thresholds. For example, The ordinance currently requires CUPs for automobile sales and leasing buildings at 7,500 square feet. There is extensive discussion about dealerships, and so there's a development review threshold of 25,000 square feet for new auto dealers that are within Tier 1. There's also limitation number 21, which requires a CUP for new offices and additions 50% or more to existing office spaces. So these are a couple examples where we do currently have these discretionary review thresholds that conflict with limitations number 17 and 19. The applicant is requesting the text amendment to modify the applicability of limitations number 17 and 19 so that they don't apply to every single use, but more to commercial uses that currently do not require CUPs. This would eliminate the confusion between differing CUP requirements in this table. The amendment also requests to modify specific limitation number 21, which deals with office uses, and to apply the CUP requirements of limitations 17 and 19 to two situations. One is the conversion of non-office use tenant spaces on the ground floor fronting a street to an office use in an existing building. The second being the conversion of existing non-medical or non-dental office use to medical or dental anywhere in an existing building. That second one was added by the Planning Commission during their discussion. What these amendments to number 21 would do is provide greater review and discretion of office uses on the ground floor and medical and dental uses anywhere in the building. However, the council may want to consider if the conversion to medical and dental offices, particularly on upper floors, warrants a conditional use permit. The applicant has also further requested a minor modification to the proposed amendment in number 21. This is just a clarification to show that the conversion of non-office or non-media production support facility is included in the text amendment language. This is because media production support facilities, while not classified as an office use, is still subject to specific limitation 21, which involves office uses. So it's a minor clarification. Staff supports this tweak to the language. The net effect of the amendments to limitation 21 is that all new office, media production support facilities, medical and dental uses in new construction requires a CUP. That's consistent with the way the zoning ordinance was adopted. But also all new office, media production support facility, medical and dental uses in existing buildings would require CUP if the individual tenant space is larger than a size or exceeds a certain ground floor street frontage. So that's the additional discretionary threshold for these office type uses. Staff would like to point out also very quickly in your attachment B, the red line for this text amendment, in specific limitation number 21, there was a change that was made anticipating the perhaps approval of the zoning ordinance cleanup. And so since that has been continued, there is some language that we would need to return back. So basically we would just eliminate the phrase that says subject to the active use requirement in section 911-030A2 from number 21, just to clarify that since the cleanup has been continued. And that is it for the staff presentation. Thank you.
Seeing nobody in the queue, I guess we'll have the applicant come up. And it's Paul Lorimer, I guess, representing.
PowerPoint.
And you have 10 minutes. How do you want to break that up?
Could we do 5 up front and then 5 for rebuttal?
Okay. We set that up for 5. You're ready.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Carl Hansen, Director of Government Affairs for the Santa Monica Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber filed the text amendment before you this evening in September of last year, and tonight we're here to encourage you to adopt this clarifying amendment, which has been supported by city staff and the Planning Commission, but subject to one point of clarification and then one matter of substance that we'll have Chamber Board Member Paul Larimore address.
Good evening, Council. As Steph mentioned, special limitations 17 and 19 resulted from a discussion about the desire to further regulate big box retail uses. So it would require a CUP for, but it got codified in a way that would require a CUP for single tenant spaces exceeding these thresholds, regardless of the underlying use. So here's the problem. The 19 and 17 were put at the top of the column rather than within the table next to the appropriate uses. First, this is not transparent or user-friendly. You go to look at what use you want to build or what use you want to occupy, and it looks like it's permitted, and you don't know that above on the column above there's a further notation because every other use has its own notation in the table itself. And second is that it trumps these use-specific thresholds that were thoughtfully and carefully crafted for many of the uses. For office, there was a decision made to require a CUP for new office buildings. That was a huge change in city policy. And the trade-off was that existing office buildings that were permitted as office buildings, would get to remain permitted uses, not become legal non-conforming uses. For auto dealers, there was an extensive discussion, as staff mentioned. For restaurants, there's also certain size limitations that trigger CUP requirements and MUP requirements, and for banks. So here's just an example. If you see the suite on the far right, Suite 220, it's on the second floor. If it's already over the size threshold, it cannot merge with the neighboring suite without triggering a CUP requirement. If Suite 214 needs to go out of business and Suite 220 wants to take over their space, they can't do it without a CUP. What's the purpose in this situation? The CUP purpose is to make sure the use can be designed, located, and operated in a manner that will not interfere with the use and enjoyment of surrounding properties. This isn't relevant when you're talking about merging and separating suites in an existing office building that, again, was approved for office by the city in the past. So the Chamber's original proposal was just to limit 17 and 19 to retail uses. After 2 Planning Commission hearings and input from the public, this is the original proposal, it resulted in moving 17 and 19 to all commercial uses that don't have their own use-specific thresholds. And so this is the result, is now 17 and 19 aren't at the top, but they're moved into, you can see every single use category has a number, either it's an MUP required, a CUP required, or a different number. So there's no longer any permitted commercial uses. They all have these threshold limitations. There's 2 modifications that were proposed in response to Planning Commission, which was conversion of ground floor non-office uses to office, and the Chamber supports that with this minor tweak in the language, which staff earlier showed you. And the second is the Planning Commission also suggested that the conversion of general office to medical office you should retain the CUP for this. I don't think this is necessary. CUP is, again, already required for any new medical office buildings, and most buildings can't support this because they don't have the parking, so they need to come before the Planning Commission for a parking variance, and through that you have that discretionary process. Otherwise, if they have additional parking, I don't understand what's so offensive about a medical use compared with another higher intensity parking use that can go in there that needs to be subject to these requirements. Thank you.
Councilor Hemmerich, I think, has a question for you.
So, just to be clear, so the NC, so this is not any merger, any office. This is only, or any space. This is only commercial spaces more than 7,500 square feet in an NC neighborhood and 12,500 square feet in other neighborhoods. Is that right?
So, Wilshire, Santa Monica, Colorado, Ocean Park Boulevard. Yes, all of your major commercial boulevards.
But only over that square footage.
Yes, but if you're up in the floor, like you're on the second floor, why do we care what the size of the suite is? Well, that was never discussed by the commission or the council during the zoning ordinance process. Regulating the size of a tenant space in an office building was already approved for office. It was never discussed.
Well, you do understand that we feel we're over officed and under residented.
But we're not increasing the office space. We're just saying that this neighbor can combine with his next door neighbor. If this guy wants out of his lease, his neighbor can take over his lease.
Maybe that's what we're deciding, but we're ultimately trying to discourage bigger offices and encourage more residential.
In existing buildings, you can't convert half an office building to residential.
I understand what you're saying, but we have had this. I don't want to engage in this now, and I know it's inappropriate. I just wanted to make clear that in neighborhood commercial, it's 7,500 square feet. It's not as if it's every single one. It's only at certain sizes over certain thresholds.
Right, and I have a client with an existing building which has tenant suites over 7,500 square feet, which would make legal non-conforming. I don't.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we have David Rand, Scott Schoenfeld, and Jennifer. Oh, here he is.
This is no reflection on the discussion that occurred tonight that half my body's fallen asleep. It's very strange. This is clearly going to affect my effectiveness, I think. Good evening, Council. Dave Rand, Armbruster, Goldsmith, and Delvac. I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of our client, Equity Office, in support of the Chamber Amendment. Equity Office is one of the city's largest commercial stakeholders. They own 6 large office buildings for a total of approximately 3 million square feet of leasable space. When I sat down with the executives from Equity Office and told them that there was a requirement in the new zoning ordinance that required existing tenants who expanded within an existing building or new tenants above 12,500 square feet in one of their existing buildings, that required them to get a conditional use permit through the city, it ranked as one of my worst meetings in my land use career. No other jurisdiction imposes such a requirement. The reason is because it puts commercial landlords in this city at a competitive disadvantage for recruiting the kind of top flight creative businesses that you would want in the city. Of course, those companies want to be in Santa Monica, but what Equity Office would essentially have to do is put their lease on a shelf when a space vacates and tell the tenant to wait around for 6 months to a year before the conditional use permit is approved through the city. No tenant is going to want to do that in this competitive office environment. They're going to go to Playa. They're going to go to Culver City. So it has negative consequences, but we don't really need to even get into the policy merits as I see it, because while I don't presume to know your collective intent when you adopted the zoning ordinance, I participated in some of those meetings, and I heard a lot of talk about wanting to control big box retail. I heard a lot of control about wanting to manage the storefronts on your boulevards. I didn't hear concern about tenant A, who takes up a floor in an existing building that was approved in 1990, moves out, and tenant B, the exact same type of use, moves in. Well, let's regulate that and stop for a year. That seems to be completely out of the context for what you approved in the zoning ordinance, so we support the cleanup opportunity tonight. Thank you.
Good to see you all again. Scott Schoenfeld. I'm on the board of the Chamber of Commerce. Support this text amendment, and I just wanted to speak for a second about just give an example of where this would apply. This doesn't affect any of the buildings that I currently own, but I used to own a medical office building on Santa Monica Boulevard in Yale. It was a 3-story building. It had been medical office since the 1980s. UCLA had a 19,000 square foot cancer research lab, and during our ownership, they expanded by about 850 square feet in one direction and 1,000 square feet in another direction. They just needed a little bit more space for their cancer lab. That would have required a CUP. Again, UCLA may be exempt, but if that was not UCLA, then a tenant like that would require a CUP on an above ground floor in an existing medical office building. And frankly, the issue here is not just the time and the cost of obtaining a CUP, it's discretionary. So theoretically, you could be in a situation where you apply for your CUP and for whatever reason it's not granted. And that basically could force a landlord to keep space vacant for no particular reason. And I just wanted to respond to Councilmember Himmelrich's comment about the 12,500 square feet and 7,500 square feet. I don't think in the world of office buildings, and especially in Santa Monica, that's not very big. We have lots of office tenants in existing office buildings, again above the ground floor, that are larger than 12,500 square feet. And as Paul said, it doesn't make any sense, whether a tenant, there's no advantage to having two tenants that are 12,499 square feet versus one that's 25,000 square feet. It's just it wouldn't make any difference. Thanks.
Thank you. Jennifer, as you come up, let me just call three more names here.
Sure.
David Carl, JP, is it Bacernas? And then Zena Joseph. Go ahead.
Hi. Jennifer McEllier. I'm assuming you were calling me up.
Yes.
I'm
glad you pronounced your name.
I'm here representing the Watt Companies. We are an owner of a 100,000 square foot office building at 28th and Ocean Park. I'm here to support the text amendment as proposed, and rather than be very repetitive, for us it's a similar issue on a leasing standpoint. If we have a tenant vacate and we have an existing tenant that wants to expand into another space, having to go through a CUP really creates a lot of uncertainty and creates the potential that we may lose that tenant either out of our building or into another market because, as was previously referenced, it's a very, very hot leasing market right now, and tenants don't have the luxury of going through a discretionary process before making their leasing decisions. So for us, that's obviously critical for maintaining occupancy, and then overall for the city, I think we all want to keep the business here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is David Carl. I'm a Santa Monica resident, and I also work for a financial technology company in the real estate sector. And this text amendment directly affects our ability to do business. I support the proposed text amendment as presented by the city staff in the staff report. The text amendment relates to the reasonable use and leasing of existing buildings. I understand that a CUP is required for new developments, so again, the focus here is just on existing structures. Absent the text amendment, businesses in need of more than 12,500 square feet in an existing office building on Wilshire or Santa Monica Boulevard would be required to obtain a CUP even though the building was originally approved as an office building. In addition, existing businesses needing to expand into an adjacent office suite, as we've kind of talked about already, in their building would be required to obtain a CUP even though the building was originally approved as an office building. These barriers, imposing these barriers on our local businesses and property owners don't really make sense and seem like a waste of time and resources. And it's already difficult to find office space in Santa Monica, and then having to go get a CUP for larger tenant space in existing buildings will make an already difficult situation worse. From a traffic perspective, one tenant that's in 13,000 square feet might have less traffic than two tenants occupying the same amount of space, because the larger tenant is more likely to be subject to the city's TDM requirements and have more opportunities for rideshare programs. When the council adopted the zoning ordinance last year, it made a huge policy change in deciding to require a CUP for any new office building, even a very small office building, in the MUB, MUBL, GC, and NC districts. The trade-off was that existing office buildings would be able to remain as permitted uses. I ask the council to please adopt the chamber text amendment as revised by the city staff to allow our local businesses and property owners to be able to reasonably use their existing buildings. Thanks.
I know. Thank you. JP, you're JP, right?
JP Barcenas, yes. So good morning, guys, and thanks for your time. So as I stated, my name is JP Barcenas. I'm a local Santa Monica resident. I'm here tonight to support the proposed text amendment as presented by city staff in its staff report. So as we've been discussing, it's to my understanding that businesses in need of more than 12,500 square feet in an existing office building on Wilshire, Santa Monica Boulevard would need to require the CUP, even though the building was originally approved as an office building. So as somebody who works in the Santa Monica area and local startups, this is something that concerns me. Our business is rapidly growing, and we will likely need expansion space. I don't believe that this should necessitate a conditional use permit. Aside from the time constraints of a CUP, they're also expensive and subject to discretionary approvals. Improving these barriers on our local business and property owners makes no sense, and to me is a huge waste of time and resources. As you guys know, it is very difficult already to find office space in Santa Monica, and as somebody who hopes to grow his business in Santa Monica, I hope that I don't have any type of restraints. So please adopt the Chamber Text Amendment as revised by the city staff and allow our local businesses and property owners to be able to regionally use the existing buildings. Thanks.
Thank you. Zena, as you come up, let me just read off a few more names. Andrew Hoyer, Tricia Crane, and Amy Oxtokonis.
Close.
Is that close? Thank you. Go ahead, Zena.
A majority of the Friends of Sunset Park Board supports the letter that was sent to you by the Northeast Neighbors organization. In particular, we urge the council to deny the amendments requested by the chamber to limitations 17 and 19. We see no reason to relax these restrictions as requested by the chamber. The proposed text amendment goes beyond the chamber's stated intention and would result in changes of use of unlimited size with no oversight or discretion in conflict with the loose. CUP should be required for all large projects or changes in tenant uses along our commercial corridors in order to ensure that they are in keeping with the vision in the loose. Thank you.
There's a question for you. Just a second. Councilmember Hemmerich.
So now I'm a little confused. So you support, you think we should reject this entire thing and not require CUPs for uses over 7,500 and 12,500 square feet?
A CUP should be required.
Oh, okay.
Did I say the opposite? I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Well, me too.
Okay.
And that's why I wanted to understand. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Andrew, is Andrew Hoyer still here? Okay, go ahead then.
Tricia Crane, Chair of Northeast Neighbors. To foster the right mix and appropriate scale of neighborhood serving uses on Wilshire Boulevard and throughout our city, Northeast Neighbors request that the City Council not make the text amendment requested by the Chamber to the zoning ordinance proposed under Agenda Item 7E. The purpose of including limitations 17 and 19 in Table 9.11020 on the zoning ordinance was to provide oversight for all large projects or changes in tenant uses along our commercial corridors, not just big box retail, as argued by the Chamber. We see no reason to relax these restrictions as the Chamber has requested. The proposed text amendment would result in changes of use of unlimited size with no oversight or discretion in conflict with the loose. Representatives for the Chamber stated at the December 16, 2015 Planning Commission meeting that they filed this request solely to clarify on the table the requirements for the classification of commercial uses. In fact, the text amendment as currently drafted exceeds the stated intention of the Chamber request, stripping away important oversight requirements and protections for other use categories, including residential, public, semi-public transportation, communication, and utility uses. To illustrate the implication of this change under the proposed amendment, several small retail spaces on a commercial street could be combined as tenant improvement and changed to any number of uses such as congregate housing, emergency shelter, hospice, transitional housing, public safety facility, hospital, or clinic, which could dominate a block, and this could be done with no oversight, public input, or discretion by the city.
Thank you. Amy, as you come up, let me just read off the last three here. It looks like Trevor, it looks like Sterry, James Jacobson, and Kevin Cosal. Okay. Go ahead, Amy.
Continuing, in addition, the proposed amendment still removes the limitations for some commercial uses. While perhaps not the intention, the proposed amendment removes oversight for large projects under commercial categories that have other limitations listed in the table, even if the limitation listed is unrelated to size of the project or the amount of street frontage. For example, tattoo parlors, pet daycares, vet clinics fall under commercial uses and require an MUP and no other limitation listed in the amendment. By removing the overlay requirement, a 30,000 square foot block-long tattoo parlor, pet daycare, or vet clinic could be approved through a minor use permit only by the director, with no public hearing or planning commission oversight or discretion. These are just a few examples of the unintended consequences of the current drafting of this amendment. It's important to remember the intention of the original limitation was to create a catch-all for all use categories. As currently proposed, the amendment would leave a number of gaping holes in the code, and we note more in our letter. Any large change of tenant space has the potential to impact neighbors and alter the character of the boulevard and the surrounding neighborhoods. This is precisely why the Planning Commission and City Council approved these catch-alls in the new zoning code. We request that the amendment be revised to maintain the limitations 17 and 19 for all use categories, not just a subset. A key concern for our neighborhood is the potential change of large tenant spaces in existing buildings from office to medical use. There's two types of office use. Medical is very intensive. We've seen this happen in the past with negative impacts on our neighborhood. These limitations are the only regulations that currently provide oversight for these large-scale conversions, so it's critical these regulations are maintained. Medical offices are a regional draw, command higher lease amounts, indisputably are an intensification of use that have immense spillover impacts on the surrounding neighborhood. Given the strong economic incentive to convert to medical, regulations to protect the community must be strong. If these limitations were removed, we could see wholesale conversions of large office spaces in existing buildings without the oversight and discretion called for in the zoning code. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Trevor Sterry, longtime Santa Monica resident. Thanks for your time at this late hour. I support the proposed text amendment as presented by the city staff in its report. The amendment seems to relate to reasonable uses of existing buildings. We're not really talking about new development. All new development stuff really is controlled by highly discretionary conditional use permits, so this would be preventative for existing use. Absent the text amendment, businesses with needs of more than 12,000, 13,000 square feet, an existing building on Wilshire or some of these major corridors would be required to get a CUP, even though the owner and the building was originally approved for office. So that doesn't seem very logical. In addition, existing businesses needing to expand an adjacent office space, as given in the examples, would be required to obtain a CUP. So I can't imagine a scenario where a business that has 7,500 feet that needs to expand another 200 just to grow is going to need a CUP at a cost of $15,000 and 6-month delay in them to get that approval. Imposing these barriers on our local businesses and property owners makes no sense, and it's probably a misallocation of resources and time for Santa Monica staff. It's difficult to find space currently in Santa Monica. CUP for large tenant space in existing buildings will make an already difficult situation worse. Absent the text amendment, Santa Monica businesses that grow and become successful will be forced to move outside our community into Los Angeles and adjacent communities such as Playa Vista. This doesn't seem logical. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Jim Jacobson, 1645 Euclid Industry Partners. Over the last, call it 6 to 8 months, I've had to field numerous calls from tenant reps that are kind of weighing their options, looking throughout Santa Monica, trying to figure out what this exactly means. And most are interpreting it as simple as, if I'm going to expand my tenant, I'm literally going to have to go through another discretionary process. It's just another check in the box that everyone's kind of looking at. And as a broker that's been doing business in Santa Monica, this is one of the strangest kind of things I've seen, just from a use to a use scenario, where if you're 12,500, like Kite Farmer right now is looking at Playa Vista versus Santa Monica, if they were to take another 500 square feet, they'd literally have to go through a CUP to stay in an existing pre-zoned exactly like-for-like space. Makes no sense whatsoever. And it's really a marketing issue. I feel like this is the one thing.
Thank you.
Hello, Kevin Kozel, 1250 6th Street, Santa Monica. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Mike Sullivan, LA Car Guy. We support the text amendment. These two specific limitations, 17 and 19, were not intended to apply to auto dealers. As the staff report expressly states, auto dealerships already have other specific limitations requiring discretionary review when certain size thresholds are exceeded. There's extensive standards in the zoning ordinance for auto dealers, and those were drafted to encourage, for example, dealers to use the new urban dealership format. And absent this text amendment, applying those two limitations, 17 and 19, is counterproductive. Mike Sullivan, LA Car Guy, supports the text amendment and requests that you move forward with it. Thank you.
Council, before we bring the appellant back, that we have one late chit. All right. All those in favor, ayes? Catherine Eldridge, here she comes.
My apologies, I didn't recognize this. I could be mistaken, but I've been speaking with David Martin for a year about the changes that occurred on Stanford, and all of our incubator businesses are gone, and they started out as tenant improvements on one building that was already existing. The uses have flipped. They're no longer incubator business, little garage-like buildings into the building. They are filling them with desks. It's shared space, office space. Each desk is a business. They have young people out on the street with cell phones that notify somebody the minute somebody's getting in their car, another car comes in and plops in there. They're doing a rotation on the cars. They crowd the parking lots. And it's all under tenant improvement. There's no TDM. They've increased the usage of those buildings from going from 5 to 20 with 4 parking spaces to the building.
Thank you. Paul Alarma, you have 5 minutes.
So, Council, I ask you to remember that we've been through 2 Planning Commission hearings. This was filed in September. The Planning Commission that you appointed went use by use very tediously and recommended this revised proposal. I agree, it's much broader than what the Chamber proposed. We wanted to limit to retail uses only, which many of our board members didn't support even the regulation on big box retail. So again, this is a much more onerous result that the Planning Commission has presented to you and staff has presented to you. There are uses that require an MUP. They require an MUP for 1 square foot of the tattoo parlor or whatever. It's not a 12,500 square foot. You have to get an MUP for 1 foot. And that's a noticed hearing. It's a zoning administrator hearing, but it's appealable to the Planning Commission. It's discretionary, and you have to make the same findings for an MUP as you do for a CUP. With respect to encouraging housing production, you are doing it. You're requiring a CUP for any new office building. As a result, you haven't seen, to my knowledge, even one new proposal for a new office building in this city on these boulevards. This is about retaining successful businesses that grow in existing buildings that were approved for this use. It's about letting the failing business out of their lease early so they don't have to continue to pay their rent because their landlord can let the neighbor take over their space. It's about not requiring a $15,000 filing fee and a 4 to 6 month process at best to go before the Planning Commission to get a CUP. And what conditions would we impose on an office tenant in an office building that's trying to take over their neighbor's space? What are we going to regulate? Again, it makes no sense. And again, I do think there's actually benefits to having 1 tenant in a space versus 2 tenants when it comes to office, because larger employers are regulated as employers under the TDM program. Thank you.
Council, that closes the public hearing. Then we'll go ahead and we got Councilmember Davis.
Well, I mean, actually, it seems to me that the Planning Commission did go through this fairly carefully. I just want to confirm with city staff that what Ms. Larmore said was right, that an MUP is actually, in some respects, more restrictive because there's no threshold. You have to come in and get one, and it is discretionary.
That's correct. It is discretionary before the zoning administrator.
Right, and there are standards that the zoning administrator has to apply. Is that correct?
Correct. Findings similar to a CUP.
So it would be similar to a CUP. So, for example, we're not going to see block-long tattoo parlors.
Not without going through the ZA.
Okay, and we're not going to see, 45,000 square feet of animal daycare.
Again, not without going through that process.
Okay, then I'm going to move the staff recommendation.
It's been moved and second, and we have Councilman Hemmerich.
So I'm a little, so as I understand the lay of the land, the chamber came forward with a proposal that became much more broad than they expected, and now we're confronted with something that basically goes much further than they expected it to go, and therefore they're unhappy with the result, and they want us to go back to their original text amendment. Is that right?
No. They came forward with an original proposal. Through the course of the Planning Commission discussion, that proposal was made, in essence, more strict.
That's what I mean. When I said more broad, I meant more strict.
Oh, okay. Yes.
Yes. So it went from just retail, regulating just retail, to regulating all uses.
All commercial uses that currently don't have a discretionary review threshold.
And looking at what the planning department did, it looked as if it's because offices are different than they used to be. Because now we have these shared spaces, and when people expand, it's not necessarily because they want a 50,000 square foot law firm, right? It's because they want to have a co-op, a co-op kind of space. Is that right?
Well, we are seeing more of those uses.
And so, and we do want to control that sort of thing, yes?
That's a policy consideration.
Well, from TMD point of view and things like that.
Yeah, well, in terms of larger office spaces that have more employees, it does provide the opportunity to impose TDM restrictions.
And other similar, I guess it's not just TMD, there are other issues involved, but regardless, so that was why the Planning Commission applied it to all commercial uses and not just retail spaces. Is that right?
That was part of it, but by applying it to all commercial uses and not just retail uses, it expanded the discretion and the number of uses that were subject to discretionary review.
Well, no, I understand that, but and I'm not sure it was ever intended to just apply to retail. I mean, I saw that argument, and I understand that. I don't think that was ever, and I may have even been on the Planning Commission when we were discussing that, although who can remember? I can't remember my name right now, but so what I guess I'm saying is that the chamber came forward with what they thought was a text amendment and got basically more than what they bargained for, and now they don't want it.
No, now that they're accepting what is the final result here,
including all commercial,
yes,
and including medical. And but what about the comments about expanding a 12,000? You have 12,000 feet, and then you're going to 15,000 feet, and you have to get a CUP. Are they not saying we shouldn't do that?
Right. This text amendment removes that restriction, and what it does is makes it more specific in terms of the types of triggers for that discretionary review. With the proposed text amendment, an office that wanted to expand from 12,500 to 15,000 square feet would no longer need the CUP. The way the amendment is drafted.
Okay, thank you. I didn't. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember McEwen.
I'm going to have nightmares about block-long tattoo parlors, but that's not what I want to talk about. I don't think the staff recommendation quite covers what I'm interested in. Now, this started out with the premise that we had intended a year ago just to stop big box retail, and I went back and pulled our staff report from May 5th of 2015, and it talks about all uses, and it refers to an attachment that specifically says no individual tenant space and doesn't limit it to retail. So I think we were thinking more than just big box retail at the time. However, hearing the discussion tonight, I really have no issue with a second or third floor office space going beyond 12,500 square feet by taking an office next door that had been occupied by somebody else. My concern is with pedestrian orientation at the street level. And under our old zoning code, office on the ground floor was, at least in most parts of the city, prohibited. And now, under the new code, it is allowed, but it is supposed to be controlled by this kind of section of the code, which we're looking to amend. So my question for staff is this. It would appear to me that under the proposed text amendment that you've recommended, this could result in larger office spaces on the ground floor along a boulevard than the loose really told us we were trying to get at. Is that right?
No.
Okay, well then how not?
Sure. The active use requirement in this section of the code still limits the amount of general office you can have on the ground floor. That standard hasn't changed. So what this text amendment addresses is really the limited amount of space where a general office could be on the ground floor. So the active use requirement requires that at least 60% of the ground floor not be a general office use. So in theory, it allows 40% of a ground floor space to be office. Within that 40% is where you have this standard apply. So we believe it's really limited situations where you can have a general office space on the ground floor to begin with, let alone trigger these thresholds.
So if the office use was upstairs, downstairs, what would this do to that?
So you would still have the ground floor. Well, if it's new construction, it's a CUP. If you're converting an existing building to a ground floor, second floor, same tenant situation, we'd have to see what the existing use is. If it's a conversion of a use, then the specific limitations of 21 would apply, but you'd still be subject to that active use requirement. So we'd have to look at the numbers and see how it all fits.
In general, we've been trying to figure out ways to take the ground floor spaces we have in existing buildings and make them more likely to be neighborhood serving types of uses. And I suppose to some people, a block-long tattoo parlor might be a neighborhood serving kind of, not in any of our neighborhoods though. So what are the weaknesses of this, the way that it is drawn up? I mean, obviously we adopted something that we thought was going to protect our boulevards and our neighborhoods. And there is a flaw in that. I tend to agree that if somebody wants to add additional square footage on the second floor for an office, that doesn't, to my mind, have a logical reason to require a CUP. But we're also giving something up by changing this with this text amendment. What are we giving up?
I think Jane might want to.
We're getting some help here. Here we go.
So in terms, your question was what's the weakness of what's been drafted here. So I think it's important to look at the zoning ordinance in its totality. So beyond these pages, which I recognize the council doesn't have in front of them, sort of past this table, it talks about active commercial design and active use. So those apply right now because the council didn't adopt the changes that staff had recommended. Those will apply to all buildings. So regardless of what the use is, you must have active commercial design on the ground floor, which talks to transparency and the way that buildings address the street. Partnered with that is an active use requirement that is much more restrictive in neighborhood commercial districts. So our really fine-grained commercial districts such as Main Street and Montana continue to have and require those active use requirements. Offices would not be permitted on the ground floor in those situations. And then taking a look at this amendment, so just understanding that context, this amendment actually continues to protect the conversion of, for example, a retail use to an office use. So just taking, for example, in 21 in the NC district, again, something like Main Street or Montana, if you had a retail use that wanted to convert to an office use that occupied more than 7,500 square feet on the ground floor, that would require a CUP. So that in effect provides those protections to continue and allow those small businesses to thrive.
Okay, so you're telling me then that we will continue to protect our desirable, walkable, pedestrian-oriented street frontages
Absolutely.
if we do this. Now, some of the neighborhoods also raise the question of medical office, and clearly, medical office is a more intensive use. Now, staff has told us that medical office requires intensified parking, which most buildings don't have. But I think in the past we've given variances, or we've allowed buildings to lease space nearby, right? So, I mean, what if we required the CUP for medical only? Is there a reason why staff didn't entertain that?
The CUP for a medical office?
Say that if you wanted to convert an office to a medical office, you had to go through some further
It
process.
actually is included in here. So the amendment speaks to when it's non-medical or non-dental to medical and dental. So that includes
Okay, so
office because
so that neighborhood concern that we would hereby be allowing the conversion wholesale
Right.
of existing office space to medical or dental office space is there is no fear of that. That's covered.
No, that is covered in this amendment. This was included because of that specific concern raised by the Planning Commission, and this is much more restrictive because it does apply to the entire building, regardless of whether it's ground floor or upper floor.
Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, I just want to ask a couple clarifying questions of staff because I want to make sure everyone understands. This doesn't allow this isn't going to add a single square foot of office space to existing office space, right? No. It only applies to office space that is already office space.
That's right. That allows sort of exactly what the applicant had said, which is the merger of existing space.
Right. So we're not going to, there's nothing here that allows the conversion of retail space to office space or restaurant use to office space or anything like that. It simply means that where there is existing office space, someone who is expanding because, as we hope they're a successful Santa Monica business, their business has grown and perhaps the opportunity to lease out more space in the same building, they don't have to pay $15,000 and endure a 4 to 6 month discretionary process to basically lease more space in the same building.
Right, that's what this is meant to address.
Okay, great, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, I guess we're ready to vote.
Councilmember O'Connor,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Winter,
Yes.
Councilmember Hemmerich,
No.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember McKeown,
No.
Mayor Vasquez.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. One, two, three, four. Now we move on to item 8A, which is City Services Building Schematic Design. And you have no request to speak on this.
That's all.
Thank you.
We're ready.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to present the schematic design and cost estimate for the City Services Building and seek council's review and comments. The design build team and staff members are here to answer questions. The Civic Center specific plan. Includes a city services building long needed to eliminate expensive off-site leases and consolidate city services in one location, vastly increasing efficiency. Currently, the public is sent to multiple locations for service. On January 27, 2015, the feasibility analysis was presented to council. There are currently over 45,000 square feet of off-site expensive lease space. A 50,000 square foot city services building was analyzed on the east side of the historic City Hall. Preservation criteria will be met, maintaining the historic landmark, and will be designed to the U.S. Secretary of Interior standards. The pursuit of living building challenge, net zero energy, net zero water was analyzed. The scheme selected removes the former fire equipment bay and the stairwell on the east side of the former jail. Both the Landmarks Commission, who has purview, and the Architectural Review Board have reviewed the schematic design and expressed support for the design. There will be 3 stories above ground and 1 basement level for mechanical systems and storage. The massing is subservient to City Hall and does not block the public safety facility. This is a rendering of the city services building at the end of feasibility and now at the end of schematic design. The prime entry will still be through City Hall from Main Street in the west, but there will also be access from the Civic Center parking structure and the Expo Station from the new plaza on Olympic Drive. There will be 2 direct internal connections to City Hall. On the first floor, the lobby connects to a new public conferencing facility for housing, rent control, and human services. On the second floor, there is a staff connection to City Hall. From the corner of Main Street and Olympic Drive, this view shows the scale of the addition, quiet, complementary to City Hall, but differentiated. This is how the building might look coming from the Civic Center parking structure. Again, the glazing is light-colored, quiet, complementary. The lower massing preserves light and air. Also, we will be preserving the tepu trees along Olympic. This is moving in closer to the entry plaza at the Olympic Drive entry. And here, the revitalized courtyard, which will include new drought-tolerant planting and trees. ADA access will be provided from City Hall. There will be seating and Wi-Fi to allow the courtyard to be used as a meeting area and additional waiting area for public counters. The decision to pursue Living Building Challenge was made by Council at the end of feasibility. Living Building Challenge is a certification program that defines the most advanced measure of sustainability possible today. There are 7 performance categories pedal here. Instead of buildings